Book 2, Chapter 9 of the Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel Trishka. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 2, Chapter 9. What becomes of Ione in the house of Arbaces, the first signal of the wrath of the dread foe. When Ione entered the spacious hall of the Egyptian, the same awe which had crept over her brother impressed itself also upon her. There seemed to her as to him something ominous and warning in the still and mournful faces of the dread Theban monsters, whose majestic and passionless features the marble so well portrayed. Their look, and with the reach of past ages, was wise, and the soul of eternity thought in their eyes. The tall Ethiopian slave grinned as he admitted her, and motioned to her to proceed. Halfway up the hall she was met by Arbaces himself, in festive robes, which glittered with jewels. Although it was broad day without, the mansion, according to the practice of the luxurious, was artificially darkened, and the lamps cast their still and odour-giving light over the rich floors and ivory roofs. "Beautiful Ione," said Arbaces, as he bent to touch her hand, "it is you that have eclipsed the day, it is your eyes that light up the halls, it is your breath which fills them with perfumes." "You must not talk to me thus," said Ione, smiling. "You forget that your law has sufficiently instructed my mind to render these graceful flatteries to my person unwelcome. It was you who taught me to disdain adulation. Will you unteach your pupil?" There was something so frank and charming in the manner of Ione, as she spoke thus, that the Egyptian was more than ever enamoured, more than ever disposed to renew the offence he had committed. He, however, answered quickly and gaily, and hastened to renew the conversation. He led her through the various chambers of a house, which seemed to contain to her eyes, inexperienced to other splendour than the minute elegance of Campanian cities, the treasures of the world. In the walls were set pictures of inestimable art. The light shone over statues of the noblest age of Greece. Cabinets of gems, each cabinet itself a gem, filled up with the intricacies of the columns. The most precious woods lined the thresholds and composed the doors. Gold and jewels seemed lavished all around. Sometimes they were alone in these rooms. Sometimes they passed through silent rows of slaves, who, kneeling as she passed, proffered to her offerings of bracelets, chains, of gems, which the Egyptian vainly entreated her to receive. "I have often heard," said she wonderingly, "that you were rich, but I never dreamt of the amount of your wealth." "Would I could coin it all," replied the Egyptian, "into one crown, which I may place upon that snowy brow." "Alas, the weight would crush me. I should be a second Tarpeia," answered Ione, laughingly. "But thou dost not disdain riches, O Ione. They know not what life is capable of who are not wealthy. Gold is the great magician of earth. It realizes our dreams. It gives them the power of a god. There is a grandeur, a sublimity, in its possession. It is the mightiest, yet the most obedient of our slaves." The artful Arbaces sought to dazzle the young Neapolitan by his treasures and his eloquence. He sought to awaken in her the desire to be mistress of what she surveyed. He hoped that she would confound the owner with the possessions, and that the charms of his wealth would be reflected upon himself. Meanwhile, Ione was secretly somewhat uneasy at the gallantries which escaped from those lips, which, till lately, had seemed to disdain the common homage we pay to beauty, and with that delicate subtlety which women alone possess, she sought to ward off shafts deliberately aimed, and to laugh or to talk away the meaning from his warming language. Nothing in the world is more pretty than that same species of defence. It is the charm of the African necromancer who professes with a feather to turn aside the winds. The Egyptian was intoxicated and subdued by her grace, even more than by her beauty. It was with difficulty that he suppressed his emotions. Alas, the feather was only powerful against the summer breezes. It would be the sport of the storm. Suddenly, as they stood in one hall, which was surrounded by draperies of silver and white, the Egyptian clapped his hands, and, as if by enchantment, a banquet rose from the floor, a couch or throne, with a crimson canopy, assembled simultaneously at the feet of Ione, and at the same instant from behind the curtain swelled the invisible and softest music. Arbaces placed himself at the feet of Ione, and children, young and beautiful as loves, ministered to the feast. The feast was over, the music sank into a low and subdued strain, and Arbaces thus addressed his beautiful guest. "Hast thou never in this dark and uncertain world, hast thou never aspired, my pupil, to look beyond? Hast thou never wished to put aside the veil of futurity, and to behold on the shores of fate the shadowy images of things to be? For it is not the past alone that has its ghosts. Each event to come has also its spectrum, its shade. When the hour arrives, life enters it, the shadow becomes corporeal, and walks the world. Thus, in the land beyond the grave, are ever too impalpable and spiritual hosts, the things to be, the things that have been. If by our wisdom we can penetrate that land, we see the one as the other, and learn, as I have learned, not alone the mysteries of the dead, but also the destiny of the living." "As thou hast learned, can wisdom attain so far? Wilt thou prove my knowledge, Ione, and behold the representation of thine own fate? It is a drama more striking than those of Aeschylus. It is one I have prepared for thee, if thou wilt see the shadows perform their part." The Neapolitan trembled. She thought of Glaucus, and sighed as well as trembled. Were their destinies to be united? Half incredulous, half believing, half awed, half alarmed by the words of his strange host, she remained for some moments silent, and then answered, "It may revolt, it may terrify. The knowledge of the future will perhaps only embitter the present." "Not so, Ione. I have myself looked upon thy future lot, and the ghosts of thy future bask in the gardens of Elysium. Amidst the asphodel and the rose they prepare the garlands of thy sweet destiny. And the fates, so harsh to others, weave only for thee the web of happiness and love. Wilt thou then come and behold thy doom, so that thou mayest enjoy it beforehand?" Again the heart of Ione murmured Glaucus. She uttered a half-audible assent. The Egyptian rose, and taking her by the hand, led her across the banquet room. The curtains withdrew as by magic hands, and the music broke forth in a louder and gladder strain. They passed a row of columns, on either side of which fountains cast aloft their fragrant waters. They descended by broad and easy steps into a garden. The eve had commenced. The moon was already high in the heavens, and those sweet flowers that sleep by day, and fill, with ineffable odorous, the airs of night, were thickly scattered amidst alleys cut through the starlit foliage, or, gathered in baskets, lay like offerings at the feet of the frequent statues that gleamed along their path. "Whither wouldst thou lead me, Arbaces?" said Ione, wonderingly. "But yonder," said he, pointing to a small building which stood at the end of the vista. "It is a temple consecrated to the Fates. Our rites require such holy ground." They passed into a narrow hall, at the end of which hung a sable curtain. Arbaces lifted it. Ione entered, and found herself in total darkness. "Be not alarmed," said the Egyptian. "The light will rise instantly." While he so spoke, a soft and warm and gradual light diffused itself around. As it spread over each object, I only perceived that she was in an apartment of moderate size, hung everywhere with black. A couch with draperies of the same hue was beside her. In the centre of the room was a small altar, on which stood a tripod of bronze. At one side, upon a lofty column of granite, was a colossal head of the blackest marble, which she perceived, by the crown of wheat ears that encircled the brow, represented the great Egyptian goddess. Arbaces stood before the altar. He had laid his garland on the shrine, and seemed occupied with pouring into the tripod the contents of a brazen vase. Suddenly from that tripod leapt into life a blue, quick, darting, irregular flame. The Egyptian drew back to the side of Ione, and muttered some words in a language unfamiliar to her ear. The curtain at the back of the altar waved tremulously to and fro. It parted slowly, and in the aperture which was thus made, I only beheld an indistinct and pale landscape, which gradually grew brighter and clearer as she gazed. At length she discovered plainly trees, and rivers, and meadows, and all the beautiful diversity of the richest earth. At length, before the landscape, a dim shadow glided. It rested opposite to Ione. Slowly the same charm seemed to operate upon it, as over the rest of the scene. It took form and shape, and lo! in its feature and its form Ione beheld herself. Then the scene behind the spectre faded away, and was succeeded by the representation of a gorgeous palace. A throne was raised in the centre of its hall, the dim forms of slaves and guards were ranged around it, and a pale hand held over the throne the likeness of a diadem. The new actor now appeared. He was clothed from head to foot in a dark robe. His face was concealed. He knelt at the feet of the shadowy Ione. He clasped her hand. He pointed to the throne, as if to invite her to ascend it. The Neapolitan's heart beat violently. "Shall the shadow disclose itself?" whispered a voice beside her, the voice of Arbaces. "Ah, yes," answered Ione, softly. Arbaces raised his hand. The spectre seemed to drop the mantle that concealed its form, and Ione shrieked. It was Arbaces himself that thus knelt before her. "This is, indeed, thy fate," whispered again the Egyptian's voice in her ear, "and thou art destined to be the bride of Arbaces." Ione started. The black curtain closed over the phantasmagoria, and Arbaces himself, the real, living Arbaces, was at her feet. "Oh, Ione," said he, passionately gazing upon her, "listen to one who has long struggled vainly with his love. I adore thee. The fates do not lie. Thou art destined to be mine. I have sought the world around, and found none like thee. From my youth upward I have sighed for such as thou art. I have dreamed till I saw thee. I wake, and I behold thee. Turn not away from me, Ione. Think not of me as thou hast thought. I am not that being, cold, insensate, and morose, which I have seemed to thee. Never woman had lover so devoted, so passionate as I will be to Ione. Do not struggle in my clasp. See, I release thy hand. Take it from me if thou wilt. Well, be it so. But do not reject me, Ione. Do not rashly reject. Judge of thy power over him who thou canst thus transform. I, who never knelt to mortal being, kneel to thee. I, who have commanded fate to see from thee my own. Ione, tremble not. Thou art my queen, my goddess. Be my bride. All the wishes thou canst form shall be fulfilled. The ends of the earth shall minister to thee. Pomp, power, luxury shall be thy slaves. Arbaces shall have no ambition save the pride of obeying thee. Ione, turn upon me those eyes, shed upon me thy smile. Dark is my soul when thy face is hid from it. Shine over me, my sun, my heaven, my daylight. Ione, Ione, do not reject my love. Alone, and in the power of this singular and fearful man, Ione was not yet terrified. The respect of his language, the softness of his voice, reassured her, and, in her own purity, she felt protection. But she was confused, astonished. It was some moments before she could recover the power of reply. "Rise, Arbaces," said she at length, as she resigned to him once more her hand, which she as quickly withdrew again, when she felt upon it the burning pressure of his lips. "Rise, and if thou art serious, if thy language be in earnest." "If," said he tenderly. "Well, then, listen to me. You have been my guardian, my friend, my monitor. For this new character I was not prepared. Think not," she added quickly, as she saw his dark eyes glisten with the fierceness of his passion, "think not that I scorn, that I am untouched, that I am not honoured by this homage. But, say, canst thou hear me calmly?" "Ay, though thy words were lightning, and could blast me." "I love another," said Ione, blushingly, but in a firm voice. "By the gods, by the hell!" shouted Arbaces, rising to his fullest height. "Dare not tell me that, dare not mock me. It is impossible. Whom hast thou seen? Whom known? O Ione, it is thy woman's invention, thy woman's art that speaks. Thou wouldst gain time. I have surprised, I have terrified thee. Do with me as thou wilt. Say that thou lovest not me, but say not that thou lovest another." "Alas!" began Ione, and then, appalled before his sudden and unlooked-for violence, she burst into tears. Arbaces came nearer to her. His breath glowed fiercely on her cheek. He wound his arms round her. She sprang from his embrace. In the struggle the tablet fell from her bosom on the ground. Arbaces perceived, and seized it. It was the letter that morning received from Glaucus. Ione sank upon the couch, half dead with terror. Rapidly the eyes of Arbaces ran over the writing. The Neapolitan did not dare to gaze upon him. She did not see the deadly paleness that came over his countenance. She marked not his withering frown, nor the quivering of his lip, nor the convulsions that heaved his breast. He read it to the end, and then, as the letter fell from his hand, he said, in a voice of deceitful calmness, "Is the writer of this the man thou lovest?" I only sobbed, but answered not. "Speak!" he rather shrieked than said. It is. "And his name? It is written here. His name is Glaucus." Ione, clasping her hands, looked round as for succour or escape. "Then hear me," said Arbaces, sinking his voice into a whisper. "Thou shalt go to thy tomb rather than to his arms. What? Think'st thou Arbaces will brook a rival such as this puny Greek? What? Think'st thou that he has watched the fruit ripen, till yield it to another? Pretty fool, no, thou art mine, all, only mine, and thus I seize and claim thee." As he spoke, he caught Ione in his arms, and in that ferocious grasp was all the energy, less of love than of revenge. But to Ione despair gave supernatural strength. She again tore herself from him, She rushed to that part of the room by which she had entered. She half withdrew the curtain. He had seized her. Again she broke away from him, and fell, exhausted, with a loud shriek, at the base of the column which supported the head of the Egyptian goddess. Arbaces paused for a moment, as if to regain his breath, and thence once more darted upon his prey. At that instant the curtain was rudely torn aside. The Egyptian felt a fierce and strong grasp upon his shoulder. He turned, and beheld before him the flashing eyes of Glaucus, and the pale, worn, but menacing countenance of Arbaces. "Ah," he muttered, as he glared from one to the other, "what fury hath sent ye hither?" "Hate," answered Glaucus, as he closed at once with the Egyptian. Meanwhile Arbaces raised his sister, now lifeless, from the ground. Her strength, exhausted by a mind long overwrought, did not suffice to bear her away, light and delicate though her shape. He placed her, therefore, on the couch, and stood over her with a brandishing knife, watching the contest between Glaucus and the Egyptian, and ready to plunge his weapon in the bosom of Arbaces should he be victorious in the struggle. There is, perhaps, nothing on earth so terrible as the naked and unarmed contest of animal strength, no weapon but those which nature supplies to rage. Both the antagonists were now locked in each other's grasp, the hand of each seeking the throat of the other, the face drawn back, the fierce eyes flashing, the muscles strained, the veins swelled, the lips apart, the teeth set. Both were strong beyond the ordinary power of men, both animated by relentless wrath. They coiled, they wound, around each other. They rocked to and fro. They swayed from end to end of the confined arena. They uttered cries of ire and revenge. They were now before the altar, now at the base of the column where the struggle had commenced. They drew back for breath, Arbaces leaning against the column, Glaucus a few paces apart. "O ancient goddess!" exclaimed Arbaces, clasping the column, and raising his eyes towards the sacred image it supported. "Protect thy chosen, proclaim thy vengeance against this thing of an upstart creed, who with sacrilegious violence profanes thy resting place and assails thy servant." As he spoke, the still and vast face of the goddess seemed suddenly to glow with life. Through the black marble, as through a transparent veil, flushed luminously a crimson and burning hue. Around the head played and darted coruscations of livid lightning. The eyes became like balls of lurid fire, and seemed fixed and withering in intolerable wrath upon the countenance of the Greek. Awed and appalled by the sudden and mystic answer to the prayers of his foe, and not free from the hereditary superstitions of his race, the cheeks of Glaucus paled before that strange and ghastly animation of the marble. His knees knocked together, he stood, seized with a divine panic, dismayed, aghast, half unmanned before his foe. Arbaces gave him not breathing time to recover his stupor. "Die, wretch!" he shouted, in a voice of thunder, as he sprang upon the Greek. "The mighty mother claims thee as a living sacrifice." Taken thus by surprise in the first consternation of his superstitious fears, the Greek lost his footing. The marble floor was as smooth as glass. He slid. He fell. Arbaces planted his foot on the breast of his fallen foe. Arbaces, taught by his sacred profession, as well as by his knowledge of Arbaces, to distrust all miraculous interpositions, had not shared the dismay of his companion. He rushed forward. His knife gleamed in the air. The watchful Egyptian caught his arm as it descended. One wrench of his powerful hand tore the weapon from the weak grasp of the priest. One sweeping blow stretched him to the earth. With a loud and exulting yell, Arbaces brandished the knife on high. Glaucus gazed upon his impending foe with unwinking eyes, and in the stern and scornful resignation of a fallen gladiator. When, at that awful instant, the floor shook under them with a rapid and convulsive throe, A mightier spirit than that of the Egyptian was abroad, a giant and crushing power, before which sunk into sudden impotence his passion and his arts. It woke, it stirred, that dread demon of the earthquake, laughing to scorn alike the magic of human guile and the malice of human wrath. As a Titan, on whom the mountains are piled, it roused itself from the sleep of years, it moved on its tortured couch, the caverns below groaned and trembled beneath the motion of its limbs. In the moment of his vengeance and his power, the self-prized demigod was humbled to his real clay. Far and wide along the soil went a hoarse and rumbling sound. The curtains of the chamber shook as at the blast of a storm. The altar rocked, the tripod reeled, and high over the place of contest, the column trembled and waved from side to side. The sable head of the goddess tottered and fell from its pedestal, and as the Egyptian stooped above his intended victim, right upon his bended form, right between the shoulders and the neck, struck the marble mass. The shock stretched him like the blow of death. At once, suddenly, without sound or motion, or semblance of life, upon the floor, apparently crushed by the very divinity he had impiously animated and invoked. "The earth has preserved her children," said Glaucus, staggering to his feet. "Blessed be the dread convulsion. Let us worship the providence of the gods." He assisted Arbaces to rise, and then turn upward the face of Arbaces. It seemed locked as in death. Blood gushed from the Egyptian's lips over his glittering robes. He fell heavily from the arms of Glaucus, and the red stream trickled slowly along the marble. Again the earth shook beneath their feet. They were forced to cling to each other. The convulsion seized as suddenly as it came. They tarried no longer. Glaucus bore Ione lightly in his arms, and they fled from the unhallowed spot. But scarce they had entered the garden than they were met on all sides by flying and assaulted groups of women and slaves, whose festive and glittering garments contrasted in mockery the solemn terror of the hour. They did not appear to heed the strangers. They were occupied only with their own fears. After the tranquillity of 16 years, that burning and treacherous soil again menaced destruction. They uttered but one cry: "The earthquake! The earthquake!" And passing unmolested from the midst of them, Arbaces and his companions, without entering the house, hastened down one of the alleys, past a small open gate, and there, sitting on a little mound over which spread the gloom of the dark green aloes, the moonlight fell on the bended figure of the blind girl. She was weeping bitterly. End of Book 2, Chapter 9. Recording by Rachel Trishka, Australia.
Book 3, Chapter 1 of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 3, Chapter 1. The Forum of the Pompeians, the first rude machinery by which the new era of the world was wrought. It was early noon, and the Forum was crowded alike with the busy and the idle. As at Paris at this day, so at that time in the cities of Italy, men lived almost wholly out of doors. The public buildings, the Forum, the porticos, the baths, the temples themselves, might be considered their real homes. It was no wonder that they decorated so gorgeously these favorite places of resort. They felt for them a sort of domestic affection as well as a public pride. And animated was, indeed, the aspect of the Forum of Pompeii at that time. Along its broad pavement, composed of large flags of marble, were assembled various groups, conversing in that energetic fashion which appropriates a gesture to every word, and which is still the characteristic of the people of the South. Here, in 7 stalls on one side of the colonnade, sat the money changers, with their glittering heaps before them, and merchants and seamen in various costumes crowding round their stalls. On one side, several men in long togas were seen bustling rapidly up to a stately edifice, where the magistrates administered justice. These were the lawyers, active, chattering, joking, and punning, as you may find them at this day in Westminster. In the center of the space, pedestals supported various statues, of which the most remarkable was the stately form of Cicero. Around the court ran a regular and symmetrical colonnade of Doric architecture, and there several, whose business drew them early to the place, were taking the slight morning repast which made an Italian breakfast, talking vehemently on the earthquake of the preceding night as they dipped pieces of bread in their cups of diluted wine. In the open space, too, you might perceive various petty traders exercising the arts of their calling. Here one man was holding out ribbons to a fair dame from the country. Another man was vaunting to a stout farmer the excellence of his shoes. A third, a kind of stall restaurateur, still so common in the Italian cities, was supplying many a hungry mouth with hot messes from his small and itinerant stove, while, contrast strongly typical of the mingled bustle and intellect of the time, close by, a schoolmaster was expounding to his puzzled pupils the elements of the Latin grammar. A gallery above the portico, which was ascended by small wooden staircases, had also its throng, though, as here the immediate business of the place was mainly carried on, its groups wore a more quiet and serious air. Every now and then the crowd below respectfully gave way to some senator swept along to the temple of Jupiter, which filled up one side of the forum and was the senator's hall of meeting, nodding with ostentatious condescension to such of his friends or clients as he distinguished amongst the throng. Mingling amidst the gay dresses of the better orders, you saw the hardy forms of the neighboring farmers as they made their way to the public granaries. Hard by the temple you caught a view of the triumphal arch, and the long street beyond swarming with inhabitants. In one of the niches of the arch a fountain played, cheerily sparkling in the sunbeams, and above its cornice rose the bronze and equestrian statue of Caligula, strongly contrasting the gay summer skies. Behind the stalls of the money changers was that building now called the Pantheon, and a crowd of the poorer Pompeians passed through the small vestibule which admitted to the interior, with panniers under their arms, pressing on towards a platform placed between two columns, where such provisions as the priest had rescued from sacrifice were exposed for sale. At one of the public edifices appropriated to the business of the city, workmen were employed upon the columns, and you heard the noise of their labor every now and then rising above the hum of the multitude. The columns are unfinished to this day. All, then, united, nothing could exceed in variety the costumes, the ranks, the manners, the occupations of the crowd. Nothing could exceed the bustle, the gaiety, the animation, where pleasure and commerce, idleness and labor, avarice and ambition, mingled in one gulf their motley rushing yet harmonious streams. Facing the steps of the temple of Jupiter, with folded arms and a knit and contemptuous brow, stood a man of about 50 years of age. His dress was remarkably plain, not so much from its material, as from the absence of all those ornaments which were worn by the Pompeians of every rank, partly from the love of show, partly also because they were chiefly wrought into those shapes deemed most efficacious in resisting the assaults of magic and the influence of the evil eye. His forehead was high and bald. The few locks that remained at the back of the head were concealed by a sort of cowl, which was made a part of his cloak, to be raised or lowered at pleasure, and was now drawn halfway over the head, as a protection from the rays of the sun. The color of his garments was brown, no popular hue with the Pompeians. All the usual admixtures of scarlet or purple seemed carefully excluded. His belt, or girdle, contained a small receptacle for ink, which hooked onto the girdle, a stylus or implement of writing, and tablets of no ordinary size. What was rather remarkable, the cincture held no purse, which was the almost indispensable appurtenance of the girdle, even when that purse had the misfortune to be empty. It was not often that the gay and egotistical Pompeians busied themselves with observing the countenances and actions of their neighbors, but there was that in the lip and eye of this bystander so remarkably bitter and disdainful, as he surveyed the religious procession sweeping up the stairs of the temple, that could not fail to arrest the notice of many. "Who is yon cynic?" asked a merchant of his companion, a jeweler. "It is Olinthus," replied the jeweler, "a reputed Nazarene." The merchant shuddered. "A dreaded sect," he said in a whispered and fearful voice. "It is said that when they meet at nights they always commence their ceremonies by the murder of a new-born babe. They profess a community of goods, too. The wretches! A community of goods! What would become of merchants, or jewelers either, if such notions were in fashion?" "That is very true," said the jeweler. "Besides, they wear no jewels. They mutter imprecations when they see a serpent, and at Pompeii all our ornaments are serpentine." "Do but observe," said a third, who was a fabricant of bronze, "how yon Nazarene scowls at the piety of the sacrificial procession. He is murmuring curses on the temple, be sure. Do you know, Silenus, that this fellow, passing by my shop the other day, and seeing me employed on a statue of Minerva, told me with a frown that, had it been marble, he would have broken it. But the bronze was too strong for him. 'Break a goddess?' I said. 'A goddess?' answered the atheist. 'It is a demon, an evil spirit.' Then he passed on his way cursing. Are such things to be borne? What marvel that the earth heaved so fearfully last night, anxious to reject the atheist from her bosom? An atheist, do I say? Worse still, a scorner of the fine arts. Woe to us fabricants of bronze, if such fellows as this give the law to society!" "These are the incendiaries that burnt Rome under Nero," groaned the jeweler. While such were the friendly remarks provoked by the air and faith of the Nazarene, Olinthus himself became sensible of the effect he was producing. He turned his eyes round, and observed the intent faces of the accumulating throng, whispering as they gazed, and surveyed them for a moment with an expression, first of defiance, and afterwards of compassion. He gathered his cloak round him and passed on, muttering audibly, "Deluded idolaters! Did not last night's convulsions warn ye? Alas! How will ye meet the last day?" The crowd that heard these boding words gave them different interpretations, according to their different shades of ignorance and of fear. All, however, concurred in imagining them to convey some awful imprecation. They regarded the Christian as the enemy of mankind. The epithets they lavished upon him, of which atheist was the most favored and frequent, may serve perhaps to warn us, believers of that same creed now triumphant, how we indulge the persecution of opinion Olinthus then underwent, and how we apply to those whose notions differ from our own the terms at that day lavished on the fathers of our faith. As Olinthus stalked through the crowd and gained one of the more private places of egress from the forum, he perceived gazing upon him a pale and earnest countenance, which he was not slow to recognize. Wrapped in a pallium that partially concealed his sacred robes, the young Arbaces surveyed the disciple of that new and mysterious creed, to which at one time he had been half a convert. Is he, too, an impostor? Does this man, so plain and simple in life, in garb, in mien, does he, too, like Arbaces, make austerity the robe of the sensualist? Does the veil of Vesta hide the vices of the prostitute? Olinthus, accustomed to men of all classes, and combining with the enthusiasm of his faith a profound experience of his kind, guessed, perhaps, by the index of the countenance, something of what passed within the breast of the priest. He met the survey of Arbaces with a steady eye and a brow of serene and open candor. "Peace be with you," he said, saluting Arbaces. "Peace," echoed the priest, in so hollow a tone that it went at once to the heart of the Nazarene. "In that wish," continued Olinthus, "all good things are combined. Without virtue thou canst not have peace. Like the rainbow, peace rests upon the earth, but its arch is lost in heaven. Heaven bathes it in hues of light. It springs up amidst tears and clouds. It is a reflection of the eternal sun. It is an assurance of calm. It is the sign of a great covenant between man and God. Such peace, O young man, is the smile of the soul. It is an emanation from the distant orb of immortal light. Peace be with you. Alas, began Arbaces, when he caught the gaze of the curious loiterers, inquisitive to know what could possibly be the theme of conversation between a reputed Nazarene and a priest of Isis. He stopped short, and then added in a low tone, "We cannot converse here. I will follow thee to the banks of the river. There is a walk, which at this time is usually deserted and solitary." Olinthus bowed assent. He passed through the streets with a hasty step, but a quick and observant eye. Every now and then he exchanged a significant glance, a slight sign with some passenger, whose garb usually betokened the wearer to belong to the humbler classes. For Christianity was in this the type of all other and less mighty revolutions. The grain of mustard seed was in the heart of the lowly. Amidst the huts of poverty and labor, the vast stream which afterwards poured its broad waters beside the cities and palaces of earth took its neglected source. End of Book 3, Chapter 1. Recording by Anne Boulay. Book 3, Chapter 2 of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 3, Chapter 2. The Noonday Excursion on the Campanian Seas. "But tell me, Glaucus," said Ione, as they glided down the rippling Sarnus in their boat of pleasure, "how camest thou with Arbaces to my rescue from that bad man?" "Ask Nydia yonder," answered the Athenian, pointing to the blind girl, who sat at a little distance from them, leaning pensively over her lyre. "She must have thy thanks, not we. It seems that she came to my house, and, finding me from home, sought thy brother in his temple. He accompanied her to Arbaces. On their way they encountered me, with a company of friends, whom thy kind letter had given me a spirit cheerful enough to join. Nydia's quick ear detected my voice. A few words sufficed to make me the companion of Arbaces. I told not my associates why I left them. Could I trust thy name to their light tongues and gossiping opinion? Nydia led us to the garden gate, by which we afterwards bore thee. We entered, and were about to plunge into the mysteries of that evil house, when we heard thy cry in another direction. Thou knowest the rest." Ione blushed deeply. She then raised her eyes to those of Glaucus, and he felt all the thanks she could not utter. "Come hither, my Nydia," she said tenderly to the Thessalian. "Did I not tell thee that thou shouldest be my sister and friend? Hast thou not already been more, my guardian, my preserver?" "It is nothing," answered Nydia coldly, and without stirring. "Ah, I forgot," continued Ione, "I should come to thee." And she moved along the benches till she reached the place where Nydia sat, and flinging her arms caressingly round her, covered her cheeks with kisses. Nydia was, that morning, paler than her wont, and her countenance grew even more wan and colourless as she submitted to the embrace of the beautiful Neapolitan. "But how camest thou, Nydia," whispered Ione, "to surmise so faithfully the danger I was exposed to? Didst thou know aught of the Egyptian?" "Yes, I knew of his vices." "And how?" "Noble Ione, I have been a slave to the vicious. Those whom I served were his minions." "And thou hast entered his house, since thou knewest so well that private entrance?" "I have played on my lyre to Arbaces," answered the Thessalian with embarrassment. "And thou hast escaped the contagion from which thou hast saved Ione," returned the Neapolitan, in a voice too low for the ear of Glaucus. "Noble Ione, I have neither beauty nor station. I am a child, a slave, and blind. The despicable are ever safe." It was with a pained and proud and indignant tone that Nydia made this humble reply, and Ione felt that she only wounded Nydia by pursuing the subject. She remained silent, and the bark now floated into the sea. "Confess that I was right, Ione," said Glaucus, "in prevailing on thee not to waste this beautiful noon in thy chamber. Confess that I was right." "Thou wert right, Glaucus," said Nydia abruptly. "The dear child speaks for thee," returned the Athenian. "But permit me to move opposite to thee, or our light boat will be overbalanced." So saying, he took a seat exactly opposite to Ione, and leaning forward, he fancied that it was her breath, and not the winds of summer, that flung fragrance over the sea. "Thou wert to tell me," said Glaucus, "why for so many days thy door was closed to me." "Oh, think of it no more," answered Ione quickly. "I gave my ear to what I now know was the malice of slander, and my slanderer was the Egyptian." Ione's silence assented to the question. "His motives are sufficiently obvious." "Talk not of him," said Ione, covering her face with her hands, as if to shut out his very thought. "Perhaps he may be already by the banks of the slow Styx," resumed Glaucus. "Yet, in that case, we should probably have heard of his death. Thy brother, methinks, hath felt the dark influence of his gloomy soul. When we arrived last night at thy house, he left me abruptly. Will he ever vouchsafe to be my friend?" "He is consumed by some secret care," answered Ione tearfully. "Would that we could lure him from himself. Let us join in that tender office." "He shall be my brother," returned the Greek. "How calmly," said Ione, rousing herself from the gloom into which her thoughts of Arbaces had plunged her, "how calmly the clouds seem to repose in heaven, and yet you tell me, for I knew it not myself, that the earth shook beneath us last night." "It did, and more violently, they say, than it has done since the great convulsion 16 years ago. The land we live in yet nurses mysterious terror, and the reign of Pluto, which spreads beneath our burning fields, seems rent with unseen commotion. Didst thou not feel the earth quake, Nydia, where thou wert seated last night? And was it not the fear that it occasioned thee that made thee weep?" "I felt the soil creep and heave beneath me, like some monstrous serpent," answered Nydia, "but as I saw nothing, I did not fear. I imagined the convulsion to be a spell of the Egyptians. They say he has power over the elements." "Thou art a Thessalian, my Nydia," replied Glaucus, "and hast a national right to believe in magic." "Magic! Who doubts it?" answered Nydia simply. "Dost thou?" "Until last night, when a necromantic prodigy did indeed appall me, methinks I was not credulous in any other magic save that of love," said Glaucus in a tremulous voice, and fixing his eyes on Ione. "Ah," said Nydia with a sort of shiver, and she woke mechanically a few pleasing notes from her lyre. The sound suited well the tranquillity of the waters, and the sunny stillness of the noon. "Play to us, dear Nydia," said Glaucus. "Play and give us one of thine old Thessalian songs. Whether it be of magic or not, as thou wilt. Let it, at least, be of love." "Of love," repeated Nydia, raising her large wandering eyes, that ever thrilled those who saw them with a mingled fear and pity. "You could never familiarize yourself to their aspect. So strange did it seem that those dark wild orbs were ignorant of the day, and either so fixed with their deep mysterious gaze, or so restless and perturbed their glance, that you felt, when you encountered them, that same vague and chilling and half preternatural impression that comes over you in the presence of the insane, of those who, having a life outwardly like your own, have a life within life, dissimilar, unsearchable, unguessed." "Will you that I should sing of love?" she said, fixing her eyes upon Glaucus. "Yes," he replied, looking down. She moved a little way from the arm of Ione, still cast round her, as if that soft embrace embarrassed, and placing her light and graceful instrument on her knee, after a short prelude, she sang the following strain. Nydia's Love Song. 1. The wind and the beam loved the rose, and the rose loved one. For who recks the wind where it blows, or loves not the sun? 2. None knew hence the humble wind stole, poor sport of the skies. None dreamt that the wind had a soul in its mournful sighs. 3. O happy beam, how canst thou prove that bright love of thine? In thy light is the proof of thy love, thou hast but to shine. 4. How its love can the wind reveal, unwelcome its sigh? Mute, mute to its rose let it steal, its proof is to die. "Thou singest but sadly, sweet girl," said Glaucus. Thy youth only feels as yet the dark shadow of love. Far other inspiration doth he wake, when he himself bursts and brightens upon us. I sing as I was taught, Nydia replied, sighing. Thy master was love-crossed then. Try thy hand at a gayer air. Nay, girl, give that instrument to me. As Nydia obeyed, her hand touched his, and, with that slight touch, her breast heaved, her cheeks flushed. Ione and Glaucus, occupied with each other, perceived not those signs of strange and premature emotions, which preyed upon a heart that, nourished by imagination, dispensed with hope. And now, broad, blue, bright before them, spread the Halcyon Sea, fair as at this moment, 17 centuries from that date. I behold it rippling on the same divinest shores. Clime that yet enervates with a soft and Circean spell, that molds us insensibly, mysteriously, into harmony with thyself, banishing the thought of austerer labor, the voices of wild ambition, the contests and the roar of life, filling us with gentle and subduing dreams, making necessary to our nature that which is its least earthly portion, so that the very air inspires us with the yearning and thirst of love. Whoever visits thee seems to leave earth and its harsh cares behind, to enter by the ivory gate into the land of dreams. The young and laughing hours of the present, the hours, those children of Saturn, which he hungers ever to devour, seem snatched from his grasp. The past, the future are forgotten. We enjoy but the breathing time. Flower of the world's garden, fountain of delight, Italy of Italy, beautiful benign Campania. Vain were, indeed, the Titans, if on this spot they yet struggled for another heaven. Here, if God meant this working day for a perpetual holiday, who would not sigh to dwell forever, asking nothing, hoping nothing, fearing nothing, while thy skies shine over him, while thy seas sparkle at his feet, while thine air brought him sweet messages from the violet and the orange, and while the heart, resigned to, beating with, but one emotion, but could find the lips and the eyes which flatter it, vanity of vanities, that love can defy custom and be eternal? It was then in this clime, on those seas, that the Athenian gazed upon a face that might have suited the nymph, the spirit of the place, feeding his eyes on the changeful roses of that softest cheek, happy beyond the happiness of common life, loving and knowing himself beloved. In the tale of human passion, in past ages, there is something of interest even in the remoteness of the time. We love to feel within us the bond which unites the most distant era. Men, nations, customs perish. The affections are immortal. They are the sympathies which unite the ceaseless generations. The past lives again. When we look upon its emotions, it lives in our own. That which was, ever is. The magician's gift, that revives the dead, that animates the dust of forgotten graves, is not in the author's skill. It is in the heart of the reader. Still vainly seeking the eyes of Ione, as half downcast, half averted, they shunned his own. The Athenian, in a low and soft voice, thus expressed the feelings inspired by happier thoughts than those which had colored the song of Nydia. The Song of Glaucus. 1. As the bark floateth on o'er the sunlit sea, floats my heart o'er the deeps of its passion for thee. All lost in the space, without terror it glides, for bright thy soul is the face of the tides. Now heaving, now hushed, is the passionate ocean, as it catches thy smile or thy sighs, and the twin stars that shine on the wanderer's devotion, its guide and its God, are thine eyes. 2. The bark may go down, should the clouds sweep above, for its being is bound to the light of thy love. As thy faith and thy smile are its life and its joy, so thy frown or thy change are the storms that destroy. Ah, sweeter to sink while the sky is serene, if time hath a change for thy heart. If to live be to weep over what thou hast been, let me die while I know what thou art. As the last words of the song trembled over the sea, Ione raised her looks. They met those of her lover. Happy Nydia, happy in thy affliction, that thou couldst not see that fascinated and charmed gaze, that said so much, that made the eye the voice of the soul, that promised the impossibility of change. But, though the Thessalian could not detect the gaze, she divined its meaning by their silence, by their sighs. She pressed her hands lightly across her breast, as if to keep down its bitter and jealous thoughts. Then she hastened to speak, for that silence was intolerable to her. "After all, O Glaucus," she said, "there is nothing very mirthful in your strain." "Yet I meant it to be so, when I took up thy lyre, pretty one. Perhaps happiness will not permit us to be mirthful." "How strange it is," said Ione, changing a conversation which oppressed her while it charmed, "that for the last several days yonder cloud has hung motionless over Vesuvius. Yet not indeed motionless, for sometimes it changes its form. Now methinks it looks like some vast giant, with an arm outstretched over the city. Dost thou see the likeness, or is it only to my fancy?" "Fair Ione, I see it also. It is astonishingly distinct. The giant seems seated on the brow of the mountain. The different shades of the cloud appear to form a white robe that sweeps over its vast breast and limbs. It seems to gaze with a steady face upon the city below, to point with one hand, as thou sayest, over its glittering streets, and to raise the other, dost thou note it, towards the higher heaven. It is like the ghost of some huge Titan brooding over the beautiful world he lost, sorrowful for the past, yet with something of menace for the future. Could that mountain have any connection with last night's earthquake? They say that, ages ago, almost in the earliest era of tradition, it gave forth fires as Etna still. Perhaps the flames yet lurk and dart beneath." "It is possible," said Glaucus musingly. "Thou sayest thou art slow to believe in magic," said Nydia suddenly. "I have heard that a potent witch dwells amongst the scorched caverns of the mountain, and yon cloud may be the dim shadow of the demon she confers with." "Thou art full of the romance of thy native Thessaly," said Glaucus, "and a strange mixture of sense and all conflicting superstitions." "We are ever superstitious in the dark," replied Nydia. "Tell me," she added, after a slight pause, "tell me, O Glaucus, do all that are beautiful resemble each other? They say you are beautiful, and Ione also. Are your faces then the same? I fancy not, yet it ought to be so." "Fancy no such grievous wrong to Ione," answered Glaucus, laughing. "But we do not, alas, resemble each other, as the homely and the beautiful sometimes do. Ione's hair is dark, mine light. Ione's eyes are— what color, Ione? I cannot see. Turn them to me. Oh, are they black? No, they are too soft. Are they blue? No, they are too deep. They change with every ray of the sun. I know not their color. But mine, sweet Nydia, are gray, and bright only when Ione shines on them. Ione's cheek is—" "I do not understand one word of thy description," interrupted Nydia peevishly. "I comprehend only that you do not resemble each other, and I am glad of it." "Why, Nydia?" said Ione. Nydia colored slightly. "Because," she replied coldly, "I have always imagined you under different forms, and one likes to know one is right." "And what hast thou imagined Glaucus to resemble?" asked Ione softly. "Music," replied Nydia, looking down. "Thou art right," thought Ione. "And what likeness hast thou ascribed to Ione?" "I cannot tell yet," answered the blind girl. "I have not yet known her long enough to find a shape and sign for my guesses." "I will tell thee then," said Glaucus passionately. "She is like the sun that warms, like the wave that refreshes." "The sun sometimes scorches and the wave sometimes drowns," answered Nydia. "Take then these roses," said Glaucus. "Let their fragrance suggest to thee Ione." "Alas! the roses will fade," said the Neapolitan archly. Thus conversing, they wore away the hours, the lovers conscious only of the brightness and smiles of love, the blind girl feeling only its darkness, its tortures, the fierceness of jealousy and its woe. And now, as they drift on, Glaucus once more resumed the lyre, and woke its strings with a careless hand to a strain, so wildly and gladly beautiful, that even Nydia was roused from her reverie, and uttered a cry of admiration. "Thou seest, my child," cried Glaucus, "that I can yet redeem the character of love's music, and that I was wrong in saying happiness could not be gay. Listen, Nydia, listen, dear Ione, and hear. The birth of love. 1. Like a star in the seas above, like a dream to the waves of sleep, up, up, the incarnate love. She rose from the charmed deep, and over the Cyprian isle the skies shed their silent smile, and the forest green heart is rife with the stir of the gushing life. the life that had leaped to birth in the veins of the happy earth. Hail, oh hail, the dimmest sea cave below thee, the farthest sky arch above, in their innermost stillness know thee, and heave with the birth of love. Gale, soft gale, thou comest on thy silver winglets from thy home in the tender west, now fanning her golden ringlets, now hushed on her heaving breast. And afar on the murmuring sand the seasons wait hand in hand to welcome thee, birth divine, to the earth which is henceforth thine. 2. Behold how she kneels in the shell, bright pearl in its floating cell. Behold how the shell's rose hues the cheek and the breast of snow, and the delicate limbs suffuse, like a blush, with a bashful glow. Sailing on, slowly sailing o'er the wild water, all hail as the fond light is hailing her daughter. All hail, we are thine, all thine evermore, not a leaf on the laughing shore, not a wave on the heaving sea, nor a single sigh in the boundless sky, but is vowed evermore to thee. 3. And thou, my beloved one, thou, as I gaze on thy soft eyes now, methinks from their depths I view the holy birth born anew. Thy lids are the gentle cell where the young love blushing lies. See, she breaks from the mystic shell, she comes from thy tender eyes. Hail, all hail, she comes as she came from the sea, to my soul as it looks on thee. She comes, she comes, she comes as she came from the sea, to my soul as it looks on thee. Hail, all hail. End of Book 3, Chapter 2. Book 3, Chapter 3 of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 3, Chapter 3, The Congregation. Followed by Arbaces, the Nazarene gained the side of the Sarnus. That river, which now has shrunk into a petty stream, then rushed gaily into the sea, covered with countless vessels, and reflecting on its waves the gardens, the vines, the palaces, and the temples of Pompeii. From its more noisy and frequented banks, Olinthus directed his steps to a path which ran amidst a shady vista of trees, at the distance of a few paces from the river. This walk was, in the evening, a favorite resort of the Pompeians, but during the heat and business of the day was seldom visited, save by some groups of playful children, some meditative poet, or some disputative philosophers. At the side farthest from the river, frequent copses of box interspersed the more delicate and effervescent foliage, and these were cut into 1,000 quaint shapes, sometimes into the forms of fauns and satyrs, sometimes into the mimicry of Egyptian pyramids, sometimes into the letters that compose the name of a popular or eminent citizen. Thus the false taste is equally ancient as the pure, and the retired traders of Hackney and Paddington, a century ago, were little aware, perhaps, that in their tortured use in sculpture box they found their models in the most polished period of Roman antiquity, in the gardens of Pompeii and the villas of the fastidious Pliny. This walk now, as the noonday sun shone perpendicularly through the checkered leaves, was entirely deserted. At least no other forms than those of Olinthus and the priest infringed upon the solitude. They sat themselves on one of the benches, placed at intervals between the trees, and facing the faint breeze that came languidly from the river, whose waves danced and sparkled before them, a singular and contrasted pair, the believer in the latest, the priest of the most ancient, worship of the world. "Since thou leftest me so abruptly," said Olinthus, "hast thou been happy? Has thy heart found contentment under these priestly robes? Hast thou, still yearning for the voice of God, heard it whisper comfort to thee from the oracles of Isis? That sigh, that averted countenance, give me the answer my soul predicted." "Alas," answered Arbaces sadly, "thou seest before thee a wretched and distracted man. From my childhood upward I have idolized the dreams of virtue. I have envied the holiness of men who, in caves and lonely temples, have been admitted to the companionship of beings above the world. My days have been consumed with feverish and vague desires, my nights with mocking but solemn visions. Seduced by the mystic prophecies of an impostor, I have endued these robes. My nature, I confess it to thee frankly, my nature has revolted at what I have seen and been doomed to share in. Searching after the truth, I have become but the minister of falsehoods. On the evening in which we last met, I was buoyed by hopes created by that same impostor, whom I ought already to have better known. I have... no matter, suffice it. I have added perjury and sin to rashness and to sorrow. The veil is now rent forever from my eyes. I behold a villain where I obeyed a demigod. The earth darkens in my sight. I am in the deepest abyss of gloom. I know not if there be gods above, if we are the things of chance, if beyond the bounded and melancholy present there is annihilation or a hereafter. Tell me then thy faith. Solve these doubts, if thou hast indeed the power. I do not marvel, answered the Nazarene, that thou hast thus erred, or that thou art thus sceptic. 80 years ago there was no assurance to man of God, or of a certain and definite future beyond the grave. New laws are declared to him who has ears. A heaven, a true Olympus, is revealed to him who has eyes. Heed then, and listen. And with all the earnestness of a man believing ardently himself, and zealous to convert, the Nazarene poured forth to Arbaces the assurances of scriptural promise. He spoke first of the sufferings and miracles of Christ. He wept as he spoke. He turned next to the glories of the Saviour's ascension, to the clear predictions of Revelation. He described that pure and unsensual heaven destined to the virtuous, those fires and torments that were the doom of guilt. The doubts which sprung up to the mind of later reasoners in the immensity of the sacrifice of God to man were not such as would occur to the early heathen. He had been accustomed to believe that the gods had lived upon the earth and taken upon themselves the form of men, had shared in human passions, in human labors, and in human misfortunes. What was the travail of his own Alcmena's son, whose altar now smoked with the incense of countless cities, but a toil for the human race? Had not the great Dorian Apollo expiated a mystic sin by descending to the grave? Those who were the deities of heaven had been the lawgivers or benefactors on earth, and gratitude had led to worship. It seemed, therefore, to the heathen, a doctrine neither new nor strange, that Christ had been sent from heaven, that an immortal had endued immortality, and tasted the bitterness of death, and the end for which he thus toiled and thus suffered. How far more glorious did it seem to Arbaces than that for which the deities of old had visited the netherworld, and passed through the gates of death! Was it not worthy of a god to descend to these dim valleys, in order to clear up the clouds gathered over the dark mound beyond, to satisfy the doubts of sages, to convert speculation into certainty, by example to point out the rules of life, by revelation to solve the enigma of the grave, and to prove that the soul did not yearn in vain when it dreamed of an immortality? In these last was the great argument of those lowly men destined to convert the earth. As nothing is more flattering to the pride and the hopes of man than the belief in a future state, so nothing could be more vague and confused than the notions of the heathen sages upon that mystic subject. Arbaces had already learned that the faith of the philosophers was not that of the herd, that if they secretly professed a creed in some diviner power, it was not the creed which they thought it wise to impart to the community. He had already learned that even the priests ridiculed what he preached to the people, that the notions of the few and the many were never united. But, in this new faith, it seemed to him that philosopher, priest, and people, the expounders of the religion and its followers, were alike accordant. They did not speculate and debate upon immortality. They spoke of as a thing certain and assured. The magnificence of the promise dazzled him, its consolation soothed. For the Christian faith made its early converts among sinners. Many of its fathers and its martyrs were those who felt the bitterness of vice, and who were therefore no longer tempted by its false aspect from the paths of an austere and uncompromising virtue. All the assurances of this healing faith invited to repentance. They were peculiarly adapted to the bruised and sore of spirit. The very remorse which Arbaces felt for his late excesses made him inclined to one who found holiness in that remorse, and who whispered of the joy in heaven over one sinner that repenteth. "Come," said the Nazarene, as he perceived the effect he had produced. "Come to the humble hall in which we meet. A select and a chosen few, listen there to our prayers. Note the sincerity of our repentant tears. Mingle in our simple sacrifice, not of victims nor of garlands, but offered by white-robed thoughts upon the altar of the heart. The flowers that we lay there are imperishable. They bloom over us when we are no more. Nay, they accompany us beyond the grave. They spring up beneath our feet in heaven. They delight us with an eternal odor, for they are of the soul. They partake of its nature. These offerings are temptations overcome, and sins repented. Come, oh come, lose not another moment. Prepare already for the great, the awful journey, from darkness to light, from sorrowness to bliss, from corruption to immortality. This is the day of the Lord the Sun, a day that we have set apart for our devotions. Though we meet usually at night, yet some amongst us are gathered together even now. What joy, what triumph will be with us all, if we can bring one stray lamb into the sacred fold! There seemed to Arbaces, so naturally pure of heart, something ineffably generous and benign in that spirit of conversation which animated Olinthus, a spirit that found its own bliss in the happiness of others, that sought in its wide sociality to make companions for eternity. He was touched, softened, and subdued. He was not in that mood which can bear to be left alone. Curiosity, too, mingled with his purer stimulants. He was anxious to see those rites of which so many dark and contradictory rumors were afloat. He paused a moment, looked over his garb, thought of Arbaces, shuddered with horror, lifted his eyes to the broad brow of the Nazarene, intent, anxious, watchful, but for his benefit, for his salvation. He drew his robe round him, so as wholly to conceal his robes, and said, "Lead on, I follow thee." Olinthus pressed his hand joyfully, and then, descending to the riverside, hailed one of the boats that plied there constantly. They entered it. An awning overhead, while it sheltered them from the sun, screened also their persons from observation. They rapidly skimmed the wave. From one of the boats that passed them floated a soft music, and its prow was decorated with flowers. It was gliding towards the sea. "So," said Olinthus sadly, "unconscious and mirthful in their delusions, sail the votaries of luxury into the great ocean of storm and shipwreck. We pass them, silent and unnoticed, to gain the land." Arbaces, lifting his eyes, caught through the aperture in the awning a glimpse of the face of one of the inmates on that gay bark. It was the face of Ione. The lovers were embarked on the excursion at which we have been made present. The priest sighed, and once more sunk back upon his seat. They reached the shore where, in the suburbs, an alley of small and mean houses stretched towards the bank. They dismissed the boat, landed, and Olinthus, preceding the priest, threaded the labyrinth of lanes, and arrived at last at the closed door of a habitation somewhat larger than its neighbors. He knocked thrice. The door was opened and closed again, as Arbaces followed his guide across the threshold. They passed a deserted atrium, and gained an inner chamber of moderate size, which, when the door was closed, received its only light from a small window cut over the door itself. But, halting at the threshold of this chamber, and knocking at the door, Olinthus said, "Peace be with you." A voice from within returned, "Peace be with whom?" "The faithful," answered Olinthus, and the door opened. 12 or 14 persons were sitting in a semicircle, silent, and seemingly absorbed in thought, and opposite to a crucifix rudely carved in wood. They lifted up their eyes when Olinthus entered, without speaking. The Nazarene himself, before he accosted them, knelt suddenly down, and by his moving lips, and his eyes fixed steadfastly on the crucifix, Arbaces saw that he prayed inly. This rite performed, Olinthus turned to the congregation. "Men and brethren," he said, "start not to behold amongst you a priest of Isis. He hath sojourned with the blind, but the Spirit hath fallen on him. He desires to see, to hear, and to understand." "Let him," said one of the assembly, and Arbaces beheld in the speaker a man still younger than himself, of a countenance equally worn and pallid, of an eye which equally spoke of the restless and fiery operations of a working mind. "Let him," repeated a second voice, and he who thus spoke was in the prime of manhood. His bronze skin and Asiatic features bespoke him a son of Syria. He had been a robber in his youth. "Let him," said a third voice, and the priest, again turning to regard the speaker, saw an old man with a long grey beard, whom he recognized as a slave to the wealthy Diomed. "Let him," repeated simultaneously the rest. men who, with 2 exceptions, were evidently of the inferior ranks. In these exceptions, Arbaces noted an officer of the guard and an Alexandrian merchant. "We do not," recommenced Olinthus, "we do not bind you to secrecy. We impose on you no oaths, as some of our weaker brethren would do. It is true, indeed, that there is no absolute law against us, but the multitude, more savage than their rulers, thirst for our lives. So, my friends, when Pilate would have hesitated, it was the people who shouted, 'Christ to the cross!' But we bind you not to our safety. No, betray us to the crowd. Impeach, calumniate, malign us if you will. We are above death. We should walk cheerfully to the den of the lion, or the rack of the torturer. We can trample down the darkness of the grave, and what is death to a criminal is eternity to the Christian." A low and applauding murmur ran through the assembly. "Thou comest among us as an examiner. Mayest thou remain a convert. Our religion? You behold it. Yon cross, our sole image. Yon scroll, the mysteries of Arceri and Ulysses. Our mortality? It is in our lives. Sinners we all have been. Who now can accuse us of a crime? We have baptized ourselves from the past. Think not that this is of us. It is of God. Approach, Medon," beckoning to the old slave who had spoken third for the admission of Arbaces. "Thou art the sole man amongst us who is not free. But in heaven the last shall be first. So with us. Unfold your scroll, read, and explain." Useless would it be for us to accompany the lecture of Medon, or the comments of the congregation. Familiar now are those doctrines, then strange and new. 18 centuries have left us little to expound upon the lore of Scripture or the life of Christ. To us, too, there would seem little congenial in the doubts that occurred to a heathen priest, and little learned in the answers they received from men uneducated, rude, and simple, possessing only the knowledge that they are greater than they seemed. There was one thing that greatly touched the Neapolitan. When the lecture was concluded, they heard a very gentle knock at the door. The password was given and replied to. The door opened, and 2 young children, the eldest of whom might have told its 7th year, entered timidly. They were the children of the master of the house, that dark and hardy Syrian, whose youth had been spent in pillage and bloodshed. The eldest of the congregation, it was that old slave, opened to them his arms. They fled to the shelter. They crept to his breast, and his hard features smiled as he caressed them. And these bold and fervent men, nursed in vicissitude, beaten by the rough winds of life, men of mailed and impervious fortitude, ready to affront a world, prepared for torment and armed for death, men who presented all imaginable contrasts to the weak nerves, the light hearts, the tender fragility of childhood, crowded round the infants, smoothing their rugged brows and composing their bearded lips to kindly and fostering smiles. Then the old man opened the scroll, and he taught the infants to repeat after him that beautiful prayer which we still dedicate to the Lord, and still teach to our children. And then he told them, in simple phrase, of God's love to the young, and how not a sparrow falls but his eye sees it. This lovely custom of infant initiation was long cherished by the early church, in memory of the words which said, "Suffer little children to come unto me, and forbid them not," and was perhaps the origin of the superstitious calumny which ascribed to the Nazarenes the crime which the Nazarenes, when victorious, attributed to the Jew, viz., the decoying children to hideous rites, at which they were secretly immolated. And the stern paternal penitent seemed to feel in the innocence of his children a return into early life ere yet it sinned. He followed the motion of their young lips with an earnest gaze. He smiled as they repeated, with hushed and reverent looks, the holy words. And when the lesson was done, and they ran, released, and gladly to his knee, he clasped them to his breast, kissed them again and again, and tears flowed fast down his cheek. Tears of which it could have been impossible to trace the source, so mingled they were with joy and sorrow, penitence and hope, remorse for himself, and love for them. Something, I say, there was in this scene which peculiarly affected Arbaces, and, in truth, it is difficult to conceive a ceremony more appropriate to the religion of benevolence, more appealing to the household and everyday affections, striking a more sensitive chord in the human breast. It was at this time that an inner door opened gently, and a very old man entered the chamber, leaning on a staff. At his presence, the whole congregation rose. There was an expression of deep, affectionate respect upon every countenance, and Arbaces, gazing on his countenance, felt attracted towards him by an irresistible sympathy. No man ever looked upon that face without love, for there had dwelt the smile of the Deity, the incarnation of divinest love, and the glory of the smile had never passed away. "My children, God be with you!" said the old man, stretching his arms, and as he spoke the infants ran to his knee. He sat down, and they nestled fondly to his breast. It was beautiful to see that mingling of the extremities of life. The rivers gushing from their early source, the majestic stream gliding to the ocean of eternity. As the light of declining day seems to mingle earth and heaven, making the outline of each scarce visible, and blending the harsh mountain tops with the sky, even so did the smile of that benign old age appear to hallow the aspect of those around, to blend together the strong distinctions of varying years, and to diffuse over infancy and manhood the light of that heaven into which it must soon vanish and be lost. "Father," said Olinthus, "thou on whose form the miracle of the Redeemer worked, thou who wert snatched from the grave to become the living witness of his mercy and his power, behold, a stranger in our meeting, a new lamb gathered to the fold." "Let me bless him," said the old man. The throng gave way. Arbaces approached him as by an instinct. He fell on his knees before him. The old man laid his hands on the priest's head and blessed him, but not aloud. As his lips moved, his eyes were upturned, and tears, those tears that good men only shed in the hope of happiness to another, flowed fast down his cheeks. The children were on either side of the convert. His heart was theirs. He had become as one of them, to enter into the kingdom of heaven. End of Book 3, Chapter 3. Book 3, Chapter 4 of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 3, Chapter 4. The stream of love runs on. Whither? Days are like years in the love of the young, when no bar, no obstacle is between their hearts, when the sun shines and the course runs smooth, when their love is prosperous and confessed. Ione no longer concealed from Glaucus the attachment she felt for him, and their talk now was only of their love. Over the rapture of the present, the hopes of the future glowed like the heaven above the gardens of spring. When they went in their trustful thoughts far down the stream of time, they laid out the chart of their destiny to come. They suffered the light of today to suffuse the morrow. In the youth of their hearts it seemed as if care, and change, and death were as things unknown. Perhaps they loved each other the more because the condition of the world left to Glaucus no aim and no wish but love, because the distractions common in free states to men's affections existed not for the Athenian, because his country wooed him not to the bustle of civil life, because ambition furnished no counterpoise to love, and, therefore, over their schemes and projects, love only reigned. In the Iron Age they imagined themselves of the Golden, doomed only to live and to love. To the superficial observer, who interests himself only in characters strongly marked and broadly colored, both the lovers may seem of too slight and commonplace a mold. In the delineation of characters purposely subdued, the reader sometimes imagines that there is a want of character. Perhaps, indeed, I wrong the real nature of these two lovers by not painting more impressively their stronger individualities. But in dwelling so much on their bright and bird-like existence, I am influenced almost insensibly by the forethought of the changes that await them, and for which they are so ill prepared. It was this very softness and gaiety of life that contrasted most strongly the vicissitudes of their coming fate. For the oak without fruit or blossom, whose hard and rugged heart is fitted for the storm, there is less fear than for the delicate branches of the myrtle and the laughing clusters of the vine. They now advanced far into August. The next month their marriage was fixed, and the threshold of Glaucus was already wreathed with garlands, and nightly, by the door of Ione, he poured forth the rich libations. He existed no longer for his gay companions. He was ever with Ione. In the mornings they beguiled the sun with music. In the evenings they forsook the crowded haunts of the gay for excursions on the water, or along the fertile and vine-clad plains that lay beneath the fatal Mount of Vesuvius. The earth shook no more. The lively Pompeians forgot even that there had gone forth so terrible a warning of their approaching doom. Glaucus imagined that convulsion, in the vanity of his heathen religion, an especial interposition of the gods, less in behalf of his own safety than that of Ione. He offered up the sacrifices of gratitude at the temples of his faith, and even the altar of Isis was covered with his votive garlands. As to the prodigy of the animated marble, he blushed at the effect it had produced on him. He believed it, indeed, to have been wrought by the magic of men, but the result convinced him that it betokened not the anger of a goddess. Of Arbaces they heard only that he still lived. Stretched on the bed of suffering, he recovered slowly from the effect of the shock he had sustained. He left the lovers unmolested, but it was only to brood over the hour and the method of revenge. Alike in their mornings at the house of Ione and in their evening excursions, Nydia was usually their constant and often their sole companion. They did not guess the secret fires which consumed her, the abrupt freedom with which she mingled in their conversation. Her capricious and often her peevish moods found already indulgence in the recollection of the service they owed her, and their compassion for her affliction. They felt an interest in her, perhaps the greater and more affectionate from the very strangeness and waywardness of her nature, her singular alternations of passion and softness, the mixture of ignorance and genius, of delicacy and rudeness, of the quick humours of the child, and the proud calmness of the woman. Although she refused to accept of freedom, she constantly suffered to be free. She went where she listed. No curb was put either on her words or actions. They felt for one so darkly fated, and so susceptible of every wound, the same pitying and compliant indulgence the mother feels for a spoiled and sickly child, dreading to impose authority, even where they imagined it for her benefit. She availed herself of this license by refusing the companionship of the slave whom they wished to attend her. With the slender staff by which she guided her steps, she went now, as in her former unprotected state, along the populous streets. It was almost miraculous to perceive how quickly and how dexterously she threaded every crowd, avoiding every danger, and could find her benighted way through the most intricate windings of the city. But her chief delight was still in visiting the few feet of ground which made the garden of Glaucus, in tending the flowers that at least repaid her love. Sometimes she entered the chamber where he sat, and sought a conversation, which she nearly always broke off abruptly, for conversation with Glaucus only tended to one subject, Ione, and that name from his lips inflicted agony upon her. Often she bitterly repented the service she had rendered to Ione. Often she said inly, if she had fallen, Glaucus could have loved her no longer, and then dark and fearful thoughts crept into her breast. She had not experienced fully the trials that were in store for her when she had been thus generous. She had never before been present when Glaucus and Ione were together. She had never heard that voice so kind to her, so much softer to another. The shock that crushed her heart with the tidings that Glaucus loved had at first only saddened and benumbed. By degrees, jealousy took a wilder and fiercer shape. It partook of hatred. It whispered revenge. As you see the wind only agitate the green leaf upon the bough, while the leaf which has lain withered and seared on the ground, bruised and trampled upon till the sap and life are gone, is suddenly whirled aloft, now here, now there, without stay and without rest, so the love which visits the happy and the hopeful hath but freshness on its wings, its violence is but sportive. But the heart that hath fallen from the green things of life, that is without hope, that hath no summer in its fibres, is torn and whirled by the same wind that but caresses its brethren. It hath no bough to cling to. It is dashed from path to path, till the winds fall, and it is crushed into the mire forever. The friendless childhood of Nydia had hardened prematurely her character. Perhaps the heated scenes of profligation through which she had passed, seemingly unscathed, had ripened her passions, though they had not sullied her purity. The orgies of Burbo might only have disgusted, the banquets of the Egyptian might only have terrified, at the moment, but the winds that passed unheeded over the soil leave seeds behind them. As darkness, too, favors the imagination, so, perhaps, her very blindness contributed to feed with wild and delirious visions the love of the unfortunate girl. The voice of Glaucus had been the first that had sounded musically to her ear. His kindness had made an impression upon her mind. When he had left Pompeii in the former year, she had treasured up in her heart every word he had uttered, and when anyone told her that this friend and patron of the poor flower girl was the most brilliant and the most graceful of the young revelers of Pompeii, she had felt a pleasing pride in nursing his recollection. Even the task which she imposed upon herself, of tending his flowers, served to keep him in her mind. She associated him with all that was most charming to her impressions, and when she had refused to express that image she fancied Ione to resemble, it was partly because that whatever was bright and soft in nature, she had already combined with the thought of Glaucus. If any of my readers ever loved at an age which they would smile to remember, an age in which fancy forestalled the reason, let them say whether that love, among all its strange and complicated delicacies, was not, above all other and later passions, susceptible of jealousy. I seek not here the cause. I know that it is commonly the fact. When Glaucus returned to Pompeii, Nydia had told another year of life. That year, with its sorrows, its loneliness, its trials, had greatly developed her mind and heart, and when the Athenian drew her unconsciously to his breast, deeming her still in soul as in years a child, when he kissed her smooth cheek and wound his arm round her trembling frame, Nydia felt suddenly, as by revelation, that those feelings she had long and innocently cherished were of love, doomed to be rescued from tyranny by Glaucus, doomed to take shelter under his roof, doomed to breathe, but for so brief a time, the same air, and doomed, in the first rush of 1,000 happy, grateful, delicious sentiments of an overflowing heart, to hear that he loved another, to be commissioned to that other, the messenger, the minister, to feel all at once that utter nothingness which she was, which she ever must be, but which, till then, her young mind had not taught her, that utter nothingness to him who was all to her. What wonder that, in her wild and passionate soul, all the elements jarred discordant, that if love reigned over the whole, it was not the love which is born of the more sacred and soft emotions. Sometimes she dreaded only lest Glaucus should discover her secret. Sometimes she felt indignant that it was not suspected. It was a sign of contempt. Could he imagine that she presumed so far? Her feelings to Ione ebbed and flowed with every hour. Now she loved her because he did, now she hated him for the same cause. There were moments when she could have murdered her unconscious mistress, moments when she could have laid down life for her. These fierce and tremulous alternations of passion were too severe to be borne long. Her health gave way, though she felt it not. Her cheek paled, her step grew feebler. Tears came to her eyes more often, and relieved her less. One morning, when she repaired to her usual task in the garden of the Athenian, she found Glaucus under the columns of the peristyle, with a merchant of the town. He was selecting jewels for his destined bride. He had already fitted up her apartment. The jewels he bought that day were placed also within it. They were never fated to grace the fair form of Ione. They may be seen at this day among the disinterred treasures of Pompeii, in the chambers of the studio at Naples. Come hither, Nydia, put down thy vase, and come hither. Thou must take this chain from me. Stay. There, I have put it on. There, Servilius, does it not become her? Wonderfully, answered the jeweler, for jewelers were well-bred and flattering men, even at that day. But when these earrings glitter in the ears of the noble Ione, then, by Bacchus, you will see whether my art adds anything to beauty. Ione, repeated Nydia, who had hitherto acknowledged by smiles and blushes the gift of Glaucus. Yes, replied the Athenian, carelessly toying with the gems. I am choosing a present for Ione, but there are none worthy of her. He was startled as he spoke by an abrupt gesture of Nydia. She tore the chain violently from her neck and dashed it on the ground. How is this? What, Nydia, dost thou not like the bauble? Art thou offended? You treat me ever as a slave and as a child, replied the Thessalian, with ill-suppressed sobs, and she turned hastily away to the opposite corner of the garden. Glaucus did not attempt to follow, or to soothe. He was offended. He continued to examine the jewels and to comment on their fashion, to object to this and to praise that, and finally to be talked by the merchant into buying all, the safest plan for a lover, and a plan that anyone will do right to adopt, provided always that he can obtain an Ione. When he had completed his purchase and dismissed the jeweler, he retired into his chamber, dressed, mounted his chariot, and went to Ione. He thought no more of the blind girl, or her offense. He had forgotten both the one and the other. He spent the forenoon with his beautiful Neapolitan, repaired thence to the baths, supped, if, as we have said before, we can justly so translate the 3 o'clock cona of the Romans, alone, and abroad, for Pompeii had its restaurateurs, and returning home to change his dress ere he again repaired to the house of Ione, he passed the peristyle, but with the absorbed reverie and absent eyes of a man in love, and did not note the form of the poor blind girl, bending exactly in the same place where he had left her. But though he saw her not, her ear recognized at once the sound of his step. She had been counting the moments to his return. He had scarcely entered his favorite chamber, which opened on the peristyle, and seated himself musingly on his couch, when he felt his robe timorously touched, and, turning, he beheld Nydia kneeling before him, and holding up to him a handful of flowers, a gentle and appropriate peace offering. Her eyes, darkly upheld to his own, streamed with tears. I have offended thee, she said, sobbing, and for the first time I would die rather than cause thee a moment's pain. Say that thou wilt forgive me. See, I have taken up the chain. I have put it on. I will never part from it. It is thy gift. My dear Nydia, returned Glaucus, and raising her, he kissed her forehead. Think of it no more. But why, my child, wert thou so suddenly angry? I could not divine the cause. Do not ask, she said, coloring violently. I am a thing full of faults and humours. You know I am but a child. You say so often. Is it from a child that you can expect a reason for every folly? But, prettiest, you will soon be a child no more, and if you would have us treat you as a woman, you must learn to govern these singular impulses and gales of passion. Think not I chide. No, it is for your happiness only I speak. It is true, said Nydia. I must learn to govern myself. I must bide. I must suppress my heart. This is a woman's task and duty. Methinks her virtue is hypocrisy. Self-control is not deceit, my Nydia, returned the Athenian, and that is the virtue necessary alike to man and to woman. It is the true senatorial toga, the badge of the dignity it covers. Self-control, self-control. Well, well, what you say is right. When I listen to you, Glaucus, my wildest thoughts grow calm and sweet, and a delicious serenity falls over me. Advise, guide me ever, my preserver. Thy affectionate heart will be thy best guide, Nydia, when thou hast learned to regulate its feelings. That will be never, sighed Nydia, wiping away her tears. Say not so. The first effort is the only difficult one. I have made many first efforts, answered Nydia innocently. But you, my mentor, do you find it so easy to control yourself? Can you conceal? Can you even regulate your love for Ione? Love, dear Nydia? That is quite another matter, answered the young preceptor. I thought so, replied Nydia, with a melancholy smile. Glaucus, wilt thou take my poor flowers? Do with them as thou wilt. Thou canst give them to Ione, she added, with a little hesitation. Nay, Nydia, answered Glaucus kindly, divining something of jealousy in her language, though he imagined it only the jealousy of a vain and susceptible child. I will not give thy pretty flowers to anyone. Sit here and weave them into a garland. I will wear it this night. It is not the first those delicate fingers have woven for me. The poor girl delightedly sat down beside Glaucus. She drew from her girdle a ball of the many-colored threads, or rather slender ribbons, used in the weaving of garlands, and which, for it was her professional occupation, she carried constantly with her, and began quickly and gracefully to commence her task. Upon her young cheeks the tears had already dried. A faint but happy smile played round her lips. Childlike, indeed, she was sensible only of the joy of the present hour. She had reconciled to Glaucus. He had forgiven her. She was beside him. He played caressingly with her silken hair. His breath fanned her cheek. Ione, the cruel Ione, was not by. None other divided his care. Yes, she was happy and forgetful. It was one of the few moments in her brief and troubled life that it was sweet to treasure, to recall. As the butterfly, allured by the winter sun, basks for a little in the sudden light, ere yet the wind awakes and the frost comes, which shall blast it before the eve. She rested beneath a beam, which, by contrast with the wonted skies, was not chilling, and the instinct, which should have warned her of its briefness, bade her only gladden in its smile. "Thou hast beautiful locks," said Glaucus. "They were once, I ween well, a mother's delight." Nydia sighed. It would seem that she had not been born a slave, but she ever shunned the mention of her parentage, and, whether obscure or noble, certain it is that her birth was never known by her benefactors, nor by anyone in those distant shores, even to the last. The child of sorrow and of mystery, she came and went as some bird that enters our chamber for a moment. We see it flutter for a while before us. We know not whence it flew, or to what region it escapes. Nydia sighed, and after a short pause, without answering the remark, said, "But do I weave too many roses in my wreath, Glaucus? They tell me it is thy favourite flower." "And ever favoured, my Nydia, be it by those who have the soul of poetry. It is the flower of love, of festival. It is also the flower we dedicate to silence and to death. It blooms on our brows in life, while life be worth the having. It is scattered above our sepulchre when we are no more." "Ah, would," said Nydia, "instead of this perishable wreath, that I could take thy web from the hand of the fates, and insert the roses there." "Pretty one! Thy wish is worthy of a voice so attuned to song." "It is uttered in the spirit of song, and whatever my doom, I thank thee." "Whatever thy doom, is it not already destined to all things bright and fair? My wish was vain. The fates will be as tender to thee as I should." "It may not be so, Nydia, were it not for love. While youth lasts, I may forget my country for a while. But what Athenian, in his graver manhood, can think of Athens as she was, and be contented that he is happy, while she is fallen? Fallen and forever? And why forever? As ashes cannot be rekindled, as love once dead can never revive, so freedom departed from a people is never regained. But talk we not of these matters unsuited to thee." "To me? Oh, thou errest. I too have my sighs for Greece. My cradle was rocked at the foot of Olympus. The gods have left the mountain, but their traces may be seen in the hearts of their worshippers, seen in the beauty of their clime. They tell me it is beautiful, and I have felt its airs, to which even these are harsh, its sun, to which these skies are chill. Oh, talk to me of Greece. Poor fool that I am, I can comprehend thee. And, methinks, had I yet lingered on those shores, had I been a Grecian maid whose happy fate it was to love and to be loved, I myself could have armed my lover for another Marathon, a new Plataea. Yes, the hand that now weaves the roses should have woven thee the olive crown." "If such a day could come," said Glaucus, catching the enthusiasm of the blind Thessalian, and half rising. "But no, the sun has set, and the night only bids us be forgetful, and in forgetfulness be gay. Weave still the roses." But it was with a melancholy tone of forced gaiety that the Athenian uttered the last words, and sinking into a gloomy reverie, he was only awakened from it, a few minutes afterwards, by the voice of Nydia, as she sang in a low tone the following words, which he had once taught her. The Apology for Pleasure. 1. Who will assume the bays that the hero wore? wreaths on the tomb of days gone evermore. Who shall disturb the brave, or one leaf on their holy grave? The laurel is vowed to them, leave the bay on its sacred stem. But this, the rose, the fading rose, alike for slave and freeman grows. 2. If memory sit beside the dead with tombs her only treasure, if hope is lost and freedom fled, the more excuse for pleasure. Come, weave the wreath, the roses weave, the rose at least is ours. To feeble hearts our fathers leave, in pitying scorn, the flowers. 3. On the summit worn and hoary of Phile's solemn hill, the tramp of the brave is still, and still in the sadness mart, the pulse of the mighty heart, whose very blood was glory. Glaucus forsakes her own, the angry gods forget us, but yet the blue streams along walk the feet of the silver song, and the night bird wakes the moon, and the bees in the blushing noon haunt the heart of the old Hymettus. We are fallen, but not forlorn, if something is left to cherish. As love was the earliest born, so love is the last to perish. 4. Wreathe then the roses, wreathe the beautiful still is ours. While the streams still flow and the sky shall glow, the beautiful still is ours. Whatever is fair, or soft, or bright, in the lap of day or the arms of night, whispers our soul of Greece, and hushes our care with a voice of peace. Wreathe then the roses, wreathe. They tell me of earlier hours, and I hear the heart of my country breathe from the lips of the stranger's flowers. End of Book 3, Chapter 4. Book 3, Chapter 5 of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 3, Chapter 5. Nydia encounters Julia. Interview of the heathen sister and converted brother. An Athenian's notion of Christianity. What happiness to Ione! What bliss to be ever by the side of Glaucus, to hear his voice! And she too can see him! Such was the soliloquy of the blind girl, as she walked alone and at twilight to the house of her new mistress, whither Glaucus had already preceded her. Suddenly she was interrupted in her fond thoughts by a female voice. Blind girl, whither goest thou? There is no pannier under thine arm. Hast thou sold all thy flowers? The person thus accosting Nydia was a lady of a handsome but a bold and unmaidenly countenance. It was Julia, the daughter of Diomed. Her veil was half raised as she spoke. She was accompanied by Diomed himself, and by a slave carrying a lantern before them. The merchant and his daughter were returning home from a supper at one of their neighbors. Dost thou not remember my voice? Continued Julia. I am the daughter of Diomed the wealthy. Ah, forgive me. Yes, I recall the tones of your voice. No, noble Julia, I have no flowers to sell. I heard that thou wert purchased by the beautiful Greek Glaucus. Is that true, pretty slave? Asked Julia. I serve the Neapolitan Ione, replied Nydia evasively. Ah, and it is true, then. Come, interrupted Diomed, with his cloak up to his mouth. The night grows cold. I cannot stay here while you prat to that blind girl. Come, let her follow you home if you wish to speak to her. Do, child, said Julia, with the air of one not accustomed to be refused. I have much to ask of thee. Come. I cannot this night. It grows late, answered Nydia. I must be at home. I am not free, noble Julia. What, the meek Ione will chide thee? Ay, I doubt not she is a second Thalestris. But come, then, tomorrow. Do. Remember I have been thy friend of old. I will obey thy wishes, answered Nydia, and Diomed again impatiently summoned his daughter. She was obliged to proceed, with the main question she had desired to put to Nydia unasked. Meanwhile, we return to Ione. The interval of time that had elapsed that day between the first and second visit of Glaucus had not been too gaily spent. She had received a visit from her brother. Since the night he had assisted in saving her from the Egyptian, she had not before seen him. Occupied with his own thoughts of so serious and intense a nature, the young priest had thought little of his sister. In truth, men, perhaps of that fervent order of mind which is ever aspiring above earth, are but little prone to the earthlier affections, and it had been long since Arbaces had sought those soft and friendly interchanges of thought, those sweet confidences which in his earlier youth had bound him to Ione, and which are so natural to that endearing connection which existed between them. Ione, however, had not ceased to regret his estrangement. She had attributed it, at present, to the engrossing duties of his severe fraternity. And often, amidst all her bright hopes, and her new attachment to her betrothed, often, when she thought of her brother's brow prematurely furrowed, his unsmiling lip, and bended frame, she sighed to think that the service of the gods could throw so deep a shadow over that earth which the gods created. But this day, when he visited her, there was a strange calmness on his features, a more quiet and self-possessed expression in his sunken eyes, than she had marked for years. This apparent improvement was but momentary. It was a false calm which the least breeze could ruffle. "May the gods bless thee, my brother," she said, embracing him. "The gods! Speak not thus vaguely. Perchance there is but one God." "My brother? What if the sublime faith of the Nazarene be true? What if God be a monarch, one, invisible, alone? What if these numerous, countless deities, whose altars fill the earth, be but evil demons, seeking to wean us from the true creed? This may be the case, Ione." "Alas, can we believe it? Or if we believed, would it not be a melancholy faith?" answered the Neapolitan. "What! All this beautiful world made only human? Mountain disenchanted of its Ored, the waters of their nymph, that beautiful prodigality of faith which makes everything divine, consecrating the meanest flowers, bearing celestial whispers in the faintest breeze? Wouldst thou deny this, and make the earth mere dust and clay? No, Arbaces, all that is brightest in our hearts is that very credulity which peoples the universe with gods." Ione answered as a believer, in the poesy of the old mythology would answer. We may judge by that reply how obstinate and hard the contest which Christianity had to endure among the heathens. The graceful superstition was never silent. Every, the most household, action of their lives was entwined with it. It was a portion of life itself, as the flowers are a part of the thyrsus. At every incident they recurred to a god. Every cup of wine was prefaced by a libation. The very garlands on their households were dedicated to some divinity. Their ancestors themselves, made holy, presided as lares over their hearth and hall. So abundant was belief with them, that in their own climes, at this hour, idolatry has never thoroughly been outrooted. It changes but its objects of worship. It appeals to innumerable saints where once it resorted to divinities, and it pours its crowds, in listening reverence, to oracles at the shrines of Saint Januarius or Saint Stephen, instead of those of Isis or Apollo. But these superstitions were not to the early Christians the object of contempt so much of as horror. They did not believe, with the quiet skepticism of the heathen philosopher, that the gods were inventions of the priest, nor even with the vulgar, that, according to the dim light of history, they had been mortals like themselves. They imagined the heathen divinities to be evil spirits. They transplanted to Italy and to Greece the gloomy demons of India and the East, and in Jupiter or in Mars they shuddered at the representative of Moloch or of Satan. Arbaces had not yet adopted formally the Christian faith, but he was already on the brink of it. He already participated the doctrines of Olinthus. He already imagined that the lively imaginations of the heathen were the suggestions of the arch-enemy of mankind. The innocent and natural answer of Ione made him shudder. He hastened to reply vehemently, and yet so confusedly, that Ione feared for his reason more than she dreaded his violence. "Ah, my brother," she said, "these hard duties of thine have shattered thy very sense. Come to me, Arbaces, my brother, my own brother. Give me thy hand. Let me wipe the dew from thy brow. Chide me not now. I understand thee not. Think only that Ione could not offend thee." Ione, said Arbaces, drawing her towards him and regarding her tenderly, can I think that this beautiful form, this kind heart, may be destined to an eternity of torment? Dii meliora, the gods forbid, said Ione, in the customary form of words by which her contemporaries thought an omen might be averted. The words, and still more the superstition they implied, wounded the ear of Arbaces. He rose, muttering to himself, turned from the chamber, then stopping halfway, gazed wistfully on Ione, and extended his arms. Ione flew to them in joy. He kissed her earnestly, and then he said, Farewell, my sister. When we next meet, mayest thou be to me as nothing. Take thou, then, this embrace, full yet of all the tender reminiscences of childhood, when faith and hope, creeds, customs, interests, objects, were the same to us. Now, the tie is to be broken. With these strange words, he left the house. The great and severest trial of the primitive Christians was indeed this. Their conversion separated them from their dearest bonds. They could not associate with beings whose commonest actions, whose commonest forms of speech, were impregnated with idolatry. They shuddered at the blessings of love. To their ears it was uttered in a demon's name. This, their misfortune, was their strength. If it divided them from the rest of the world, it was to unite them proportionally to each other. They were men of iron who wrought forth the word of God, and verily the bonds that bound them were of iron also. Glaucus found Ione in tears. He had already assumed the sweet privilege to console. He drew from her a recital of her interview with her brother. But in her confused account of language, itself so confused to one not prepared for it, he was equally at a loss with Ione to conceive the intentions or the meaning of Arbaces. Hast thou ever heard much, she asked, of this new sect of the Nazarenes, of which my brother spoke? I have often heard enough of the votaries, replied Glaucus, but of their exact tenets I know not, save that their doctrine there seemeth something preternaturally chilling and morose. They live apart from their kind. They affect to be shocked even at our simple uses of garlands. They have no sympathies with the cheerful amusements of life. They utter awful threats of the coming destruction of the world. They appear, in one word, to have brought their unsmiling and gloomy creed out of the cave of Trophonius. Yet, continued Glaucus, after a slight pause, they have not wanted men of great power and genius, nor converts, even among the Areopagites of Athens. Well do I remember to have heard my father speak of one strange guest at Athens, many years ago. Methinks his name was Paul. My father was amongst a mighty crowd that gathered on one of our immemorial hills to hear this sage of the East expound. Through the wide throng there rang not a single murmur. The jest and the roar with which our native orators are received were hushed for him. And when on the loftiest summit of that hill, raised above the breathless crowd below, stood this mysterious visitor, his mien and his countenance awed every heart, even before a sound left his lips. He was a man, I have heard my father say, of no tall stature, but of noble and impressive mien. His robes were dark and ample. The declining sun, for it was evening, shone aslant upon his form as it rose aloft, motionless and commanding. His countenance was much worn and marked, as of one who had braved alike misfortune and the sternest vicissitude of many climes. But his eyes were bright with an almost unearthly fire, and when he raised his arm to speak, it was with the majesty of a man into whom the spirit of a god hath rushed. Men of Athens, he is reported to have said, I find amongst ye an altar with this inscription, To the unknown God. Ye worship in ignorance the same deity I serve. To you unknown till now, to you be it now revealed. Then declared that solemn man how this great maker of all things, who had appointed unto man his several tribes and his various homes, the Lord of earth and the universal heaven, dwelt not in temples made with hands, that his presence, his spirit, were in the air we breathed. Our life and our being were with him. Think you, he cried, that the invisible is like your statues of gold and marble? Think you that he needeth sacrifice from you, he who made heaven and earth? Then he spoke of fearful and coming times, of the end of the world, of a second rising of the dead, whereof an assurance had been given to man in the resurrection of the mighty being whose religion he came to preach. When he thus spoke, the long-pent murmur went forth, and the philosophers that were mingled with the people muttered their sage contempt. There might you have seen the chilling frown of the Stoic, and the cynic's sneer, and the Epicurean, who believeth not even in our own Elysium, muttered a pleasant jest, and swept laughing through the crowd. But the deep heart of the people was touched and thrilled, and they trembled, though they knew not why. For verily the stranger had the voice and majesty of a man to whom the unknown God had committed the preaching of his faith. Ione listened with rapt attention, and the serious and earnest manner of the narrator betrayed the impression that he himself had received from one who had been amongst the audience, that on the hill of the heathen Mars had heard the first tidings of the word of Christ. End of Book 3, Chapter 5. Book 3, Chapter 6 of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 3, Chapter 6. The Porter, the Girl, and the Gladiator. The door of Diomed's house stood open, and Medon, the old slave, sat at the bottom of the steps by which you ascended to the mansion. That luxurious mansion of the rich merchant of Pompeii is still to be seen just without the gates of the city, at the commencement of the Street of Tombs. It was a gay neighborhood, despite the dead. On the opposite side, but at some yards nearer the gate, was a spacious hostelry, at which those brought by business or by pleasure to Pompeii often stopped to refresh themselves. In the space before the entrance of the inn now stood wagons and carts and chariots, some just arrived, some just quitting, in all the bustle of an animated and popular resort of public entertainment. Before the door, some farmers, seated on a bench by a small circular table, were talking over their morning cups, on the affairs of their calling. On the side of the door itself was painted gaily and freshly the eternal sign of the checkers. By the roof of the inn stretched a terrace, on which some females, wives of the farmers above mentioned, were, some seated, some leaning over the railing, and conversing with their friends below. In a deep recess, at a little distance, was a covered seat, in which some 2 or 3 poorer travelers were resting themselves, and shaking the dust from their garments. On the other side stretched a wide space, originally the burial ground of a more ancient race than the present decadents of Pompeii, and now converted into a eustrinum, or place for the burning of the dead. Above this rose the terraces of a gay villa, half hid by trees. The tombs themselves, with their graceful and varied shapes, the flowers and the foliage that surrounded them, made no melancholy feature in the prospect. Hard by the gate of the city, in a small niche, stood the still form of the well-disciplined Roman sentry, the sun shining brightly on his polished crest and the lance on which he leaned. The gate itself was divided into 3 arches, the center one for vehicles, the others for foot passengers. And on either side rose the massive walls which girt the city, composed, patched, repaired at 1,000 different epochs, according as war, time, or the earthquake had shattered that vain protection. At frequent intervals rose square towers, whose summits broke in a picturesque rudeness the regular line of the wall, and contrasted well with the modern buildings gleaming whitely by. The curving road, which in that direction leads from Pompeii to Herculaneum, wound out of sight amidst hanging vines, above which frowned the sullen majesty of Vesuvius. "Hast thou heard the news, old Medon?" said a young woman, with a pitcher in her hand, as she paused by Diomed's door to gossip a moment with the slave, ere she repaired to the neighboring inn to fill the vessel, and coquette with the travelers. "News? What news?" said the slave, raising his eyes moodily from the ground. "Why, there passed through the gate this morning, no doubt ere thou wert well awake, such a visitor to Pompeii." "Aye," said the slave indifferently. "Yes, a present from the noble Pomponianus." "A present? I thought thou sayest a visitor." "It is both visitor and present." "No, O dull and stupid! that it is a most beautiful young tiger for our approaching games in the amphitheater. Hear you that, Meeden? Oh, what pleasure! I declare I shall not sleep a wink till I see it. They say it has such a roar." "Poor fool," said Meeden, sadly and cynically. "Fool? Me no fool, old cur. It is a pretty thing, a tiger, especially if we could but find somebody for him to eat. We have now a lion and a tiger. Only consider that, Meeden, and for want of two good criminals perhaps we shall be forced to see them eat each other. By the by, your son is a gladiator, a handsome man and a strong. Can you not persuade him to fight the tiger? Do now, you would oblige me mightily. Nay, you would be a benefactor to the whole town." "Va, va," said the slave, with great asperity. "Think of thine own danger, ere thou thus pratest of my poor boy's death." "My own danger," said the girl, frightened and looking hastily around. "Avert the omen. Let thy words fall on thine own head." And the girl, as she spoke, touched a talisman suspended round her neck. "Thine own danger. What danger threatens me?" "Had the earthquake but a few nights since no warning?" said Meeden. "Has it not a voice? Did it not say to us all, 'Prepare for death, the end of all things is at hand'?" "Bah, stuff," said the young woman, settling the folds of her tunic. "Now thou talkest as they say the Nazarenes talked. Methinks thou art one of them. Well, I can prate with thee, grey croaker, no more. Thou growest worse and worse. Vale! O Hercules, send us a man for the lion, and another for the tiger. Ho, ho, for the merry, merry show, with a forest of faces in every row. Lo, the swordsman, bold as the son of Alcmena, sweeps side by side o'er the hushed arena. Talk while you may, you will hold your breath when they meet in the grasp of the glowing death. Tramp, tramp, how gaily they go. Ho, ho, for the merry, merry show." Chanting in a silver and clear voice this feminine ditty, and holding up her tunic from the dusty road, the young woman stepped lightly across the crowded hostelry. "My poor son," said the slave half aloud, "is it for things like this thou art to be butchered? O faith of Christ! I could worship thee in all sincerity, were it but for the horror which thou inspirest for these bloody lists." The old man's head sank dejectedly on his breast. He remained silent and absorbed, but every now and then with the corner of his sleeve he wiped his eyes. His heart was with his son. He did not see the figure that now approached from the gate with a quick step, and a somewhat fierce and reckless gait and carriage. He did not lift his eyes till the figure paused opposite the place where he sat, and with a soft voice addressed him by the name of "Father!" "My boy! My Lyden! Is it indeed thou?" said the old man joyfully. "Oh, thou wert present to my thoughts!" "I am glad to hear it, my father," said the gladiator, respectfully touching the knees and the beard of the slave. "And soon may I be always present with thee, not in thought only." "Yes, my son, but not in this world," replied the slave mournfully. "Talk not thus, O my sire. Look cheerfully, for I feel so. I am sure that I shall win the day, and then the gold I gain buys thy freedom. Oh, father, it was but a few days since that I was taunted, by one, too, whom I would gladly have undeceived, for he is more generous than the rest of his equals. He is not Roman. He is of Athens. By him I was taunted with the lust of gain. When I demanded what sum was the prize of victory, alas, he knew little of the soul of Lyden." My boy," said the old slave, as, slowly ascending the steps, he conducted his son to his own little chamber, communicating with the entrance hall, which in this villa was the peristyle, not the atrium. "You may see it now. It is the third floor to the right on entering. The first door conducts to the staircase. The second is but a false recess, in which there stood a statue of bronze." "Generous, affectionate, pious are thy motives," said Meeden, when they were thus secured from observation. "Thy deed itself is guilt. Thou art to risk thy blood for thy father's freedom. That might be forgiven. But the price of victory is the blood of another. Oh, that is a deadly sin. No object can purify it. Forbear, forbear. Rather would I be a slave forever than purchase liberty on such terms. Hush, my father, replied Lytton, somewhat impatiently. Thou hast picked up in this new creed of thine, of which I pray thee not to speak to me. For the gods that gave me strength denied me wisdom, and I understand not one word of what thou often preachest to me. Thou hast picked up, I say, in this new creed, some singular fantasies of right and wrong. Pardon me if I offend thee, but reflect, against whom shall I contend? Oh, couldst thou know those wretches with whom, for thy sake, I assort, thou wouldst think I purified earth by removing one of them. Beasts, whose very lips drop blood, things, all savage, undisciplined in their very courage, ferocious, heartless, senseless. No tie of life can bind them. They know not fear, it is true, but neither know they gratitude, nor charity, nor love. They are made but for their own career, to slaughter without pity, to die without dread. Can thy gods, whosoever they be, look with wrath on a conflict with such as these, and in such a cause? O my father, wherever the powers above gaze down on the earth, they behold no duty so sacred, so sanctifying, as the sacrifice offered to an aged parent by the piety of a grateful son. The poor old slave, himself deprived of the lights of knowledge, and only late a convert to the Christian faith, knew not with what arguments to enlighten an ignorance at once so dark, and yet so beautiful in its error. His first impulse was to throw himself on his son's breast, his next to start away to wring his hands, and in the attempt to reprove, his broken voice lost itself in weeping. And if, resumed Lytton, if thy deity, methinks thou wilt own but one, be indeed that benevolent and pitying power which thou assertest him to be, he will know also that thy very faith in him first confirmed me in that determination thou blamest. How? What mean you? Said the slave. Why, thou knowest that I, sold in my childhood as a slave, was set free at Rome by the will of my master, whom I had been fortunate enough to please. I hastened to Pompeii to see thee. I found thee already aged and infirm, under the yoke of a capricious and pampered lord. Thou hast lately adopted this new faith, and its adoption made thy slavery doubly painful to thee. It took away all the softening charm of custom, which reconciles us so often to the worst. Didst thou not complain to me that thou wert compelled to offices that were not odious to thee as a slave, but guilty as a Nazarene? Didst thou not tell me that thy soul shook with remorse when thou wert compelled to place even a crumb of cake before the lares that watch over yon impluvium, that thy soul was torn by a perpetual struggle? Didst thou not tell me that even by pouring wine before the threshold, and calling on the name of some Grecian deity, thou didst fear that thou wert incurring penalties worse than those of Tantalus, an eternity of tortures more terrible than those of the Tartarian fields? Didst thou not tell me this? I wondered, I could not comprehend, nor, by Hercules, could I now, but I was thy son, and my sole task was to compassionate and to relieve. Could I hear thy groans? Could I witness thy mysterious horrors, thy constant anguish, and remain inactive? No, by the immortal gods! The thought struck me like light from Olympus. I had no money, but I had strength and youth. These were thy gifts. I could sell these in my turn for thee. I learned the amount of thy ransom. I learned that the usual prize of a victorious gladiator would doubly pay it. I became a gladiator. I linked myself with those accursed men, scorning, loathing, while I joined. I acquired their skill. Blessed be the lesson. It shall teach me to free my father. Oh, that thou couldst hear Olinthus, sighed the old man, more and more affected by the virtue of his son, but not less strongly convinced of the criminality of his purpose. I will hear the whole world talk if thou wilt, answered the gladiator gaily, but not till thou art a slave no more. Beneath thy own roof, my father, thou shalt puzzle this dull brain all day long, ay, and all night too, if it give thee pleasure. Oh, such a spot as I have chalked out for thee. It is one of the 999 shops of the old Julia Felix, in the sunny part of the city, where thou mayest bask before the door in the day, and I will sell the oil and the wine for thee, my father. And then, please Venus, Or if it does not please her, since thou lovest not her name, it is all one to Leyden, then I say, perhaps thou mayest have a daughter too, to tend thy grey hairs, and hear shrill voices at thy knee, that shall call thee Leyden's father. Ah, we shall be so happy. The prize can purchase all. Cheer thee, cheer up, my sire. And now I must away. Day wears. The lanista waits me. Come, thy blessing. As Leyden thus spoke, he had already quitted the dark chamber of his father, and speaking eagerly, though in a whispered tone, they now stood at the same place in which we introduced the porter at his post. Oh, bless thee, my brave boy, said Meaden fervently, and may the great power that reads all hearts see the nobleness of thine, and forgive its error. The tall shape of the gladiator passed swiftly down the path. The eyes of the slave followed its light but stately steps, till the last glimpse was gone, and then, sinking once more on his seat, his eyes again fastened themselves on the ground. His form, mute and unmoving, as a thing of stone. His heart, who, in our happier age, can even imagine its struggles, its commotion. May I enter? Said a sweet voice. Is thy mistress Julia within? The slave mechanically motioned to the visitor to enter, but she who addressed him could not see the gesture. She repeated her question timidly, but in a louder voice. Have I not told thee? Said the slave peevishly. Enter. Thanks, said the speaker plaintively, and the slave, roused by the tone, looked up and recognized the blind flower girl. Sorrow can sympathize with affliction. He raised himself and guided her steps to the head of the adjacent staircase, by which you descended to Julia's apartment, where, summoning a female slave, he consigned her to the charge of the blind girl. End of Book 3, Chapter 6. Book 3, Chapter 7 of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 3, Chapter 7. The dressing room of a Pompeian beauty. Important conversation between Julia and Nydia. The elegant Julia sat in her chamber, with her slaves around her. Like the cubiculium which adjoined it, the room was small, but much larger than the usual apartments appropriated to sleep, which were so diminutive that few who have ever not seen the bedchambers, even in the gayest mansions, can form any notion of the petty pigeonholes in which the citizens of Pompeii evidently thought it desirable to pass the night. But, in fact, bed with the ancients was not that grave, serious, and important part of domestic mysteries which it is with us. The couch itself was more like a very narrow and small sofa, light enough to be transported easily, and by the occupant himself, from place to place. And it was, no doubt, constantly shifted from chamber to chamber, according to the caprice of the inmate, or the changes of the season, for that side of the house which was crowded in one month might, perhaps, be carefully avoided in the next. There was also among the Italians of that period a singular and fastidious apprehension of too much daylight. Their darkened chambers, which first appear to us the result of a negligent architecture, were the effect of the most elaborate study. In their porticos and gardens they courted the sun whenever it so pleased their luxurious tastes. In the interior of their houses they sought rather the coolness and the shade. Julia's apartment at that season was in the lower part of the house, immediately beneath the staterooms above, and looking upon the garden, with which it was on a level. The wide door, which was glazed, alone admitted the morning rays, yet her eye, accustomed to a certain darkness, was sufficiently acute to perceive exactly what colors were the most becoming, what shade of the delicate rouge gave the brightest beam to her dark glance, and the most youthful freshness to her cheek. On the table before which she sat was a small and circular mirror of the most polished steel, round which, in precise order, were arranged the cosmetics and unguents, the perfumes and the paints, the jewels and combs, the ribbons and the gold pins, which were destined to add to the natural attractions of beauty the assistance of art and the capricious allurements of fashion. Through the dimness of the room glowed brightly the vivid and various colorings of the wall, in all the dazzling frescoes of Pompeian taste. Before the dressing table, and under the feet of Julia, was spread a carpet, woven from the looms of the East. Near at hand, on another table, was a silver basin and ewer, an extinguished lamp of most exquisite workmanship, in which the artist had represented a Cupid reposing under the spreading branches of a myrtle tree, and a small roll of papyrus, containing the softest elegies of Tibullus. Before the door which communicated with the cubiculum hung a curtain richly broidered with gold flowers. Such was the dressing-room of a beauty 18 centuries ago. The fair Julia leaned indolently back on her seat, while the ornatrix, i.e. hairdresser, slowly piled, one above the other, a mass of small curls, dexterously weaving the false with the true, and carrying the whole fabric to a height that seemed to place the head rather at the center than the summit of the human form. Her tunic of a deep amber, which well set off her dark hair and somewhat embrowned complexion, swept in ample folds to her feet, which were cased in slippers, fastened round the slender ankle by white thongs, while a profusion of pearls were embroidered in the slipper itself, which was of purple, and turned slightly upward, as do the Turkish slippers at this day. An old slave, skilled by long experience in the arcana of the toilet, stood beside the hairdresser, with the broad and studded girdle of her mistress over her arm, and giving, from time to time, mingled with judicious flattery to the lady herself, instructions to the mason of the ascending pile. "Put that pin rather more to the right. Lower, stupid one! Do you not observe how even those beautiful eyebrows are? You would think you were dressing Corinna, whose face is all of one side. Now put in the flowers. What fool! Not that dull pink. You are not suiting the colors to the dim cheeks of Chloris. It must be the brightest flowers that can alone suit the cheek of the young Julia." "Gently," said the lady, stamping her foot violently. "You pull my hair as if you were plucking a weed." "Dull thing," continued the directress of the ceremony, "do you not know how delicate is your mistress? You are not dressing the coarse horsehair of the widow Fulvia. Now then, the ribbon. That's right. Fair Julia, look in the mirror. Saw you ever anything so lovely as yourself?" When, after innumerable comments, difficulties, and delays, the intricate tower was at length completed, the next preparation was that of giving to the eyes the soft languish, produced by a dark powder applied to the lids and brows. A small patch cut in the form of a crescent, skilfully placed by the rosy lips, attracted attention to their dimples, and to the teeth, to which already every art had been applied in order to heighten the dazzle of their natural whiteness. To another slave, hitherto idle, was now consigned the charge of arranging the jewels. The earrings of pearl, 2 to each ear, the massive bracelets of gold, the chain formed of rings of the same metal, to which a talisman cut in crystals was attached, the graceful buckle on the left shoulder, in which was set an exquisite cameo of Psyche, the girdle of purple ribbon, richly wrought with threads of gold and clasped by interlacing serpents, and lastly the various rings, fitted to every joint of the white and slender fingers. The toilet was now arranged according to the last mode of Rome. The fair Julia regarded herself with a last gaze of complacent vanity, and reclining again upon her seat, she bade the youngest of her slaves, in a listless tone, to read to her the enamored couplets of Tibullus. This lecture was still proceeding when a female slave admitted Nydia into the presence of the lady of the place. "Salve, Julia," said the flower girl, arresting her steps within a few paces from the spot where Julia sat, and crossing her arms upon her breast. "I have obeyed your commands." "You have done well, flower girl," answered the lady. "Approach. You may take a seat." One of the slaves placed a stool by Julia, and Nydia seated herself. Julia looked hard at the Thessalian for some moments in rather an embarrassed silence. She then motioned her attendants to withdraw, and to close the door. When they were alone, she said, looking mechanically at Nydia, and forgetting that she was with one who could not observe her countenance, "You serve the Neapolitan Ione?" "I am with her at present," answered Nydia. "Is she as handsome as they say?" "I know not," replied Nydia. "How can I judge?" "Ah, I should have remembered. But thou hast ears, if not eyes. Do thy fellow slaves tell thee she is handsome? Slaves talking with one another forget to flatter even their mistress. They tell me that she is beautiful. They say that she is tall? Yes. Why, so am I. Dark-haired? I have heard so. So am I. And doth Glaucus visit her much? Daily, replied Nydia with a half-suppressed sigh. Daily indeed. Does he find her handsome? I should think so, since they are soon to be wedded. Wedded? Cried Julia, turning pale even through the false roses on her cheek, and starting from her couch. Nydia did not, of course, perceive the emotion she had caused. Julia remained a long time silent, but her heaving breast and flashing eyes would have betrayed, to one who could have seen, the wound her vanity had sustained. They tell me thou art a Thessalian, she said, at last breaking silence. And truly, Thessaly is a land of magic and of witches, of talisman and of love philters, said Julia. It has ever been celebrated for its sorcerers, returned Nydia timidly. Knowest thou, then, blind Thessalian, of any love charms? I, said the flower girl, coloring. I? How should I? No, assuredly not. The worse for thee. I could have given thee gold enough to purchase thy freedom, hadst thou been more wise. But what, asked Nydia, can induce the beautiful and wealthy Julia to ask that question of her servant? Has she not money, and youth, and loveliness? Are they not love charms enough to dispense with magic? To all but one person in the world, answered Julia haughtily. But methinks thy blindness is infectious, but no matter. And that one person, said Nydia eagerly. Is not Glaucus, replied Julia, with the customary deceit of her sex. Glaucus? No. Nydia drew her breath more freely, and after a short pause, Julia recommenced. But talking of Glaucus, and his attachment to this Neapolitan, reminded me of the influence of love spells which, for I ought know or care, she may have exercised upon him. Blind girl, I love, and, shall Julia live to say it, am loved not in return. This humbles, nay, not humbles, but it stings my pride. I would see this ingrate at my feet, not in order that I might raise, but that I might spurn him. When they told me thou wert Thessalian, I imagined thy young mind might have learned the dark secrets of thy clime. Alas, no, murmured Nydia. Would it had. Thanks, at least for that kindly wish, said Julia, unconscious of what was passing in the breast of the flower girl. But tell me, thou heardest the gossip of slaves, always prone to these dim beliefs, always ready to apply sorcery for their own low loves. Hast thou ever heard of an Eastern magician in this city, who possesses the art of which thou art ignorant? No vain chiromancer, no juggler of the marketplace, but some more potent and mighty magician of India or of Egypt? Of Egypt? Yes, said Nydia, shuddering. What Pompeian has not heard of Arbaces? Arbaces? True, replied Julia, grasping at the recollection. They say he is a man above all the petty and false impostures of dull pretenders, that he is versed in the learning of the stars, and the secrets of the ancient Nox. Why not in the mysteries of love? If there be one magician living whose art is above that of others, it is that dread man, answered Nydia, and she felt her talisman while she spoke. Is he too wealthy to divine for money? Continued Julia sneeringly. Can I not visit him? It is an evil mansion for the young and the beautiful, replied Nydia. I have heard, too, that he languishes in... An evil mansion, said Julia, catching only the first sentence. Why so? The orgies of his midnight leisure are impure and polluted, at least so says rumor. By Ceres, by Pan, by Cybele, thou dost but provoke my curiosity, instead of exciting my fears, returned the wayward and pampered Pompeian. I will seek and question of his lore. If to these orgies love be admitted, why, the more likely he knows its secrets. Nydia did not answer. I will seek him this very day, resumed Julia. Nay, why not this very hour? At daylight, and in his present state, thou hast assuredly the less to fear, answered Nydia. yielding to her own sudden and secret wish to learn if the dark Egyptian were indeed possessed of those spells to rivet and attract love, of which the Thessalian had so often heard. "And who dare insult the rich daughter of Diomed?" said Julia haughtily. "I will go." "May I visit thee afterwards to learn the result?" asked Nydia anxiously. "Kiss me for thy interest in Julia's honour," answered the lady. "Yes, assuredly. This eve we sup abroad. Come hither at the same hour tomorrow, and thou shalt know all. I may have to employ thee too, but enough for the present. Stay, take this bracelet for the new thought thou hast inspired me with. Remember, if thou servest Julia, she is grateful and she is generous." "I cannot take thy present," said Nydia, putting aside the bracelet. "But young as I am, I can sympathize unbought with those who love, and love in vain." "Sayest thou so?" returned Julia. "Thou speakest like a free woman, and thou shalt yet be free. Farewell." End of Book 3, Chapter 7. Book 3, Chapter 8 of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 3, Chapter 8. Julia seeks Arbaces. The results of that interview. Arbaces was seated in a chamber which opened on a kind of balcony or portico that fronted his garden. His cheek was pale and worn with the sufferings he had endured, but his iron frame had already recovered from the severest effects of that accident which had frustrated his fell designs in the moment of victory. The air that came fragrantly to his brow revived his languid senses, and the blood circulated more freely than it had done for days through his shrunken veins. "So then," he thought, "the storm of fate has broken and blown over. The evil which my lore predicted, threatening life itself, has chanced, and yet I live. It came as the stars foretold, and now the long, bright, and prosperous career which was to succeed that evil, if I survived it, smiles beyond. I have passed. I have subdued the latest danger of my destiny. Now I have but to lay out the gardens of my future fate, unterrified and secure. First, then, of all my pleasures, even before that of love, shall come revenge. This Greek boy, who has crossed my passion, thwarted my designs, baffled me even when the blade was about to drink his accursed blood, shall not a second time escape me. But for the method of my vengeance, of that let me ponder well. O Ate, if thou art indeed a goddess, fill me with thy direst inspiration." The Egyptian sank into an intent reverie, which did not seem to present to him any clear or satisfactory suggestions. He changed his position restlessly, as he revolved scheme after scheme, which no sooner occurred than it was dismissed. Several times he struck his breast and groaned aloud, with the desire of vengeance, and a sense of his impotence to accomplish it. While thus absorbed, a boy-slave timidly entered the chamber. A female, evidently of rank from her dress, and that of the single slave who attended her, waited below and sought an audience with Arbaces. "A female?" His heart beat quick. "Is she young?" "Her face is concealed by her veil, but her form is slight, yet round as that of youth." "Admit her," said the Egyptian. For a moment his vain heart dreamed the stranger might be Ione. The first glance of the visitor, now entering the apartment, sufficed to undeceive so erring a fancy. True, she was about the same height as Ione, and perhaps the same age. True, she was finely and richly formed. But where was that undulating and ineffable grace which accompanied every motion of that peerless Neapolitan? The chaste and decorous garb, so simple even in the care of its arrangement, the dignified yet bashful step, the majesty of womanhood and its modesty? Pardon me that I rise with pain, said Arbaces, gazing at the stranger. I am still suffering from recent illness. Do not disturb thyself, O great Egyptian, returned Julia, seeking to disguise the fear she already experienced beneath the ready resort of flattery, and forgive an unfortunate female who seeks consolation from thy wisdom. Draw near, fair stranger, said Arbaces, and speak without apprehension or reserve. Julia placed herself on a seat beside the Egyptian, and wonderingly gazed around an apartment whose elaborate and costly luxuries shamed even the ornate enrichment of her father's mansion. Fearfully, too, she regarded the hieroglyphical inscriptions on the walls, the faces of the mysterious images which at every corner gazed upon her, the tripod at a little distance, and, above all, the grave and remarkable countenance of Arbaces himself. A long white robe like a veil half covered his raven locks and flowed to his feet. His face was made even more impressive by its present paleness, and his dark and penetrating eyes seemed to pierce the shelter of her veil and explore the secrets of her vain and unfeminine soul. "And what," said his low, deep voice, "brings thee, O maiden, to the house of the Eastern stranger?" "His fame," replied Julia. "In what?" he said, with a strange and slight smile. "Canst thou ask, O wise Arbaces? Is not thy knowledge the very gossip theme of Pompeii?" "Some little lore I have indeed treasured up," replied Arbaces, "but in what can such serious and sterile secrets benefit the ear of beauty?" "Alas!" said Julia, a little cheered by the accustomed accents of adulation, "does not sorrow fly to wisdom for relief? And they who love unrequitedly, are not they the chosen victims of grief?" "Ha!" said Arbaces, "can unrequited love be the lot of so fair a form, whose model proportions are visible even beneath the folds of thy graceful robe? Deign, O maiden, to lift thy veil, that I may see, at least, if the face correspond in loveliness with the form." Not unwilling, perhaps, to exhibit her charms, and thinking they were likely to interest the magician in her fate, Julia, after some slight hesitation, raised her veil, and revealed a beauty which, but for art, had been indeed attractive to the fixed gaze of the Egyptian. "Thou comest to me for advice in unhappy love," he said. "Well, turn that face on the ungrateful one. What other love charm can I give thee?" "Oh, cease these courtesies," said Julia. "It is a love charm, indeed, that I would ask from thy skill." "Fair stranger," replied Arbaces, somewhat scornfully, "love spells are not among the secrets I have wasted the midnight oil to attain." "Is it indeed so? Then pardon me, great Arbaces, and farewell." "Stay," said Arbaces, who, despite his passion for Ione, was not unmoved by the beauty of his visitor, and had he been in the flush of a more assured health, might have attempted to console the fair Julia by other means than those of supernatural wisdom. "Stay, although I confess that I have left the witchery of philters and potions to those whose trade is in such knowledge, yet I am myself not so dull to beauty, but that in earlier youth I may have employed them in my own behalf. I may give thee advice, at least, if thou wilt be candid with me. Tell me then, first, art thou unmarried, as thy dress betokens?" "Yes," said Julia. "And, being unblessed with fortune, wouldst thou allure some wealthy suitor?" "I am richer than he who disdains me." "Strange and more strange! And thou lovest him who loves not thee?" "I know not if I love him," answered Julia haughtily, "but I know that I would see myself triumph over a rival. I would see him who rejected me my suitor. I would see her whom he has preferred in her turn despised." "A natural ambition and a womanly," said the Egyptian in a tone too grave for irony. "Yet more, fair maiden, wilt thou confide to me the name of thy lover? Can he be Pompeian and despise wealth, even if blind to beauty?" "He is of Athens," answered Julia, looking down. "Ha!" cried the Egyptian, impetuously, as the blood rushed to his cheek. "There is but one Athenian, young and noble, in Pompeii. Can it be Glaucus of whom thou speakest?" "Ah, betray me not, so indeed they call him." The Egyptian sank back, gazing vacantly on the averted face of the merchant's daughter, and muttering inly to himself. This conference, with which he had hitherto only trifled, amusing himself with the credulity and vanity of his visitor, might it not minister to his revenge? "I see thou canst assist me not," said Julia, offended by his continued silence. "Guard at least my secret. Once more, farewell." "Maiden," said the Egyptian, in an earnest and serious tone, "thy suit hath touched me. I will minister to thy will. Listen to me. I have not myself dabbled in these lesser mysteries, but I know one who hath. At the base of Vesuvius, less than a league from the city, there dwells a powerful witch. Beneath the rank dews of the new moon she has gathered the herbs which possess the virtue to chain love in eternal fetters. Her art can bring thy lover to thy feet. Seek her, and mention to her the name of Arbaces. She fears that name, and will give thee her most potent philters." "Alas," answered Julia, "I know not the road to the home of her whom thou speakest of. The way, short though it be, is long to traverse for a girl who leaves, unknown, the house of her father. The country is entangled with wild vines, and dangerous with precipitous caverns. I dare not trust to mere strangers to guide me. The reputation of women of my rank is easily tarnished, and though I care not who knows that I love Glaucus, I would not have it imagined that I obtained his love by a spell." "Were I but 3 days advanced in health," said the Egyptian, rising and walking, as if to try his strength across the chamber, but with irregular and feeble steps, "I myself would accompany thee. Well, thou must wait." "But Glaucus is soon to wed the hated Neapolitan." "Wed?" "Yes, in the early part of next month." "So soon? Art thou well advised of this?" "From the lips of her own slave." "It shall not be," said the Egyptian impetuously. "Fear nothing, Glaucus shall be thine. Yet how, when thou obtainest it, canst thou administer to him this potion? My father has invited him, and, I believe, the Neapolitan also, to a banquet, on the day following tomorrow. I shall then have the opportunity to administer it." "So be it," said the Egyptian, with eyes flashing such fierce joy that Julia's gaze sank trembling beneath them. "Tomorrow eve, then, order thy litter. Thou hast one at thy command." "Surely, yes," returned the purse-proud Julia. "Order thy litter. At 2 miles' distance from the city is a house of entertainment, frequented by the wealthier Pompeians, from the excellence of its baths and the beauty of its gardens. There canst thou pretend only to shape thy course. There, ill or dying, I will meet thee by the statue of Silenus, in the copse that skirts the garden, and I myself will guide thee to the witch. Let us wait till, with the evening star, the goats of the herdsmen are gone to rest, when the dark twilight conceals us, and none shall cross our steps. Go home and fear not. By Hades, swears Arbaces, the sorcerer of Egypt, that Ione shall never wed with Glaucus." "And that Glaucus shall be mine," added Julia, filling up the incomplete sentence. "Thou hast said it," replied Arbaces, and Julia, half frightened at this unhallowed appointment, but urged on by jealousy and the pique of rivalship, even more than love, resolved to fulfill it. Left alone, Arbaces burst forth. "Bright stars that never lie, ye already begin the execution of your promises, success in love, and victory over foes, for the rest of my smooth existence. In the very hour when my mind could devise no clue to the goal of vengeance, have ye sent this fair fool for my guide?" He paused in deep thought. "Yes," he said again, but in a calmer voice, "I could not myself have given to her the poison that shall indeed be a philter. His death might be thus tracked to my door, but the witch, aye, there is the fit, the natural agent of my designs." He summoned one of his slaves, bade him hasten to track the steps of Julia, and acquaint himself with her name and condition. This done, he stepped forth into the portico. The skies were serene and clear, but he, deeply read in the signs of various change, beheld in one mass of cloud, far on the horizon, which the wind began slowly to agitate, that a storm was brooding above. "It is like my vengeance," he said, as he gazed. "The sky is clear, but the cloud moves on." End of Book 3, Chapter 8. Book 3, Chapter 9 of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 3, Chapter 9. Storm in the South, the Witch's Cavern. It was when the heats of noon died gradually away from the earth that Glaucus and Ione went forth to enjoy the cool and grateful air. At that time, various carriages were in use among the Romans. The one most used by the richer citizens, when they required no companion in their excursion, was the biga, already described in the early portion of this work. That appropriated to the matrons was termed the carpentum, which had commonly 2 wheels. The ancients used also a sort of litter, a vast sedan chair, more commodiously arranged than the modern, inasmuch as the occupant thereof could lie down at ease, instead of being perpendicularly and stiffly jostled up and down. There was another carriage, used both for traveling and for excursions in the country. It was commodious, containing 3 or 4 persons with ease, having a covering which could be raised at pleasure, and, in short, answering very much the purpose of, though very different in shape from, the modern briska. It was a vehicle of this description that the lovers, accompanied by one female slave of Ione, now used in their excursion. About 10 miles from the city there was at that day an old ruin, the remains of a temple, evidently Grecian, and as for Glaucus and Ione, everything Grecian possessed an interest. They had agreed to visit these ruins. It was thither they were now bound. Their road lay among vines and olive groves, till, winding more and more towards the higher ground of Vesuvius, the path grew rugged. The mules moved slowly, and with labor, and at every opening in the wood they beheld those gray and horrent caverns indenting the parched rock, which Strabo has described, but which the various revolutions of time and the volcano have removed from the present aspect of the mountain. The sun, sloping towards his descent, cast long and deep shadows over the mountain. Here and there they still heard the rustic reed of the shepherd amongst copses of the beechwood and wild oak. Sometimes they marked the form of the silk-haired and graceful Capella, with its wreathing horn and bright gray eye, which, still beneath the Ausonian skies, recalls the eclogues of Maro, browsing halfway up the hills. And the grapes, already purple with the smiles of the deepening summer, glowed out from the arched festoons which hung pendant from tree to tree. Above them, light clouds floated in the serene heavens, sweeping so slowly athwart the firmament that they scarcely seemed to stir, while, on their right, they caught, ever and anon, glimpses of the waveless sea, with some light bark skimming its surface, and the sunlight breaking over the deep in those countless and softest hues so peculiar to that delicious sea. "How beautiful," said Glaucus in a half-whispered tone, "is that expression by which we call earth our mother! With what a kindly, equal love she pours her blessings upon her children! And even to those sterile spots to which nature has denied beauty, she yet contrives to dispense her smiles. Witness the arbutus and the vine, which she wreathes over the arid and burning soil of yon extinct volcano. Ah, in such an hour and scene as this, well might we imagine that the fawn should peep forth from those green festoons, or that we might trace the steps of the mountain nymph through the thickest mazes of the glade. But the nymphs ceased, beautiful Ione, when thou wert created." There is no tongue that flatters like a lover's, and yet, in the exaggeration of his feelings, flattery seems to him commonplace. Strange and prodigical exuberance, which soon exhausts itself by overflowing. They arrived at the ruins. They examined them with that fondness with which we trace the hallowed and household vestiges of our own ancestry. They lingered there till Hesperus appeared in the rosy heavens, and then returning homeward in the twilight, they were more silent than they had been, for in the shadow and beneath the stars they felt more oppressively their mutual love. It was at this time that the storm which the Egyptian had predicted began to creep visibly over them. At first, a low and distant thunder gave warning of the approaching conflict of the elements, and then rapidly rushed above the dark ranks of the serried clouds. The suddenness of storms in that climate is something almost preternatural, and might well suggest to early superstition the notion of a divine agency. A few large drops broke heavily among the boughs that half overhung their path, and then, swift and intolerably bright, the forked lightning darted across their very eyes, and was swallowed up by the increasing darkness. "Swifter, good Carocarius," said Glaucus to the driver. "The tempest comes on apace." The slave urged on the mules. They went swift over the uneven and stony road. The clouds thickened, near and more near broke the thunder, and fast rushed the dashing rain. "Dost thou fear," whispered Glaucus, as he sought excuse in the storm to come nearer to Ione. "Not with thee," she said softly. At that instant, the carriage, fragile and ill contrived, as, despite their graceful shapes, were, for practical uses, most of such inventions at that time, struck violently into a deep rut, over which lay a log of fallen wood. The driver, with a curse, stimulated his mules yet faster for the obstacle. The wheel was torn from the socket, and the carriage suddenly overset. Glaucus, quickly extricating himself from the vehicle, hastened to assist Ione, who was fortunately unhurt. With some difficulty they raised the caruca, or carriage, and found that it ceased any longer even to afford them shelter. The springs that fastened the covering were snapped asunder, and the rain poured fast and fiercely into the interior. In this dilemma, what was to be done? They were yet some distance from the city. No house, no aid, seemed near. "There is," said the slave, "a smith about a mile off. I could seek him, and he might fasten at least the wheel of the caruca. By Jupiter! How the rain beats! My mistress will be wet before I come back." "Run thither at least," said Glaucus. "We must find the best shelter we can till you return." The lane was overshadowed with trees, beneath the amplest of which Glaucus drew Ione. He endeavored, by stripping his own cloak, to shield her yet more from the rapid rain, but it descended with a fury that broke through all puny obstacles. And suddenly, while Glaucus was yet whispering courage to his beautiful charge, the lightning struck one of the trees immediately before them, and split with a mighty crash its huge trunk in twain. This awful incident apprised them of the danger they braved in their present shelter, and Glaucus looked anxiously round for some less perilous place of refuge. "We are now," he said, "halfway up the ascent of Vesuvius. There ought to be some cavern, or hollow in the vine-clad rocks, could we but find it, in which the deserting nymphs have left a shelter." While thus saying, he moved from the trees, and looking wistfully toward the mountain, discovered through the advancing gloom a red and tremulous light at no considerable distance. "That must come," he said, "from the hearth of some shepherd or vine-dresser. It will guide us to some hospitable retreat. Wilt thou stay here while I— Yet no, that would be to leave thee to danger." "I will go with you cheerfully," said Ione. "Open as the space seems, it is better than the treacherous shelter of these boughs." Half leading, half carrying Ione, Glaucus, accompanied by the trembling female slave, advanced toward the light, which yet burned red and steadfastly. At length the space was no longer open. Wild vines entangled their steps, and hid from them, save by imperfect intervals, the guiding beam. But faster and fiercer came the rain, and the lightning assumed its most deadly and blasting form. They were still, therefore, impelled onward, hoping at last, if the light eluded them, to arrive at some cottage or some friendly cavern. The vines grew more and more intricate. The light was entirely snatched from them, but a narrow path, which they trod with labor and pain, guided only by the constant and long-lingering flashes of the storm, continued to lead them towards its direction. The rain ceased suddenly. Precipitous and rough crags of scorched lava frowned before them, rendered more fearful by the lightning that illumined the dark and dangerous soil. Sometimes the blaze lingered over the iron-gray heaps of scoria, covered in part with ancient mosses or stunted trees, as if seeking in vain for some gentler product of earth, more worthy of its ire, and sometimes leaving the whole of that part of the scene in darkness. The lightning, broad and sheeted, hung redly over the ocean, tossing far below, until its waves seemed glowing into fire. And so intense was the blaze that it brought vividly into view even the sharp outline of the more distant windings of the bay, from the eternal Misenum, with its lofty brow, to the beautiful Sorrentum and the giant hills behind. Our lovers stopped in perplexity and doubt, when suddenly, as the darkness that gloomed between the fierce flashes of lightning once more wrapped them round, they saw near, but high before them, the mysterious light. Another blaze, in which heaven and earth were reddened, made visible to them the whole expanse. No house was near, but just where they had beheld the light, they thought they saw in the recess of the cavern the outline of a human form. The darkness once more returned. The light, no longer pale beneath the fires of heaven, burned forth again. They resolved to ascend towards it. They had to wind their way among vast fragments of stone, here and there overhung with wild bushes, but they gained nearer and nearer to the light, and at length they stood opposite the mouth of a kind of cavern, apparently formed by huge splinters of rock that had fallen transversely athwart each other. And, looking into the gloom, each drew back involuntarily with a superstitious fear and chill. A fire burned in the far recess of the cave, and over it was a small cauldron. On a tall and thin column of iron stood a rude lamp. Over that part of the wall, at the base of which burned the fire, hung in many rows, as if to dry, a profusion of herbs and weeds. A fox, crouched before the fire, gazed upon the strangers with its bright and red eye, its hair bristling, and a low growl stealing from between its teeth. In the center of the cave was an earthen statue, which had 3 heads of a singular and fantastic cast. They were formed by the real skulls of a dog, a horse, and a boar. A low tripod stood before this wild representation of the popular Hecate. But it was not these appendages and appliances of the cave that thrilled the blood of those who gazed fearfully therein. It was the face of its inmate. Before the fire, with the light shining full upon her features, sat a woman of considerable age. Perhaps in no country are there seen so many hags as in Italy. In no country does beauty so awfully change, in age, to hideousness the most appalling and revolting. But the woman now before them was not one of these specimens of the extreme of human ugliness. On the contrary, her countenance betrayed the remains of a regular but high and aquiline order of feature, with stony eyes turned upon them, with a look that met and fascinated theirs. They beheld in that fearful countenance the very image of a corpse. The same, the glazed and lustreless regard, the blue and shrunken lips, the drawn and hollow jaw, the dead, lank hair of a pale gray, the vivid green ghastly skin which seemed all surely tinged and tainted by the grave. "It is a dead thing," said Glaucus. "Nay, it stirs. It is a ghost or larva," faltered Ione as she clung to the Athenian's breast. "Oh, away, away!" groaned the slave. "It is the witch of Vesuvius!" "Who are ye?" said a hollow and ghostly voice, "and what do ye here?" The sound, terrible and deathlike as it was, suiting well the countenance of the speaker, and seeming rather the voice of some bodiless wanderer of the Styx than living mortal, would have made Ione shrink back into the pitiless fury of the storm. But Glaucus, though not without some misgiving, drew her into the cavern. "We are storm-beaten wanderers from the neighboring city," he said, "and decoyed hither by yon light. We crave shelter and the comfort of your hearth." As he spoke, the fox rose from the ground and advanced towards the strangers, showing, from end to end, its white teeth, and deepening in its menacing growl. "Down, slave!" said the witch, and at the sound of her voice the beast dropped at once, covering its face with its brush, and keeping only its quick, vigilant eye fixed upon the invaders of its repose. "Come to the fire, if ye will," said she, turning to Glaucus and his companions. "I never welcome living things, save the owl, the fox, the toad, and the viper. So I cannot welcome ye, but come to the fire without welcome. Why stand upon form?" The language in which the hag addressed them was a strange and barbarous Latin, interlarded with many words of some more rude and ancient dialect. She did not stir from her seat, but gazed stonily upon them as Glaucus now released Ione of her outer wrapping garments, and making her place herself on a log of wood, which was the only other seat he perceived at hand, fanned with his breath the embers into a more glowing fire. The slave, encouraged by the boldness of her superiors, divested herself also of her long pela, and crept timorously to the opposite corner of the hearth. "We disturb you, I fear," said the silver voice of Ione, in conciliation. The witch did not reply. She seemed like one who has awakened for a moment from the dead, and has then relapsed once more into the eternal slumber. "Tell me," she said suddenly, and after a long pause, "are ye brother and sister?" "No," said Ione, blushing. "Are ye married?" "Not so," replied Glaucus. "Ho, lovers! Ha, 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 ha!" And the witch laughed so loud and so long that the caverns rang again. The heart of Ione stood still at that strange mirth. Glaucus muttered a rapid counterspell to the omen, and the slave turned as pale as the cheek of the witch herself. "Why dost thou laugh, old crone?" said Glaucus, somewhat sternly, as he concluded his invocation. "Did I laugh?" said the hag absently. "She is in her dotage," whispered Glaucus. As he said this, he caught the eye of the hag fixed upon him with a malignant and vivid glare. "Thou liest," she said abruptly. "Thou art an uncourteous welcomer," returned Glaucus. "Hush, provoke her not, dear Glaucus," whispered Ione. "I will tell thee why I laughed when I discovered ye were lovers," said the old woman. "It was because it is a pleasure to the old and withered to look upon young hearts like yours, and to know the time will come when you will loathe each other. Loathe! Loathe! Ha, 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 ha!" It was now Ione's turn to pray against the unpleasing prophecy. "The gods forbid," she said. "Yet, poor woman, thou knowest little of love, or thou wouldst know that it never changes." "Was I young once, think ye?" returned the hag quickly. "And am I old and hideous and deathly now? Such as is the form, so is the heart." With these words she sank again into a stillness profound and fearful, as if the cessation of life itself. "Hast thou dwelt here long?" said Glaucus after a pause, feeling uncomfortably oppressed beneath the silence so appalling. "Ah, long. Yes. It is but a drear abode." "Ha, thou mayest well say that. Hell is beneath us," replied the hag, pointing her bony finger to the earth. "And I will tell thee a secret. The dim things below are preparing wrath for ye above, you, the young, and the thoughtless, and the beautiful." "Thou utterest but evil words, ill becoming the hospitable," said Glaucus, "and in future I will brave the tempest rather than thy welcome." "Thou wilt do well. None shall ever seek me, save the wretched." "And why the wretched?" asked the Athenian. "I am the witch of the mountain," replied the sorceress, with a ghastly grin. "My trade is to give hope to the hopeless. For the crossed in love I have philters. For the avaricious, promises of treasure. For the malicious, potions of revenge. For the happy and the good, I have only what life has, curses. Trouble me no more." With this, the grim tenant of the cave relapsed into a silence so obstinate and sullen that Glaucus in vain endeavored to draw her into further conversation. She did not evince, but any alteration of her locked and rigid features, that she even heard him. Fortunately, however, the storm, which was brief as violent, began now to relax. The rain grew less and less fierce, and at last, as the clouds parted, the moon burst forth in the purple opening of heaven, and streamed clear and full into that desolate abode. Never had she shone, perhaps, on a group more worthy of the painter's art. The young, the all-beautiful Ione, seated by that rude fire, her lover already forgetful of the presence of the hag, at her feet, gazing upward to her face, and whispering sweet words. The pale and affrighted slave at a little distance, and the ghastly hag resting her deadly eyes upon them, yet seemingly serene and fearless, for the companionship of love hath such power, were these beautiful beings, things of another sphere, in that dark and unholy cavern, with its gloomy quaintness of appurtenance. The fox regarded them from his corner with his keen and fiery eye, and as Glaucus now turned towards the witch, he perceived for the first time, just under her seat, the bright gaze and crested head of a large snake. Whether it was that vivid coloring of the Athenian's cloak, thrown over the shoulders of Ione, attracted the reptile's anger. Its crest began to glow and rise, as if menacing and preparing itself to spring upon the Neapolitan. Glaucus caught quickly at one of the half-burned logs upon the hearth, and, as if enraged at the action, the snake came forth from its shelter, and with a loud hiss raised itself on end till its height nearly approached that of the Greek. "Witch," cried Glaucus, "command thy creature, or thou wilt see it dead." "It has been despoiled of its venom," said the witch, aroused at his threat, but ere the words had left her lip, the snake had sprung upon Glaucus. Quick and watchful, the agile Greek leaped lightly aside, and struck so fell and dexterous a blow on the head of the snake that it fell prostrate and writhing among the embers of the fire. The hag sprung up and stood confronting Glaucus with a face which would have befitted the fiercest of the Furies. So utterly dire and wrathful was its expression, yet even in horror and ghastliness preserving the outline and trace of beauty, and utterly free from that coarse grotesque at which the imaginations of the North have sought the source of terror. "Thou hast," she said, in a slow and steady voice, which belied the expression of her face, so much was it passionless and calm, "thou hast had shelter under my roof, and warmth at my hearth. Thou hast returned evil for good. Thou hast smitten and haply slain the thing that loved me and was mine. Nay, more, the creature, above all others, consecrated to gods and deemed venerable by man. Now hear thy punishment. By the moon, who is the guardian of the sorceress, by Orcus, who is the treasurer of wrath, I curse thee, and thou art cursed. May thy love be blast. May thy name be blackened. May the infernals mark thee. May thy heart wither and scorch. May thy last hour recall to thee the prophet voice of the saga of Vesuvius. And thou," she added, turning sharply towards Ione and raising her right arm, when Glaucus burst impetuously on her speech. "Hag," he cried, "forbear. Me thou hast cursed, and I commit myself to the gods. I defy and scorn thee. But breathe but one word against yon maiden, and I will convert the oath on thy foul lips to thy dying groan. Beware." "I have done," replied the hag, laughing wildly, "for in thy doom is she who loves the accursed, and not the less, that I heard her lips breathe thy name, and know by what word to commend thee to the demons. Glaucus, thou art doomed." So saying, the witch turned from the Athenian, and kneeling down beside her wounded favorite, which she dragged from the hearth, she turned to them her face no more. "O Glaucus," said Ione, greatly terrified, "what have we done? Let us hasten from this place. The storm has ceased. Good mistress, forgive him. Recall thy words. He meant but to defend himself. Accept this peace offering to unsay the said." And Ione, stooping, placed her purse on the hag's lap. "Away," she said bitterly, "away. The oath once woven the fates only can untie. Away." "Come, dearest," said Glaucus impatiently. "Thinkest thou that the gods above us or below hear the impotent ravings of dotage? Come!" Long and loud rang the echoes of the cavern with the dread laugh of the saga. She deigned no further reply. The lovers breathed more freely when they gained the open air. Yet the scene they had witnessed, the words and the laughter of the witch, still fearfully dwelt with Ione, and even Glaucus could not thoroughly shake off the impression they had bequeathed. The storm had subsided, save, now and then, a low thunder muttered in the distance amidst the darker clouds, or a momentary flash of lightning affronted the sovereignty of the moon. With some difficulty they regained the road, where they found the vehicle already sufficiently repaired for their departure, and the carucarius calling loudly upon Hercules to tell him where his charge had vanished. Glaucus vainly endeavored to cheer the exhausted spirits of Ione, and scarce less vainly to recover the elastic tone of his own natural gaiety. They soon arrived before the gate of the city. As it opened to them, a litter borne by slaves impeded their way. "It is too late for egress," cried the sentinel to the inmate of the litter. "Not so," said a voice which the lovers started to hear. It was a voice they well recognized. "I am bound to the villa of Marcus Polybius. I shall return shortly. I am Arbaces the Egyptian." The scruples of him at the gate were removed, and the litter passed close beside the carriage that bore the lovers. "Arbaces at this hour? Scarce recovered too, methinks? Whither or for what can he leave the city?" said Glaucus. "Alas," replied Ione, bursting into tears, "my soul feels still more and more the omen of evil. Preserve us, O ye gods, or at least," she murmured inly, "preserve my Glaucus." End of Book 3, Chapter 9. Book 3, Chapter 10 of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 3, Chapter 10. The Lord of the Burning Belt and his minion. Fate writes her prophecy in red letters, but who shall read them? Arbaces had tarried only till the cessation of the tempest allowed him, under cover of night, to seek the saga of Vesuvius. Borne by those of his trustier slaves, in whom in all more secret expeditions he was accustomed to confide, he lay extended along his litter, and resigning his sanguine heart to the contemplation of vengeance gratified and love possessed. The slaves in so short a journey moved very little slower than the ordinary pace of mules, and Arbaces soon arrived at the commencement of a narrow path, which the lovers had not been fortunate enough to discover, but which, skirting the thick vines, led at once to the habitation of the witch. Here he rested the litter, and bidding his slaves conceal themselves and the vehicle among the vines from the observation of any chance passenger, he mounted alone, with steps still feeble but supported by a long staff, the drear and sharp ascent. Not a drop of rain fell from the tranquil heaven, but the moisture dripped mournfully from the laden boughs of the vine, and now and then collected in tiny pools in the crevices and hollows of the rocky way. Strange passions these for a philosopher, thought Arbaces, that lead one like me just new from the bed of death, and lapped even in health amidst the roses of luxury, across such nocturnal paths as this. But passion and vengeance treading to their goal can make an Elysium of a Tartarus. High, clear, and melancholy shone the moon above the road of that dark wayfarer, glossing herself in every pool that lay before him, and sleeping in shadow along the sloping mount. He saw before him the same light that had guided the steps of his intended victims, but, no longer contrasted by the blackened clouds, it shone less redly clear. He paused, as at length he approached the mouth of the cavern, to recover breath, and then, with his wonted collected and stately mien, he crossed the unhallowed threshold. The fox sprang up at the ingress of this newcomer, and by a long howl announced another visitor to his mistress. The witch had resumed her seat, and her aspect of grave-like and grim repose. By her feet, upon a bed of dry weeds which half covered it, lay the wounded snake, but the quick eye of the Egyptian caught its scales glittering in the reflected light of the opposite fire, as it writhed, now contracting, now lengthening its folds, in pain and unsated anger. "Down, slave!" said the witch, as before, to the fox, and, as before, the animal dropped to the ground, mute but vigilant. "Rise, servant of Nox and Arbaces," said Arbaces commandingly. "A superior in thine art salutes thee. Rise and welcome him." At these words the hag turned her gaze upon the Egyptian's towering form and dark features. She looked long and fixedly upon him, as he stood before her in his oriental robe, and folded arms, and steadfast and haughty brow. "Who art thou," she said at last, "that callest thyself greater in art than the saga of the burning fields, and the daughter of the perished Etrurian race?" "I am he," answered Arbaces, "from whom all cultivators of magic, from north to south, from east to west, from the Ganges and the Nile to the vales of Thessaly and the shores of the yellow Tiber, have stooped to learn." "There is but one such man in these places," answered the witch, "whom the men of the outer world, unknowing his loftier attributes and more secret fame, call Arbaces the Egyptian. To us of a higher nature and deeper knowledge, his rightful appellation is Hermes of the burning girdle." "Look again," returned Arbaces, "I am he." As he spoke he drew aside his robe, and revealed a censer seemingly of fire, that burned round his waist, clasped in the center by a plate whereupon was engraven some sign apparently vague and unintelligible, but which was evidently not unknown to the saga. She rose hastily and threw herself at the feet of Arbaces. "I have seen, then," said she, in a voice of deep humility, "the Lord of the mighty girdle. Vouchsafe my homage." "Rise," said the Egyptian, "I have need of thee." So saying, he placed himself on the same log of wood on which Ione had rested before, and motioned to the witch to resume her seat. "Thou sayest," said he, as she obeyed, "that thou art a daughter of the ancient Etrurian tribes. The mighty walls of those rock-built cities yet frown above the robber race that hath seized upon their ancient reign. Partly came those tribes from Greece, partly were they exiles from a more burning and primeval soil. In either case, thou art of Egyptian lineage, for the Grecian masters of the aboriginal Helot were among the restless sons whom the Nile banished from her bosom. Equally then, O Saga, thy descent is from ancestors that swore allegiance to mine own. By birth and by knowledge art thou the subject of Arbaces. Hear me then, and obey." The witch bowed her head. "Whatever art we possess in sorcery," continued Arbaces, "we are sometimes driven to natural means to attain our object. The ring and the crystal, and the ashes and the herbs, do not give unerring divinations, neither do the higher mysteries of the moon yield even the possessor of the girdle a dispensation from the necessity of employing ever and anon human measures for a human object. Mark me, then. Thou art deeply skilled, methinks, in the secrets of the more deadly herbs. Thou knowest those which arrest life, which burn and scorch the soul from out her citadel, or freeze the channels of young blood into that ice which no sun can melt. Do I overrate thy skill? Speak, and truly." "Mighty Hermes, such lore is, indeed, mine own. Deign to look at these ghostly and corpse-like features. They have waned from the hues of life merely by watching over the rank herbs which simmer night and day in yon cauldron." The Egyptian moved his seat from so unblessed and so unhealthful a vicinity as the witch spoke. "It is well," he said. "Thou hast learned that maxim of all the deeper knowledge which saith, despise the body to make wise the mind. But to thy task. There cometh to thee by tomorrow's starlight a vain maiden, seeking of thine art a love charm to fascinate from another the eyes that should utter but soft tales to her own. Instead of thy philters, give the maiden one of thy most powerful poisons. Let the lover breathe his vows to the shades." The witch trembled from head to foot. "Oh, pardon, pardon, dread master," said she falteringly. "But this I dare not. The law in these cities is sharp and vigilant. They will seize, they will slay me." "For what purpose, then, thy herbs and thy potions, vain Saga?" said Arbaces, sneeringly. The witch hid her loathsome face with her hands. "Oh, years ago," she said in a voice unlike her usual tones, so plaintive was it, and so soft, "I was not the thing that I am now. I loved, I fancied myself beloved." "And what connection hath thy love, witch, with my commands?" said Arbaces impetuously. "Patience," resumed the witch. "Patience, I implore you. I loved another and less fair than I, yes, by nemesis, less fair. Allured from me my chosen. I was of that dark Etrurian tribe to whom most of all were known the secrets of the gloomier magic. My mother was herself a Saga. She shared the resentment of her child. From her hands I received the potion that was to restore me his love, and from her also the poison that was to destroy my rival. Oh, crush me, dread walls! My trembling hands mistook the phials. My lover fell indeed at my feet, but dead, dead, dead. Since then, what has been life to me, I became suddenly old. I devoted myself to the sorceries of my race. Still, by an irresistible impulse, I curse myself with an awful penance. Still, I seek the most noxious herbs. Still, I concoct the poisons. Still, I imagine that I am to give them to my hated rival. Still, I pour them into the phial. Still, I fancy that they shall blast her beauty to the dust. Still, I wake and see the quivering body, the foaming lips, the gazing eyes of my Aulus, murdered, and by me." The skeleton frame of the witch shook beneath strong convulsions. Arbaces gazed upon her with a curious though contemptuous eye. "And this foul thing has yet human emotions," thought he. "Still she cowers over the ashes of the same fire that consumes Arbaces. Such are we all. Mystic is the tie of those mortal passions that unite the greatest and the least. He did not reply till she had somewhat recovered herself, and now sat rocking to and fro in her seat, with glassy eyes fixed on the opposite flame, and large tears rolling down her livid cheeks. "A grievous tale is thine in truth," said Arbaces, "but these emotions are fit only for our youth. Age should harden our hearts to all things but ourselves. As every year adds a scale to the shellfish, so should each year wall and encrust the heart. Think of these frenzies no more. And now, listen to me again. By the revenge that was dear to thee, I command thee to obey me. It is for vengeance that I seek thee. This youth whom I would sweep from my path has crossed me, despite my spells. This thing of purple embroidery, of smiles and glances, soulless and mindless, with no charm but that of beauty. Accursed be it, this insect, this Glaucus. I tell thee by Orcus and by nemesis, he must die." And working himself up at every word, the Egyptian, forgetful of his debility, of his strange companion, of everything but his own vindictive rage, strode, with large and rapid steps, the gloomy cavern. "Glaucus, sayest thou, mighty master?" said the witch abruptly, and her dim eye glared at the name with all that fierce resentment at the memory of small affronts so common amongst the solitary and the shunned. "Aye, so he is called, but what matters the name? Let it not be heard as that of a living man 3 days from this date." "Hear me," said the witch, breaking from a short reverie into which she was plunged after this last sentence of the Egyptian. "Hear me. I am thy thing and thy slave. Spare me. If I give to the maiden thou speakest of that which would destroy the life of Glaucus, I shall be surely detected. The dead ever find avengers. Nay, dread man, if thy visit to me be tracked, if thy hatred to Glaucus be known, thou mayest have need of thy archest magic to protect thyself." "Ha!" said Arbaces, stopping suddenly short, and as a proof of that blindness with which passion darkens the eyes even of the most acute. This was the first time when the risk that he himself ran by this method of vengeance had occurred to a mind ordinarily wary and circumspect. "But," continued the witch, "if instead of that which arrests the heart, I give that which shall sear and blast the brain, which shall make him who quaffs it unfit for the uses and career of life, an abject, raving, benighted thing, smiting sense to drivelling youth, to dotage, will not thy vengeance be equally sated, thy object equally attained? Oh, witch, no longer the servant but the sister, the equal of Arbaces, how much brighter is woman's wit, even in vengeance, than ours? How much more exquisite than death is such a doom? And," continued the hag, gloating over her fell scheme, "in this is but little danger. For by 10,000 methods, which men forbear to seek, can our victim become mad. He may have been among the vines and seen a nymph, or the vine itself may have had the same effect. Ha, ha! They never inquire too scrupulously into these matters in which the gods may be agents. And let the worst arrive. Let it be known that it is a love charm. Why, madness is a common effect of philters, and even the fair, she that gave it, finds indulgence in the excuse. Mighty Hermes, have I ministered to thee cunningly?" "Thou shalt have 20 years longer date for this," returned Arbaces. "I will write anew the epic of thy fate on the face of the pale stars. Thou shalt not serve in vain the master of the flaming belt. And here, Saga, carve thee out, by these golden tools, a warmer cell in this dreary cavern. One service to me shall countervail 1,000 divinations by sieve and shears to the gaping rustics." So saying, he cast upon the floor a heavy purse, which clinked not unmusically to the ear of the hag, who loved the consciousness of possessing the means to purchase comforts she disdained. "Farewell," said Arbaces. "Fail not. Outwatch the stars in concocting thy beverage. Thou shalt lord it over thy sisters at the walnut tree. When thou tellest them thy patron and thy friend is Hermes the Egyptian, tomorrow night we meet again." He stayed not to hear the valediction or the thanks of the witch. With a quick step he passed into the moonlit air and hastened down the mountain. The witch, who followed his steps to the threshold, stood at the entrance of the cavern, gazing fixedly on his receding form, and as the sad moonlight streamed over her shadowy form and death-like face, emerging from the dismal rocks, it seemed as if one gifted, indeed, by supernatural magic had escaped from the dreary Orcus, and the foremost of its ghostly throng stood at its black portals, vainly summoning his return, or vainly sighing to rejoin him. The hag, then slowly re-entering the cave, groaningly picked up the heavy purse, took the lamp from its stand, and, passing to the remotest depth of her cell, a black and abrupt passage, which was not visible, save at a near approach, closed round as it was with jutting and sharp crags, yawned before her. She went several yards along this gloomy path, which sloped gradually downwards, as if towards the bowels of the earth, and, lifting a stone, deposited her treasure in a hole beneath, which, as the lamp pierced its secrets, seemed already to contain coins of various value, wrung from the credulity or gratitude of her visitors. "I love to look at you," she said, apostrophizing the moneys, "for when I see you I feel that I am indeed of power, and I am to have 20 years longer life to increase your store. O thou great Hermes!" She replaced the stone and continued her path onward for some paces, when she stopped before a deep irregular fissure in the earth. Here, as she bent, strange, rumbling, hoarse, and distant sounds might be heard, while ever and anon, with a loud and grating noise which, to use a homely but faithful simile, seemed to resemble the grinding of steel upon wheels, volumes of streaming and dark smoke issued forth, and rushed spiraling along the cavern. "The shades are noisier than their wont," said the hag, shaking her grey locks, and looking into the cavity, she beheld, far down, glimpses of a long streak of light, intensely but darkly red. "Strange," she said, shrinking back, "it is only within the last 2 days that dull, deep light hath been visible. What can it portend?" The fox, who had attended the steps of his fell mistress, uttered a dismal howl, and ran cowering back to the inner cave. A cold shuddering seized the hag herself at the cry of the animal, which, causeless as it seemed, the superstitions of the time considered deeply ominous. She muttered her placatory charm, and tottered back into her cavern, where, amidst her herbs and incantations, she prepared to execute the orders of the Egyptian. "He called me dotard," said she, as the smoke curled from the hissing cauldron. "When the jaws drop, and the grinders fall, and the heart scarce beats, it is a pitiable thing to dote. But when," she added, with a savage and exulting grin, "the young and the beautiful and the strong are suddenly smitten into idiocy, ah, that is terrible. Burn, flame, simmer, herb, swelter, toad, I curse him, and he shall be cursed." On that night, and at the same hour which witnessed the dark and unholy interview between Arbaces and the saga, Arbaces was baptized. End of Book 3, Chapter 10. Book 3, Chapter 11 of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 3, Chapter 11. Progress of events. The plot thickens. The web is woven, but the net changes hands. "And you have the courage then, Julia, to seek the witch of Vesuvius this evening, in company too with that fearful man?" "Why, Nydia," replied Julia, timidly, "dost thou really think there is anything to dread? These old hags, with their enchanted mirrors, their trembling sieves, and their moon-gathered herbs are, I imagine, but crafty impostors, who have learned, perhaps, nothing but the very charm for which I apply to their skill, and which is drawn from the knowledge of the field's herbs and simples. Wherefore should I dread? Dost thou not fear thy companion?" "What? Arbaces? By Diane, I never saw a lover more courteous than that same magician, and were he not so dark, he would be even handsome." Blind as she was, Nydia had the penetration to perceive that Julia's mind was not one that the gallantries of Arbaces were likely to terrify. She therefore dissuaded her no more, but nursed in her excited heart the wild and increasing desire to know if sorcery had indeed a spell to fascinate love to love. "Let me go with thee, noble Julia," she said at length. "My presence is no protection, but I should like to be beside thee to the last." "Thine offer pleases me much," replied the daughter of Diomed. "Yet how canst thou contrive it? We may not return until late. They will miss thee." "Ione is indulgent," replied Nydia. "If thou wilt permit me to sleep beneath thy roof, I will say that thou, an early patroness and friend, hast invited me to pass the day with thee, and sing thee my Thessalian songs. Her courtesy will readily grant to thee so light a boon." "Nay, ask for thyself," said the haughty Julia. "I stoop to request no favor from the Neapolitan." "Well, be it so. I will take my leave now, make my request, which I know will be readily granted, and return shortly." "Do so, and thy bed shall be prepared in my own chamber." With that Nydia left the fair Pompeian. On her way back to Ione, she was met by the chariot of Glaucus, on whose fiery and curveting steeds was riveted the gaze of the crowded street. He kindly stopped for a moment to speak to the flower girl. "Blooming as thine own roses, my gentle Nydia, and how is thy fair mistress? Recovered, I trust, from the effects of the storm?" "I have not seen her this morning," answered Nydia. But what? Draw back, the horses are too near thee." "But think you Ione will permit me to pass the day with Julia, the daughter of Diomed? She wishes it, and was kind to me when I had few friends." "The gods bless thy grateful heart! I will answer for Ione's permission." "Then may I stay over the night, and return tomorrow?" said Nydia, shrinking from the praise she so little merited. "As thou and fair Julia please. Commend me to her, and hark ye, Nydia, when thou hearest her speak, note the contrast of her voice with that of the silver-toned Ione. Vale!" His spirits entirely recovered from the effect of the past night, his locks waving in the wind, his joyous and elastic heart bounding with every spring of his Parthian steeds, a very prototype of his country's god, full of youth and of love, Glaucus was borne rapidly to his mistress. Enjoy while ye may the present, who can read the future? As the evening darkened, Julia, reclined within her litter, which was capacious enough also to admit her blind companion, took her way to the rural baths indicated by Arbaces. To her natural levity of disposition, her enterprise brought less of terror than of pleasurable excitement. Above all, she glowed at the thought of her coming triumph over the hated Neapolitan. A small but gay group was collected round the door of the villa. As her litter passed by it to the private entrance of the baths appropriated to the women. "Methinks by this dim light," said one of the bystanders, "I recognize the slaves of Diomed." "True, Clodius," said Sallust. "It is probably the litter of his daughter Julia. She is rich, my friend. Why dost thou not proffer thy suit to her?" "Why, I had once hoped that Glaucus would have married her. She does not disguise her attachment. And then, as he gambles freely and with ill success, the sesterces would have passed to thee, wise Clodius. A wife is a good thing, when it belongs to another man." "But," continued Clodius, "as Glaucus is, I understand, to wed the Neapolitan, I think I must even try my chance with the dejected maid. After all, the lamp of Hymen will be gilt, and the vessel will reconcile one to the odor of the flame. I shall only protest, my Sallust, against Diomed's making thee trustee to his daughter's fortune. Ha, ha! Let us within, my compositor. The wine and the garlands await us." Dismissing her slaves to that part of the house set apart for their entertainment, Julia entered the baths with Nydia, and declining the offers of the attendants, passed by a private door into the garden behind. "She comes by appointment, be sure," said one of the slaves. "What is that to thee?" said a superintendent sourly. "She pays for the baths, and does not waste the saffron. Such appointments are the best part of the trade. Hark! Do you not hear the widow Fulvia clapping her hands? Run, fool, run!" Julia and Nydia, avoiding the more public part of the garden, arrived at the place specified by the Egyptian. In a small circular plot of grass the stars gleamed upon the statue of Silenus. The merry god reclined upon a fragment of rock. The the links of Bacchus at his feet, and over his mouth he held, with extended arm, a bunch of grapes, which he seemingly laughed to welcome ere he devoured. "I see not the magician," said Julia, looking round. When, as she spoke, the Egyptian slowly emerged from the neighboring foliage, and the light fell palely over his sweeping robes. "Salve, sweet maiden! But ha! Whom hast thou here? We must have no companions." "It is but the blind flower girl, wise magician," replied Julia, herself a Thessalian. "Oh, Nydia!" said the Egyptian. "I know her well." Nydia drew back and shuddered. "Thou hast been at my house, methinks," said he, approaching his voice to Nydia's ear. "Thou knowest the oath. Silence and secrecy, now as then, or beware. Yet," he added musingly to himself, "why confide more than is necessary, even in the blind? Julia, canst thou trust thyself alone with me? Believe me, the magician is less formidable than he seems." As he spoke, he gently drew Julia aside. "The witch loves not many visitors at once," said he. "Leave Nydia here till your return. She can be of no assistance to us, and, for protection, your own beauty suffices. Your own beauty and your own rank. Yes, Julia, I know thy name and birth. Come, trust thyself with me, fair rival of the youngest of the Naiads." The vain Julia was not, as we have seen, easily affrighted. She was moved by the flattery of Arbaces, and she readily consented to suffer Nydia to await her return. Nor did Nydia press her presence. At the sound of the Egyptian's voice all her terror of him returned. She felt a sentiment of pleasure at learning she was not to travel in his companionship. She returned to the bathhouse, and in one of the private chambers waited their return. Many and bitter were the thoughts of this wild girl as she sat there in her eternal darkness. She thought of her own desolate fate, far from her native land, far from the bland cares that once assuaged the April sorrows of childhood, deprived of the light of day, with none but strangers to guide her steps, accursed by the one soft feeling of her heart, loving and without hope, save the dim and unholy ray which shot across her mind, as her Thessalian fancies questioned of the force of spells and the gifts of magic. Nature had sown in the heart of this poor girl the seeds of virtue never destined to ripen. The lessons of adversity were not always salutary. Sometimes they softened and amend, but as often they indurate and pervert. If we consider ourselves more harshly treated by fate than those around us, and do not acknowledge in our own deeds the justice of the severity, we become too apt to deem the world our enemy, to case ourselves in defiance, to wrestle against our softer self, and to indulge the darker passions which are so easily fermented by the sense of injustice. Sold early into slavery, sentenced to a sordid taskmaster, exchanging her situation, only yet more to embitter her lot, the kindlier feelings, naturally profuse in the breast of Nydia, were nipped and blighted. Her sense of right and wrong was confused by a passion to which she had so madly surrendered herself, and the same intense and tragic emotions which we read of in the women of the classic age, a Mira, a Medea, and which hurried and swept away the whole soul when once delivered to love, ruled and rioted in her breast. Time passed. A light step entered the chamber where Nydia yet indulged her gloomy meditations. "Oh, thanked be the immortal gods," said Julia. "I have returned. I have left that terrible cavern. Come, Nydia, let us away forthwith." It was not till they were seated in the litter that Julia spoke again. "Oh," she said, tremblingly, "such a scene! Such fearful incantations! And the dead face of the hag! But let us talk not of it. I have obtained the potion. She pledges its effect. My rival shall be suddenly indifferent to his eye, and I alone, the idol of Glaucus." "Glaucus!" exclaimed Nydia. I told thee, girl, at first, that it was not the Athenian whom I loved, but I see now that I may trust thee wholly. It is the beautiful Greek." What then were Nydia's emotions? She had connived, she had assisted, in tearing Glaucus from Ione, but only to transfer, by all the power of magic, his affections yet more hopelessly to another. Her heart swelled almost to suffocation. She gasped for breath. In the darkness of the vehicle, Julia did not perceive the agitation of her companion. She went on rapidly dilating on the promised effect of her acquisition, and on her approaching triumph over Ione, every now and then abruptly digressing to the horror of the scene she had quitted, the unmoved mien of Arbaces, and his authority over the dreadful saga. Meanwhile Nydia recovered her self-possession. A thought flashed across her. She slept in the chamber of Julia. She might possess herself of the potion. They arrived at the house of Diomed, and descended to Julia's apartment, where the night's repast awaited them. "Drink, Nydia. Thou must be cold. The air was chill tonight. As for me, my veins are yet ice." And Julia unhesitatingly quaffed deep draughts of the spiced wine. "Thou hast the potion," said Nydia. "Let me hold it in my hands. How small the phial is! Of what color is the draught?" "Clear as crystal," replied Julia, as she retook the philter. "Thou couldst not tell it from this water. The witch assures me it is tasteless. Small though the phial, it suffices for a life's fidelity. It is to be poured into any liquid, and Glaucus will only know what he has quaffed by the effect." "Exactly like this water in appearance?" "Yes, sparkling and colorless as this. How bright it seems! It is as the very essence of moonlit dews. Bright thing, how thou shinest on my hopes through thy crystal vase! And how is it sealed?" "But by one little stopper. I withdraw it now. The draught gives no odor. Strange, that which speaks to neither sense should thus command all." "Is the effect instantaneous?" "Usually, but sometimes it remains dormant for a few hours." "Oh, how sweet is this perfume!" said Nydia suddenly, as she took up a small bottle on the table, and bent over its fragrant contents. "Thinkest thou so? The bottle is set with gems of some value. Thou wouldst not have the bracelet yestermorn. Wilt thou take the bottle? It ought to be such perfumes as these that should remind one who cannot see of the generous Julia, if the bottle be not too costly." "Oh, I have 1,000 costlier ones. Take it, child." Nydia bowed her gratitude and placed the bottle in her vest. "And the draught would be equally efficacious, whoever administers it? If the most hideous hag beneath the sun bestowed it, such is its asserted virtue that Glaucus would deem her beautiful, and none but her." Julia, warmed by the wine and the reaction of her spirits, was now all animation and delight. She laughed loud, and talked on 100 matters. Nor was it till the night had advanced far towards morning that she summoned her slaves and undressed. When they were dismissed, she said to Nydia, "I will not suffer this holy draught to quit my presence till the hour comes for its use. Lie under my pillow, bright spirit, and give me happy dreams." So saying, she placed the potion under her pillow. Nydia's heart beat violently. "Why dost thou drink that unmixed water, Nydia? Take the wine by its side." "I am fevered," replied the blind girl, "and the water cools me. I will place this bottle by my bedside. It refreshes in these summer nights, when the dews of sleep fall not on our lips. Fair Julia, I must leave thee very early, so Ione bids, perhaps before thou art awake. Accept therefore now my congratulations." "Thanks. When next we meet you may find Glaucus at my feet." They had retired to their couches, and Julia, worn out by the excitement of the day, soon slept. But anxious and burning thoughts rolled over the mind of the wakeful Thessalian. She listened to the calm breathing of Julia, and her ear, accustomed to the finest distinctions of sound, speedily assured her of the deep slumber of her companion. "Now befriend me, Venus," she said softly. She rose gently, and poured the perfume from the gift of Julia upon the marble floor. She rinsed it several times carefully with the water that was beside her, and then easily finding the bed of Julia, for night to her was as day, she pressed her trembling hand under the pillow and seized the potion. Julia stirred not. Her breath regularly fanned the burning cheek of the blind girl. Nydia then, opening the phial, poured its contents into the bottle, which easily contained them, and then refilling the former reservoir of the potion with that limpid water which Julia had assured her it so resembled, she once more placed the phial in its former place. She then stole again to her couch, and waited. With what thoughts? The dawning day. The sun had risen. Julia slept still. Nydia noiselessly dressed herself, placed her treasure carefully in her vest, took up her staff, and hastened to quit the house. The porter, Medon, saluted her kindly as she descended the steps that led to the street. She heard him not. Her mind was confused and lost in the whirl of tumultuous thoughts, each thought a passion. She felt the pure morning air upon her cheek, but it cooled not her scorching veins. "Glaucus," she murmured, "all the love charms of the wildest magic could not make thee love me as I love thee. Ione! Ah, away hesitation, away remorse! Glaucus, my fate is in thy smile, and thine hope. O joy! O transport! Thy fate is in these hands!" End of Book 3, Chapter 11.
Book 4, Chapter 1 of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine Blashford. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 4, Chapter 1. Reflections on the zeal of the early Christians. Two men come to a perilous resolve. Walls have ears, particularly sacred walls. Whoever regards the early history of Christianity will perceive how necessary to its triumph was that fierce spirit of zeal, which, fearing no danger, accepting no compromise, inspired its champions and sustained its martyrs. In a dominant church, the genius of intolerance betrays its cause. In a weak and persecuted church, the same genius mainly supports. It was necessary to scorn, to loathe, to abhor the creeds of other men, in order to conquer the temptations which they presented. It was necessary rigidly to believe not only that the gospel was the true faith, but the sole truth faith that saved, in order to nerve the disciple to the austerity of its doctrine, and to encourage him to the sacred and perilous chivalry of converting the polytheist and the heathen. The sectarian sternness which confined virtue in heaven to a chosen few, which saw demons in other gods, and the penalties of hell in other religions, made the believer naturally anxious to convert all to whom he felt the ties of human affection, and the circle thus traced by benevolence to man was yet more widened by a desire for the glory of God. It was for the honour of the Christian faith that the Christian boldly forced its tenets upon the scepticism of some, the repugnance of others, the sage contempt of the philosopher, the pious shudder of the people. His very intolerance supplied him with his fittest instruments of success, and the soft heathen began at last to imagine there must indeed be something holy in a zeal wholly foreign to his experience, which stopped at no obstacle, dreaded no danger, and even at the torture or on the scaffold referred a dispute far other than the calm differences of speculative philosophy to the tribunal of an eternal judge. It was thus that the same fervour which made the churchman of the Middle Age a bigot without mercy made the Christian of the early days a hero without fear. Of these more fiery, daring, and earnest natures, not the least ardent was Olinthus. No sooner had Arbaces been received by the rites of baptism into the bosom of the church than the Nazarene hastened to make him conscious of the impossibility to retain the office and robes of priesthood. He could not, it was evident, profess to worship God and continue even outwardly to honour the idolatrous altars of the fiend. Nor was this all. The sanguine and impetuous mind of Olinthus beheld in the power of Arbaces the means of divulging to the deluded people the juggling mysteries of the oracular Isis. He thought heaven had sent this instrument of his design in order to disabuse the eyes of the crowd and prepare the way, perchance, for the conversion of a whole city. He did not hesitate then to appeal to all the new-kindled enthusiasm of Arbaces to arouse his courage and to stimulate his zeal. They met, according to previous agreement, the evening after the baptism of Arbaces in the grove of Cybele, which we have before described. At the next solemn consultation of the oracle, said Olinthus, as he proceeded in the warmth of his address, advance yourself to the railing, proclaim aloud to the people the deception they endure, invite them to enter, to be themselves the witness of the gross but artful mechanism of imposture thou hast described to me. Fear not, the Lord who protected Daniel shall protect thee. We, the community of Christians, will be amongst the crowd. We will urge on the shrinking, and in the first flush of the popular indignation and shame, I myself, upon those very altars, will plant the palm branch typical of the gospel, and to my tongue shall descend the rushing spirit of the living God. Heated and excited as he was, this suggestion was not unpleasing to Arbaces. He was rejoiced at so early an opportunity of distinguishing his faith in his new sect, and to his holier feelings were added those of a vindictive loathing at the imposition he had himself suffered, and a desire to avenge it. In that sanguine and elastic overbound of obstacles, the rashness necessary to all who undertake venturous and lofty actions, neither Olinthus nor the proselyte perceived the impediments to the success of their scheme, which might be found in the reverent superstition of the people themselves. who would probably be loath, before the sacred altars of the great Egyptian goddess, to believe even the testimony of her priest against her power. Arbaces then assented to this proposal with a readiness which delighted Olinthus. They parted with the understanding that Olinthus should confer with the more important of his Christian brethren on his great enterprise, should receive their advice and their assurances of the support on the eventful day. It so chanced that one of the festivals of Isis was to be held on the second day after this conference. The festival proffered a ready occasion for the design. They appointed to meet once more on the next evening at the same spot, and in that meeting were finally to be settled the order and details of the disclosure for the following day. It happened that the later part of this conference had been held near the sacellum, or small chapel, which I have described in the early part of this work, and so soon as the forms of the Christian and the priest had disappeared from the grove, a dark and ungainly figure emerged from behind the chapel. "I have tracked you with some effect, my brother Flamen," soliloquized the eavesdropper. "You, the priest of Isis, have not for mere idle discussion conferred with this gloomy Christian. Alas, that I could not hear all your precious plot. Enough, I find at least, that you meditate revealing the sacred mysteries, and that tomorrow you meet again at this place to plan the how and the when. May Osiris sharpen my ears then, to detect the whole of your unheard-of audacity. When I have learned more, I must confer at once with Arbaces. We will frustrate you, my friends, deep as you think yourselves. At present my breast is a locked treasury of your secret." Thus muttering, Calenus, for it was he, wrapped his robe around him and strode thoughtfully homeward. End of chapter 1. Book 4, Chapter 2 of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine Blashford. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 4, Chapter 2. A classic host, cook, and kitchen. Arbaces seeks Ione, their conversation. It was then that the day for Diomed's banquet to the most select of his friends, the graceful Glaucus, the beautiful Ione, the official Pansa, the high-born Clodius, the immortal Fulvius, the exquisite Lepidus, the Epicurean Sallust, were not the only honourers of his festival. He expected also an invalid senator from Rome, a man of considerable repute and favour at court, and a great warrior from Herculaneum, who had fought with Titus against the Jews, and having enriched himself prodigiously in the wars, was always told by his friends that his country was eternally indebted to his disinterested exertions. The party, however, extended to a yet greater number, for although critically speaking it was at one time thought inelegant among the Romans to entertain less than 3 or more than 9 at their banquets, yet this rule was easily disregarded by the ostentatious. And we are told, indeed, in history, that one of the most splendid of these entertainers usually feasted a select party of 300. Diomed, however, more modest, contented himself with doubling the number of the Muses. His party consisted of 18, no unfashionable number in the present day. It was the morning of Diomed's banquet, and Diomed himself, though he greatly affected the gentleman and the scholar, retained enough of his mercantile experience to know that a master's eye makes a ready servant. Accordingly, with his tunic ungirdled on his portly stomach, his easy slippers on his feet, a small wand in his hand, wherewith he now directed the gaze and now corrected the back of some duller menial, he went from chamber to chamber of his costly villa. He did not disdain even a visit to that sacred apartment in which the priests of the festival prepare their offerings. On entering the kitchen, his ears were agreeably stunned by the noise of dishes and pans, of oaths and commands. Small as this indispensable chamber seems to have been in all the houses of Pompeii, it was, nevertheless, usually fitted up with all that amazing variety of stoves and shapes, stew-pans and saucepans, cutters and moulds, without which a cook of spirit, no matter whether he be an ancient or a modern, declares it utterly impossible that he can give you anything to eat. And as fuel was then, as now, dear and scarce in those regions, great seems to have been the dexterity exercised in preparing as many things as possible with as little fire. An admirable contrivance of this nature may be still seen in the Neapolitan Museum, viz. A portable kitchen about the size of a folio volume, containing stoves for 4 dishes and an apparatus for heating water or other beverages. Across the small kitchen flitted many forms which the quick eye of the master did not recognize. Oh, grumbled he to himself, that cursed Congrio hath invited a whole legion of cooks to assist him. They won't serve for nothing, and this is another item in the total of my day's expenses. By Bacchus, thrice lucky shall I be if the slaves do not help themselves to some of the drinking vessels. Ready, alas, are their hands, capacious are their tunics. Me miserum. The cooks, however, worked on, seemingly heedless of the apparition of Diomed. Ho, Euclio, your egg pan. What, is this the largest? It only holds 33 eggs. In the houses I usually serve, the smallest egg pan holds 50 if need be. The unconscionable rogue, thought Diomed. He talks of eggs as if they were a sesterce 100. By Mercury, cried a pert little culinary disciple, scarce in his novitiate. Whoever saw such antique sweatmeat shapes as these? It is impossible to do credit to one's art with such rude materials. Why, Sallust's commonest sweetmeat shape represents the whole siege of Troy, Hector and Paris, and Helen, with little Astyanax and the wooden horse into the bargain. Silence, fool, said Congrio, the cook of the house, who seemed to leave the chief part of the battle to his allies. My master Diomed is not one of those expensive good-for-noughts who must have the last fashion, cost what it will. Thou liest, base slave, cried Diomed in a great passion, and thou costest me already enough to have ruined Lucullus himself. Come out of thy den, I want to talk to thee. The slave, with a sly wink at his confederates, obeyed the command. Man of 3 letters, said Diomed, with his face of solemn anger, how didst thou dare to invite all those rascals into my house? I see thief written in every line of their faces. Yet I assure you, master, that they are men of most respectable character, the best cooks of the place. It is a great favour to get them, but for my sake— Thy sake, unhappy Congrio, interrupted Diomed, and by what purloined moneys of mine, by what reserved filchings from marketing, by what goodly meats converted into grease and sold in the suburbs, by what false charges for bronzes marred and earthenware broken, hast thou been enabled to make them serve thee for thy sake? Nay, master, do not impeach my honesty. May the gods desert me if— Swear not again, interrupted the choleric Diomed, for then the gods will smite thee for a perjurer, and I shall lose my cook on the eve of dinner. But enough of this at present. Keep a sharp eye on thy ill-favoured assistants, and tell me no tales tomorrow of vases broken and cups miraculously vanished, or thy whole back shall be one pain. And hark thee, thou knowest thou hast made me pay for those Phrygian attachants enough, by Hercules, to have feasted a sober man for a year together. See that they be not one iota over-roasted. The last time, O Congrio, that I gave a banquet to my friends, when thy vanity did so boldly undertake the becoming appearance of a Melian crane, thou knowest it came up like a stone from Aetna, as if all the fires of Phlegethon had been scorching out its juices. Be modest this time, Congrio, wary and modest. Modesty is the nurse of great actions, and in all other things, as in this, if thou wilt not spare thy master's purse, at least consult thy master's glory. There shall not be such a coena seen at Pompeii since the days of Hercules. Softly, softly, thy cursed boasting again. But I say, Congrio, yon homunculus, yon pygmy assailant of my cranes, yon pert-tongued neophyte of the kitchen, was there aught but insolence on his tongue when he maligned the comeliness of my sweetmeat shapes? I would not be out of the fashion, Congrio. It is but the custom of us cooks, replied Congrio gravely, to undervalue our tools in order to increase the effect of our art. The sweetmeat shape is a fair shape and a lovely, but I would recommend my master, at the first occasion, to purchase some new ones of a— That will suffice, exclaimed Diomed, who seemed resolved never to allow his slave to finish his sentences. Now resume thy charge, shine, eclipse thyself. Let men envy Diomed his cook, let the slaves of Pompeii style thee Congrio the Great. Go, yet stay, thou hast not spent all the moneys I gave thee for the marketing? All, alas, the nightingale's tongues and the Roman temacula and the oysters from Britain and sundry other things, too numerous now to recite, are yet left unpaid for. But what matter? Everyone trusts the Archimagirus of Diomed the Wealthy. O unconscionable prodigal, what waste, what profusion! I am ruined. But go, hasten, inspect, taste, perform, surpass thyself. Let the Roman senator not despise the poor Pompeian. Away, slave, and remember the Phrygian Attigans. The chief disappeared within his natural domain, and Diomed rolled back his portly presence to the more courtly chambers. All was to his liking. The flowers were fresh, the fountains played briskly, the mosaic pavements were as smooth as mirrors. "Where is my daughter Julia?" he asked. "At the bath." "Ah, that reminds me. Time wanes, and I must bathe also." Our story returns to Arbaces. On awaking that day from the broken and feverish sleep which had followed his adoption of a faith so strikingly and sternly at variance with that in which his youth had been nurtured, the young priest could scarcely imagine that he was not yet in a dream. He had crossed the fatal river. The past was henceforth to have no sympathy with the future. The two worlds were distinct and separate, that which had been from that which was to be. To what a bold and adventurous enterprise he had pledged his life, to unveil the mysteries in which he had participated, to desecrate the altars he had served, to denounce the goddess whose ministering robe he wore. Slowly he became sensible of the hatred and the horror he should provoke amongst the pious, even if successful. If frustrated in his daring attempt, what penalties might he not incur for an offence hitherto unheard of, for which no specific law, derived from experience, was prepared, and which, for that very reason, precedents dragged from the sharpest armory of obsolete and inapplicable legislation would probably be distorted to meet. His friends, the sister of his youth, could he expect justice, though he might receive compassion, from them? This brave and heroic act would by their heathen eyes be regarded, perhaps, as a heinous apostasy, at the best as a pitiable madness. He renounced everything in this world in the hope of securing that eternity in the next which had so suddenly been revealed to him. While these thoughts on the one hand invaded his breast, on the other hand his pride, his courage, and his virtue, mingled with reminiscences of revenge for deceit, of indignant disgust at fraud, conspired to raise and to support him. The conflict was sharp and keen, but his new feelings triumphed over his old, and a mighty argument in favour of wrestling with the sanctities of old opinions and hereditary forms might be found in the conquest over both, achieved by that humble priest. Had the early Christians been more controlled by the solemn plausibilities of custom, less of democrats in the pure and lofty acceptation of that perverted word, Christianity would have perished in its cradle. As each priest in succession slept several nights together in the chambers of the temple, the term imposed on Apicides was not yet completed, and when he had risen from his couch, attired himself as usual in his robes, and left his narrow chamber, he found himself before the altars of the temple. In the exhaustion of his late emotions he had slept far into the morning, and the vertical sun already poured its fervid beams over the sacred place. "Salve, Apicides," said a voice whose natural asperity was smoothed by long artifice into an almost displeasing softness of tone. "Thou art late abroad. Has the goddess revealed herself to thee in visions?" "Could she reveal her true self to the people, Calenus? How insenseless would be these altars?" "That," replied Calenus, "may possibly be true, but the deity is wise enough to hold commune with none but priests. A time may come when she will be unveiled without her own acquiescence. It is not likely. She has triumphed for countless ages, and that which has so long stood the test of time rarely succumbs to the lust of novelty. But hark ye, young brother, these sayings are indiscreet." "It is not for thee to silence them," replied Apicides, haughtily. "So hot, yet I will not quarrel with thee. Why, my Apicides, has not the Egyptian convinced thee of the necessity of our dwelling together in unity? Has he not convinced thee of the wisdom of deluding the people and enjoying ourselves? If not, oh brother, he is not that great magician he is esteemed." "Thou, then, hast shared his lessons?" said Apicides with a hollow smile. "Ay, but I stood less in need of them than thou. Nature had already gifted me with the love of pleasure and the desire of gain and power. Long is the way that leads the voluptuary to the severities of life, but it is only one step from pleasant sin to sheltering hypocrisy. Beware the vengeance of the goddess, if the shortness of that step be disclosed." "Beware thou the hour when the tomb shall be rent and the rottenness exposed," returned Apicides solemnly. "Vale." With these words he left the flamen to his meditations. When he got a few paces from the temple, he turned to look back. Calenus had already disappeared in the entry room of the priests, for it now approached the hour of that repast which, called prandium by the ancients, answers in point of date to the breakfast of the moderns. The white and graceful fane gleamed brightly in the sun. Upon the altars before it rose the incense and bloomed the garlands. The priest gazed long and wistfully upon the scene. It was the last time that it was ever beheld by him. He then turned and pursued his way slowly towards the house of Ione, for before possibly the last tie that united them was cut in twain, before the uncertain peril of the next day was incurred, he was anxious to see his last surviving relative, his fondest as his earliest friend. He arrived at her house and found her in the garden with Nydia. "This is kind, Apicides," said Ione joyfully, "and how eagerly have I wished to see thee. What thanks do I not owe thee? How churlish hast thou been to answer none of my letters, to abstain from coming hither to receive the expressions of my gratitude. Oh, thou hast assisted to preserve thy sister from dishonor. What can she say to thank thee, now thou art come at last?" "My sweet Ione, thou owest me no gratitude, for thy cause was mine. Let us avoid that subject. Let us recur not to that impious man. How hateful to both of us. I may have a speedy opportunity to teach the world the nature of his pretended wisdom and hypocritical severity. But let us sit down, my sister. I am wearied with the heat of the sun. Let us sit in yonder shade, and, for a little while longer, be to each other what we have been." Beneath a wide plane tree, with the cistus and the arbutus clustering round them, the living fountain before, the greensward beneath their feet, the gay cicada, once so dear to Athens, rising merrily ever and anon amidst the grass, the butterfly, beautiful emblem of the soul, dedicated to Psyche, and which has continued to furnish illustrations to the Christian bard, rich in the glowing colours caught from Sicilian skies, hovering about the sunny flowers, itself like a winged flower. In this spot and this scene, the brother and the sister sat together for the last time on earth. You may tread now on the same place, but the garden is no more, the columns are shattered, the fountain has ceased to play. Let the traveller search amongst the ruins of Pompeii for the house of Ione. Its remains are yet visible, but I will not betray them to the gaze of commonplace tourists. He who is more sensitive than the herd will discover them easily. When he has done so, let him keep the secret. They sat down, and Nydia, glad to be alone, retired to the farther end of the garden. "Ione, my sister," said the young convert, "place your hand upon my brow. Let me feel your cool touch. Speak to me too, for your gentle voice is like a breeze that hath freshness as well as music. Speak to me, but forbear to bless me. Utter not one word of those forms of speech which our childhood was taught to consider sacred." Alas, and what then shall I say? Our language of affection is so woven with that of worship that the words grow chilled and trite if I banish from them allusion to our gods. "Our gods," murmured Arbaces with a shudder. "Thou slightest my request already." "Shall I speak then to thee only of Isis?" "The evil spirit? No, rather be dumb for ever, unless at least thou canst. But away, away this talk. Not now will we dispute and cavil. Not now will we judge harshly of each other. Thou, regarding me as an apostate, and I, all sorrow and shame for thee, as an idolater. No, my sister, let us avoid such topics and such thoughts. In thy sweet presence a calm falls over my spirit. For a little while I forget. As I thus lay my temples on thy bosom, as I thus feel thy gentle arm embrace me, I think that we are children once more, and that the heaven smiles equally upon both. For oh, if hereafter I escape, no matter what peril, and it be permitted me to address thee on one sacred and awful subject, should I find thine ear closed and thy heart hardened, what hope for myself could countervail the despair for thee? In thee, my sister, I behold a likeness made beautiful, made noble, of myself. Shall the mirror live forever, and the form itself be broken as the potter's clay? Ah, no, no, thou wilt listen to me yet. Dost thou remember how we went into the fields by Baiae, hand in hand together, to pluck the flowers of spring? Even so, hand in hand, shall we enter the eternal garden, and crown ourselves with imperishable asphodel." Wondering and bewildered by words she could not comprehend, but excited even to tears by the plaintiveness of their tone, Ione listened to these outpourings of a full and oppressed heart. In truth, Arbaces himself was softened much beyond his ordinary mood, which to outward seeming was usually either sullen or impetuous. For the noblest desires are of a jealous nature. They engross, they absorb the soul, and often leave the splenetic humours stagnant and unheeded at the surface. Unheeding the petty things around us, we are deemed morose; impatient at earthly interruption to the diviner dreams, we are thought irritable and churlish. For as there is no chimera vainer than the hope that one human heart shall find sympathy in another, so none ever interrupt us with justice, and none, no, not our nearest and our dearest ties, forbear with us in mercy. When we are dead and repentance comes too late, both friend and foe may wonder to think how little there was in us to forgive. "I will talk to thee then of our early years," said Ione. "Shall yon blind girl sing to thee of the days of childhood? Her voice is sweet and musical, and she hath a song on that theme which contains none of those allusions it pains thee to hear." "Dost thou remember the words, my sister?" asked Arbaces. "Methinks yes, for the tune, which is simple, fixed them on my memory." "Sing to me then thyself. My ear is not in unison with unfamiliar voices, and thine, Ione, full of household associations, has ever been to me more sweet than all the hireling melodies of Lycia or of Crete. Sing to me." Ione beckoned to a slave that stood in the portico, and sending for her lute, sang, when it arrived, to a tender and simple air, the following verses: REGRETS for childhood. It is not that our earlier heaven escapes its April showers, or that to childhood's heart is given no snake amidst the flowers, ah, twined with grief, each brightest leaf that's wreathed us by the hours. Young though we be, the past may sting, the present feed its sorrow, but hope shines bright on everything that waits us with the morrow. Like sunlight glades, the dimmest shades some rosy beam can borrow. It is not that our later years of cares are woven wholly, but smiles less swiftly chase the tears, and wounds are healed more slowly, and memory's vow to lost ones now makes joys too bright unholy. And ever fled the iris bow that smiled when clouds were o'er us. If storms should burst, uncheered we go, a drearier waste before us. And with the toys of childish joys, we've broke the staff that bore us. Wisely and delicately had Ione chosen that song, sad though its burthen seemed. For when we are deeply mournful, discordant above all others is the voice of mirth. The fittest spell is that borrowed from melancholy itself, for dark thoughts can be softened down when they cannot be brightened, and so they lose the precise and rigid outline of their truth, and their colours melt into the ideal. As the leech applies in remedy to the internal sore some outward irritation, which by a gentler wound draws away the venom of that which is more deadly, thus in the rankling festers of the mind, our art is to divert to a milder sadness on the surface the pain that gnaweth at the core. And so with Apicides, yielding to the influence of the silver voice that reminded him of the past, and told but of half the sorrow borne to the present, he forgot his more immediate and fiery sources of anxious thought. He spent hours in making Ione alternately sing to and converse with him, and when he rose to leave her, it was with a calm and lulled mind. "Ione," said he, as he pressed her hand, "should you hear my name blackened and maligned, will you credit the aspersion?" "Never, my brother, never." "Dost thou not imagine, according to thy belief, that the evildoer is punished hereafter and the good rewarded?" "Can you doubt it?" "Dost thou think, then, that he who is truly good should sacrifice every selfish interest in his zeal for virtue? He who doth so is the equal of the gods. And thou believest that, according to the purity and courage with which he thus acts, shall be his portion of bliss beyond the grave. So we are taught to hope. Kiss me, my sister. One question more. Thou art to be wedded to Glaucus. Perchance that marriage may separate us more hopelessly, but not of this speak I now. Thou art to be married to Glaucus. Dost thou love him? Nay, my sister, answer me by words." "Yes," murmured Ione, blushing. "Dost thou feel that, for his sake, thou couldst renounce pride, brave dishonor, and incur death? I have heard that when women really love, it is to that excess. My brother, all this I could do for Glaucus, and feel that it were not a sacrifice. There is no sacrifice to those who love, in what is borne for the one we love. Enough! Shall woman feel thus for man, and man feel less devotion to his God?" He spoke no more. His whole countenance seemed instinct and inspired with a divine life. His chest swelled proudly. His eyes glowed. On his forehead was writ the majesty of a man who can dare to be noble. He turned to meet the eyes of Ione, earnest, wistful, fearful. He kissed her fondly, strained her warmly to his breast, and in a moment more he had left the house. Long did Ione remain in the same place, mute and thoughtful. The maidens again and again came to warn her of the deepening noon, and her engagement to Diomed's banquet. At length she woke from her reverie, and prepared, not with the pride of beauty, but listless and melancholy, for the festival. One thought alone reconciled her to the promised visit. She should meet Glaucus. She could confide to him her alarm and uneasiness for her brother. End of chapter 2. Book 4, Chapter 3 of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine Blashford. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 4, Chapter 3. A fashionable party and a dinner a la mode in Pompeii. Meanwhile, Sallust and Glaucus were slowly strolling towards the house of Diomed. Despite the habits of his life, Sallust was not devoid of many estimable qualities. He would have been an active friend, a useful citizen, in short an excellent man, if he had not taken it into his head to be a philosopher. Brought up in the schools in which Roman plagiarism worshipped the echo of Grecian wisdom, he had imbued himself with those doctrines by which the later Epicureans corrupted the simple maxims of their great master. He gave himself altogether up to pleasure, and imagined there was no sage like a boon companion. Still, however, he had a considerable degree of learning, wit, and good nature, and the hearty frankness of his very vices seemed like virtue itself beside the utter corruption of Clodius and the prostrate effeminacy of Lepidus, and therefore Glaucus liked him the best of his companions, and he, in turn, appreciating the nobler qualities of the Athenian, loved him almost as much as a cold Murena or a bowl of the best Falernian. "This is a vulgar old fellow, this Diomed," said Sallust, "but he has some good qualities in his cellar, and some charming ones in his daughter." "True, Glaucus, but you are not much moved by them, methinks. I fancy Clodius is desirous to be your successor." "He is welcome. At the banquet of Julia's beauty, no guest, be sure, is considered a musker." "You are severe, but she has, indeed, something of the Corinthian about her. They will be well matched, after all. What good-natured fellows we are to associate with that gambling good-for-naught." "Pleasure unites strange varieties," answered Glaucus. "He amuses me." "And flatters, but then he pays himself well. He powders his praise with gold dust." "You often hint that he plays unfairly. Think you so really?" "My dear Glaucus, a Roman noble has his dignity to keep up. Dignity is very expensive. Clodius must cheat like a scoundrel in order to live like a gentleman." "Ha ha! Well, of late I have renounced the dice. Ah, Sallust, when I am wedded to Ione, I trust I may yet redeem a youth of follies. We are both born for better things than those in which we sympathize now, born to render our worship in nobler temples than the sty of Epicurus." "Alas," returned Sallust in rather a melancholy tone, "what do we know more than this? Life is short. Beyond the grave all is dark. There is no wisdom like that which says, 'Enjoy.' By Bacchus, I doubt sometimes if we do enjoy the utmost of which life is capable." "I am a moderate man," returned Sallust, "and do not ask the utmost. We are like malefactors, and intoxicate ourselves with wine and myrrh as we stand on the brink of death. But if we did not do so, the abyss would look very disagreeable. I own that I was inclined to be gloomy until I took so heartily to drinking. That is a new life, my Glaucus." "Yes, but it brings us next morning to a new death." "Why, the next morning is unpleasant, I own. But then, if it were not so, one would never be inclined to read. I study betimes, because, by the gods, I am generally unfit for anything else till noon." "Fie, Scythian!" "Pshaw, the fate of Pentheus to him who denies Bacchus." "Well, Sallust, with all your faults, you are the best profligate I ever met, and verily, if I were in danger of life, you are the only man in all Italy who would stretch out a finger to save me." "Perhaps I should not if it were in the middle of supper, but in truth we Italians are fearfully selfish." "So are all men who are not free," said Glaucus with a sigh. "Freedom alone makes men sacrifice to each other." "Freedom, then, must be a very fatiguing thing to an Epicurean," answered Sallust. "But here we are at our host's." As Diomed's villa is one of the most considerable in point of size of any yet discovered at Pompeii, and is, moreover, built much according to the specific instructions for a suburban villa laid down by the Roman architect, it may not be uninteresting briefly to describe the plan of the apartments through which our visitors passed. They entered, then, by the same small vestibule at which we have before been presented to the aged Medon, and passed at once into a colonnade, technically termed the peristyle, for the main difference between the suburban villa and the town mansion consisted in placing, in the first, the said colonnade in exactly the same place as that which in the town mansion was occupied by the atrium. In the centre of the peristyle was an open court which contained the impluvium. From this peristyle descended a staircase to the offices. Another narrow passage on the opposite side communicated with a garden. Various small apartments surrounded the colonnade, appropriated probably to country visitors. Another door to the left on entering communicated with a small triangular portico which belonged to the baths, and behind was the wardrobe in which were kept the vests of the holiday suits of the slaves and perhaps of the master. 17 centuries afterwards were found those relics of ancient finery calcined and crumbling, kept longer, alas, than their thrifty lord foresaw. Return we to the peristyle, and endeavour now to present to the reader a coup d'oeil of the whole suite of apartments which immediately stretched before the steps of the visitors. Let him then first imagine the columns of the portico hung with festoons of flowers, the columns themselves in the lower part painted red, and the walls around glowing with various frescoes. Then, looking beyond a curtain, 3 parts drawn aside, the eye caught the tablinum, or saloon, which was closed at will by glazed doors, now slid back into the walls. On either side of this tablinum were small rooms, one of which was a kind of cabinet of gems, and these apartments, as well as the tablinum, communicated with a long gallery, which opened at either end upon terraces. And between the terraces, and communicating with the central part of the gallery, was a hall, in which the banquet was that day prepared. All these apartments, though almost on a level with the street, were 1 story above the garden, and the terraces communicating with the gallery were continued into corridors raised above the pillars which, to the right and left, skirted the garden below. Beneath, and on a level with the garden, ran the apartments we have already described as chiefly appropriated to Julia. In the gallery, then, just mentioned, Diomed received his guests. The merchant affected greatly the man of letters, and therefore he also affected a passion for everything Greek. He paid particular attention to Glaucus. "You will see, my friend," said he, with a wave of his hand, "that I am a little classical here, a little Cecropian, eh? The hall in which we shall sup is borrowed from the Greeks. It is an aecus Cyzicene. Noble Sallust, they have not, I am told, this sort of apartment in Rome." "Oh," replied Sallust with a half smile, "you Pompeians combine all that is most eligible in Greece and in Rome. May you, Diomed, combine the viands as well as the architecture." You shall see, my Sallust," replied the merchant. "We have a taste at Pompeii, and we have also money." "They are two excellent things," replied Sallust. "But behold, the Lady Julia." The main difference, as I have before remarked, in the manner of life observed among the Athenians and Romans, was that with the first the modest woman rarely or never took part in entertainments; with the latter they were the common ornaments of the banquet, but when they were present at the feast it usually terminated at an early hour. Magnificently robed in white, interwoven with pearls and threads of gold, the handsome Julia entered the apartment. Scarcely had she received the salutation of the two guests, ere Pansa and his wife, Lepidus, Clodius, and the Roman senator entered almost simultaneously. Then came the widow Fulvia, then the poet Fulvius, like to the widow in name if in nothing else. The warrior from Herculaneum, accompanied by his Umbra, next stalked in, afterwards the less eminent of the guests. Ione yet tarried. It was the mode among the courteous ancients to flatter whenever it was in their power; accordingly it was a sign of ill breeding to seat themselves immediately on entering the house of their host. After performing the salutation, which was usually accomplished by the same cordial shake of the right hand which we ourselves retain, and sometimes by the yet more familiar embrace, they spent several minutes in surveying the apartment and admiring the bronzes, the pictures, or the furniture with which it was adorned, a mode very impolite according to our refined English notions, which place good breeding in indifference. We would not for the world express much admiration of another man's house, for fear it should be thought we had never seen anything so fine before. "A beautiful statue this of Bacchus," said the Roman senator. "A mere trifle," replied Diomed. "What charming paintings," said Fulvia. "Mere trifles," answered the owner. "Exquisite candelabra," cried the warrior. "Exquisite," echoed his Umbra. "Trifles, trifles," reiterated the merchant. Meanwhile Glaucus found himself by one of the windows of the gallery, which communicated with the terraces, and the fair Julia by his side. "Is it an Athenian virtue, Glaucus," said the merchant's daughter, "to shun those whom we once sought?" "Fair Julia, no." "Yet methinks it is one of the qualities of Glaucus." "Glaucus never shuns a friend," replied the Greek, with some emphasis on the last word. "May Julia rank among the number of his friends?" "It would be an honor to the emperor to find a friend in one so lovely." "You evade my question," returned the enamored Julia. "But tell me, is it true that you admire the Neapolitan Ione?" "Does not beauty constrain our admiration?" "Ah, subtle Greek, still do you fly the meaning of my words. But say, shall Julia be indeed your friend?" "If she will so favor me, blessed be the gods, the day in which I am thus honored shall be ever marked in white." Yet even while you speak your eye is resting, your color comes and goes, you move away involuntarily, you are impatient to join Ione. For at that moment Ione had entered, and Glaucus had indeed betrayed the emotion noticed by the jealous beauty. "Can admiration to one woman make me unworthy the friendship of another? Sanction not so, O Julia, the libels of the poets on your sex." "Well, you are right, or I will learn to think so. Glaucus, yet one moment. You are to wed Ione, is it not so?" "If the fates permit, such is my blessed hope." "Accept then from me, in token of our new friendship, a present for your bride. Nay, it is the custom of friends, you know, always to present to bride and bridegroom some such little marks of their esteem and favoring wishes." "Julia, I cannot refuse any token of friendship from one like you. I will accept the gift as an omen from Fortune herself." "Then, after the feast, when the guests retire, you will descend with me to my apartment and receive it from my hands. Remember," said Julia, as she joined the wife of Pansa and left Glaucus to seek Ione. The widow Fulvia and the spouse of the aedile were engaged in high and grave discussion. "Oh, Fulvia, I assure you that the last account from Rome declares that the frizzling mode of dressing the hair is growing antiquated. They only now wear it built up in a tower, like Julia's, or arranged as a helmet. The Gallerian fashion, like mine, you see, it has a fine effect, I think. I assure you, Vespius was the name of the Herculaneum hero, admires it greatly. And nobody wears the hair like yon Neapolitan in the Greek way. What, parted in front with the knot behind? Oh no, how ridiculous it is. It reminds one of the statue of Diana. Yet this Ione is handsome, eh?" "So the men say, but then she is rich. She is to marry the Athenian. I wish her joy. He will not be long faithful, I suspect. Those foreigners are very faithless." "Oh, Julia," said Fulvia, as the merchant's daughter joined them, "have you seen the tiger yet?" "No." "Why, all the ladies have been to see him. He is so handsome." "I hope we shall find some criminal or other for him and the lion," replied Julia. "Your husband," turning to Pansa's wife, "is not so active as he should be in this matter." "Why, really, the laws are too mild," replied the dame of the helmet. "There are so few offences to which the punishment of the arena can be awarded, and then, too, the gladiators are growing effeminate. The stoutest bestiarii declare they are willing enough to fight a boar or a bull, but as for a lion or a tiger, they think the game too much in earnest." "They are worthy of a mitre," replied Julia in disdain. "Oh, have you seen the new house of Fulvius, the dear poet?" said Pansa's wife. "No, is it handsome?" "Very. Such good taste. But they say, my dear, that he has such improper pictures. He won't show them to the women. How ill-bred!" "Those poets are always odd," said the widow. "But he is an interesting man. What pretty verses he writes. We improve very much in poetry. It is impossible to read the old stuff now." "I declare I am of your opinion," returned the lady of the helmet. "There is so much more force and energy in the modern school." The warrior sauntered up to the ladies. "It reconciles me to peace," said he, "when I see such faces." "Oh, you heroes are ever flatterers," returned Fulvia, hastening to appropriate the compliment specially to herself. "By this chain, which I received from the emperor's own hand," replied the warrior, playing with a short chain which hung around the neck like a collar, instead of descending to the breast, according to the fashion of the peaceful. "By this chain you wrong me. I am a blunt man. A soldier should be so." "How do you find the ladies of Pompeii generally?" said Julia. "By Venus, most beautiful. They favor me a little, it is true, and that inclines my eyes to double their charms." "We love a warrior," said the wife of Pansa. "I see it, by Hercules. It is even disagreeable to be too celebrated in these cities. At Herculaneum they climb the roof of my atrium to catch a glimpse of me through the compluvium. The admiration of one's citizens is pleasant at first, but burthensome afterwards." "True, true, O Vespius," cried the poet, joining the group. "I find it so myself." "You," said the stately warrior, scanning the small form of the poet with ineffable disdain, "in what legion have you served?" "You may see my spoils, my ex-UVA, in the forum itself," returned the poet, with a significant glance at the women. "I have been among the tent companions, the concubinales, of the great Mantuan himself." "I know no general from Mantua," said the warrior gravely. "What campaign have you served?" "That of Helicon." "I never heard of it." "Nay, Vespius, he does but joke," said Julia, laughing. "Joke? By Mars, am I a man to be joked?" "Yes, Mars himself was in love with the mother of jokes," said the poet, a little alarmed. "Know then, O Vespius, that I am the poet Fulvius. It is I who make warriors immortal." "The gods forbid," whispered Sallust to Julia. "If Vespius were made immortal, what a specimen of tiresome braggadocio would be transmitted to posterity." The soldier looked puzzled, when to the infinite relief of himself and his companions, the signal for the feast was given. As we have already witnessed at the house of Glaucus, the ordinary routine of a Pompeian entertainment, the reader is spared any second detail of the courses, and the manner in which they were introduced. Diomed, who was rather ceremonious, had appointed a nomenclator, or appointer of places, to each guest. The reader understands that the festive board was composed of 3 tables, one at the centre and one at each wing. It was only at the outer side of these tables that the guests reclined, the inner space was left untenanted, for the greater convenience of the waiters or ministry. The extreme corner of one of the wings was appropriated to Julia as the lady of the feast, that next her to Diomed. At one corner of the centre table was placed the aedile, at the opposite corner the Roman senator. These were the posts of honour. The other guests were arranged so that the young, gentleman or lady, should sit next each other, and the more advanced in years be similarly matched. An agreeable provision enough, but one which must often have offended those who wished to be thought still young. The chair of Ione was next to the couch of Glaucus. The seats were veneered with tortoise shell and covered with quilts stuffed with feathers and ornamented with costly embroideries. The modern ornaments of Epernay or Plato were supplied by images of the gods wrought in bronze, ivory, and silver. The sacred salt cellar and the familiar Lares were not forgotten. Over the table and the seats a rich canopy was suspended from the ceiling. At each corner of the table were lofty candelabra. For though it was early noon, the room was darkened, while from tripods placed in different parts of the room distilled the odour of myrrh and frankincense, and upon the abacus, or sideboard, large vases and various ornaments of silver were ranged, much with the same ostentation, but with more than the same taste, that we find displayed at a modern feast. The custom of grace was invariably supplied by that of libations to the gods, and Vesta, as queen of the household gods, usually received first that graceful homage. This ceremony being performed, the slaves showered flowers upon the couches and the floor, and crowned each guest with rosy garlands, intricately woven with ribbons, tied by the rind of the linden tree, and each intermingled with the ivy and the amethyst, supposed preventives against the effect of wine. The wreaths of the women only were exempted from these leaves, for it was not the fashion for them to drink wine in public. It was then that the President Diomed thought it advisable to institute a basilius, or director of the feast, an important office, sometimes chosen by lot, sometimes as now by the master of the entertainment. Diomed was not a little puzzled as to his election. The invalid senator was too grave and too infirm for the proper fulfilment of his duty. The ideal pantser was adequate enough to the task, but then to choose the next in official rank to the senator was an affront to the senator himself. While deliberating between the merits of the others, he caught the mirthful glance of Sallust, and, by a sudden inspiration, named the jovial epicure to the rank of director, or arbiter bibendi. Sallust received the appointment with becoming humility. "I shall be a merciful king," said he, "to those who drink deep. To a recusant, Minos himself shall be less inexorable. Beware." The slaves handed round basins of perfumed water, by which libation the feast commenced, and now the table groaned under the initiatory course. The conversation, at first desultory and scattered, allowed Ione and Glaucus to carry on those sweet whispers which are worth all the eloquence in the world. Julia watched them with flashing eyes. "How soon shall her place be mine?" thought she. But Clodius, who sat in the centre table so as to observe well the countenance of Julia, guessed her pique, and resolved to profit by it. He addressed her across the table in set phrases of gallantry, and as he was of high birth and of a showy person, the vain Julia was not so much in love as to be insensible to his attentions. The slaves, in the interim, were constantly kept upon the alert by the vigilant Sallust, who chased one cup by another with a celerity which seemed as if he were resolved upon exhausting those capacious cellars which the reader may yet see beneath the house of Diomed. The worthy merchant began to repent his choice, as amphora after amphora was pierced and emptied. The slaves, all under the age of manhood, the youngest being about 10 years old, it was they who filled the wine, the eldest some 5 years older mingled it with water, seemed to share in the zeal of Sallust, and the face of Diomed began to glow as he watched the provoking complacency with which they seconded the exertions of the king of the feast. "Pardon me, O senator," said Sallust, "I see you flinch. Your purple hem cannot save you. Drink." "By the gods," said the senator, coughing, "my lungs are already on fire. You proceed with so miraculous a swiftness that Phaeton himself was nothing to you. I am infirm, O pleasant Sallust, you must exonerate me." "Not I, by Vesta. I am an impartial monarch. Drink!" The poor senator, compelled by the laws of the table, was forced to comply. Alas, every cup was bringing him nearer and nearer to the Stygian pool. "Gently, gently, my king," groaned Diomed. "We already begin to—" "Treason!" interrupted Sallust. "No stern Brutus here, no interference with royalty." "But our female guests—" "Lover toper, did not Ariadne dote upon Bacchus?" The feast proceeded. The guests grew more talkative and noisy. The dessert or last course was already on the table, and the slaves bore round water with myrrh and hyssop for the finishing libation. At the same time, a small circular table that had been placed in the space opposite the guests suddenly, and as by magic, seemed to open in the center and cast up a fragrant shower, sprinkling the table and the guests, while, as it ceased, the awning above them was drawn aside, and the guests perceived that a rope had been stretched across the ceiling, and that one of those nimble dancers for which Pompeii was so celebrated, and whose descendants add so charming a grace to the festivities of Astles or Vauxhall, was now treading his airy measures right over their heads. This apparition, removed but by a cord from one's pericranium, and indulging the most vehement leaps, apparently with the intention of alighting upon that cerebral region, would probably be regarded with some terror by a party in Mayfair, but our Pompeian revellers seemed to behold the spectacle with delighted curiosity, and applauded in proportion as the dancer appeared with the most difficulty to miss falling upon the head of whatever guest he particularly selected to dance above. He paid the senator, indeed, the peculiar compliment of literally falling from the rope and catching it again with his hand, just as the whole party imagined the skull of the Roman was as much fractured as ever that of the poet whom the eagle took for a tortoise. At length, to the great relief of at least Ione, who had not much accustomed herself to this entertainment, the dancer suddenly paused as a strain of music was heard from without. He danced again still more wildly, the air changed, the dancer paused again. No, it could not dissolve the charm which was supposed to possess him. He represented one who by a strange disorder is compelled to dance, and whom only a certain air of music can cure. At length the musician seemed to hit on the right tune, the dancer gave one leap, swung himself down from the rope, alighted on the floor, and vanished. One art now yielded to another, and the musicians who were stationed without on the terrace struck up a soft and mellow air, to which were sung the following words, made almost indistinct by the barrier between and the exceeding lowness of the minstrelsy. Festive music should be low. Hark, through these flowers our music sends its greeting, to your loved halls where Silas shuns the day. When the young god his Cretan nymph was meeting, he taught Pan's rustic pipe this gliding lay. Soft as the dews of wine, shed in this banquet hour, the rich libation of sound stream divine, O reverent harp, to Aphrodite pour. Wild rings the trump o'er ranks to glory marching, music's sublimer bursts for war are meet. But sweet lips murmuring under wreaths o'erarching, find the low whispers like their own most sweet. Steal, my lulled music, steal, like woman's half-heard tone, so that whoe'er shall hear shall think to feel in thee the voice of lips that love his own. At the end of that song, Ione's cheek blushed more deeply than before, and Glaucus had contrived, under cover of the table, to steal her hand. "It is a pretty song," said Fulvius, patronizingly. "Ah, if you would oblige us," murmured the wife of Panza. "Do you wish Fulvius to sing?" asked the king of the feast, who had just called on the assembly to drink the health of the Roman senator, a cup to each letter of his name. "Can you ask?" said the matron, with a complimentary glance at the poet. Sallust snapped his fingers, and whispering the slave who came to learn his orders, the latter disappeared and returned in a few moments with a small harp in one hand and a branch of myrtle in the other. The slave approached the poet, and with a low reverence presented to him the harp. "Alas, I cannot play," said the poet. "Then you must sing to the myrtle. It is a Greek fashion. Diomed loves the Greeks. I love the Greeks. You love the Greeks. We all love the Greeks. And between you and me, this is not the only thing we have stolen from them. However, I introduced this custom, I, the king. Sing, subject, sing." The poet, with a bashful smile, took the myrtle in his hands, and after a short prelude, sang as follows, in a pleasant and well-tuned voice. The Coronation of the Loves. The merry loves, one holiday, were all at gambols madly, but loves too long can seldom play, without behaving sadly. They laughed, they toyed, they romped about, and then for change they all fell out. Fie, fie, how can they quarrel so? My Lesbia, ah, for shame, love, methinks 'tis scarce an hour ago, when we did just the same, love. The loves, 'tis thought, were free till then, they had no king or laws, dear, but gods like men should subject be, say all the ancient saws, dear. And so our crew resolved for quiet to choose a king to curb their riot. A kiss, ah, what a grievous thing, for both methinks 'twould be, child, if I should take some prudish king, and cease to be so free, child. Among their toys a casque they found, it was the helm of Ares, with horrent plumes the crest was crowned, it frightened all the Lares. So fine a king was never known, they placed the helmet on the throne. My girl, since valor wins the world, they chose a mighty master, but thy sweet flag of smiles unfurled would win the world much faster. The casque soon found the loves too wild, a troop for him to school them, for warriors know how one such child has aye contrived to fool them. They plagued him so that in despair he took a wife the plague to share. If kings themselves thus find the strife of earth unshared, severe girl, why just to halve the ills of life, come take your partner here, girl. Within that room the bird of love the whole affair had eyed then, the monarch hailed the royal dove and placed her by his side then. What mirth amidst the loves was seen, long live, they cried, our king and queen. Ah, Lesbia, would that thrones were mine, and crowns to deck that brow, love, and yet I know that heart of thine, for me is thrown in now, love. The urchins hoped to tease the mate, as they had teased the hero, but when the dove in judgment sate, they found her worse than Nero. Each look a frown, each word a law, the little subjects shook with awe. In thee I find the same deceit, too late, alas, a learner, for where a mien more gently sweet, and where a tyrant sterner. This song, which greatly suited the gay and lively fancy of the Pompeians, was received with considerable applause, and the widow insisted on crowning her namesake with the very branch of myrtle to which he had sung. It was easily twisted into a garland, and the immortal Fulvius was crowned amidst the clapping of hands and shouts of "Io triumph!" The song and the harp now circulated round the party, a new myrtle branch being handed about, stopping at each person who could be prevailed upon to sing. The sun began now to decline, though the revellers, who had worn away several hours, perceived it not in their darkened chamber, and the senator, who was tired, and the warrior, who had to return to Herculaneum, rising to depart, gave the signal for the general dispersion. "Tarry yet a moment, my friends," said Diomed. "If you will go so soon, you must at least take a share in our concluding game." So saying, he motioned to one of the ministry, and whispering him, the slave went out, and presently returned with a small bowl containing various tablets carefully sealed, and apparently exactly similar. Each guest was to purchase one of these at the nominal price of the lowest piece of silver, and the sport of this lottery, which was the favorite diversion of Augustus, who introduced it, consisted in the inequality and sometimes the incongruity of the prizes, the nature and amount of which were specified within the tablets. For instance, the poet, with a wry face, drew one of his own poems. No physician ever less willingly swallowed his own draught. The warrior drew a case of bodkins, which gave rise to certain novel witticisms relative to Hercules and the distaff. The widow Fulvia obtained a large drinking cup, Julia a gentleman's buckle, and Lepidus a lady's patchbox. The most appropriate lot was drawn by the gambler Clodius, who reddened with anger on being presented to a set of cogged dice. A certain damp was thrown upon the gaiety which these various lots created by an accident that was considered ominous. Glaucus drew the most valuable of all the prizes, a small marble statue of Fortune, of Grecian workmanship. On handing it to him, the slaves suffered it to drop, and it broke in pieces. A shiver went round the assembly, and each voice cried spontaneously on the gods to avert the omen. Glaucus alone, though perhaps as superstitious as the rest, affected to be unmoved. "Sweet Neapolitan," whispered he tenderly to Ione, who had turned pale as the broken marble itself, "I accept the omen. It signifies that in obtaining thee, Fortune can give no more. She breaks her image when she blesses me with thine." In order to divert the impression which this incident had occasioned in an assembly which, considering the civilization of the guests, would seem miraculously superstitious, if at the present day in a country party we did not often see a lady grow hypochondriacal on leaving a room last of 13, Sallust, now crowning his cup with flowers, gave the health of their host. This was followed by a similar compliment to the emperor, and then with a parting cup to Mercury to send them pleasant slumbers, they concluded the entertainment by a last libation and broke up the party. Carriages and litters were little used in Pompeii, partly owing to the extreme narrowness of the streets, partly to the convenient smallness of the city. Most of the guests replacing their sandals, which they had put off in the banquet room, and enduing their cloaks, left the house on foot, attended by their slaves. Meanwhile, having seen Ione depart, Glaucus, turning to the staircase which led down to the rooms of Julia, was conducted by a slave to an apartment in which he found the merchant's daughter already seated. "Glaucus," said she, looking down, "I see that you really love Ione. She is indeed beautiful." "Julia is charming enough to be generous," replied the Greek. "Yes, I love Ione. Amidst all the youth who court you, may you have one worshipper as sincere." "I pray the gods to grant it. See, Glaucus, these pearls are the present I destined to your bride. May Juno give her health to wear them." So saying, she placed a case in his hand, containing a row of pearls of some size and price. It was so much the custom for persons about to be married to receive these gifts, that Glaucus could have little scruple in accepting the necklace, though the gallant and proud Athenian inly resolved to requite the gift by one of thrice its value. Julia, then stopping short his thanks, poured forth some wine into a small bowl. "You have drunk many toasts with my father," said she, smiling. "One now with me. Health and fortune to your bride." She touched the cup with her lips, and then presented it to Glaucus. The customary etiquette required that Glaucus should drain the whole contents. He accordingly did so. Julia, unknowing the deceit which Nydia had practiced upon her, watched him with sparkling eyes. Although the witch had told her that the effect might not be immediate, she yet sanguinely trusted to an expeditious operation in favor of her charms. She was disappointed when she found Glaucus coldly replace the cup and converse with her in the same unmoved but gentle tone as before. And though she detained him as long as she decorously could do, no change took place in his manner. But tomorrow, thought she, exultingly recovering her disappointment, tomorrow, alas for Glaucus. Alas for him, indeed. End of chapter 3.
Book 4, Chapter 4 of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 4, Chapter 4. The story halts for a moment at an episode. Restless and anxious, Arbaces consumed the day in wandering through the most sequestered walks in the vicinity of the city. The sun was slowly setting as he paused beside a lonely part of the Sanus, ere yet it wound amidst the evidences of luxury and power. Only through openings in the woods and vines were caught glimpses of the white and gleaming city, in which was heard in the distance no din, no sound, nor busiest hum of men. Amidst the green banks crept the lizard and the grasshopper, and here and there in the brake some solitary bird burst into sudden song, as suddenly stifled. There was deep calm around, but not the calm of night. The air still breathed of the freshness and life of day. The grass still moved to the stir of the insect horde, and on the opposite bank the graceful and white capella passed browsing through the herbage, and paused at the wave to drink. As Arbaces stood musingly gazing upon the waters, he heard beside him the low bark of a dog. "Be still, poor friend," said a voice at hand. "The stranger's step harms not thy master." The convert recognized the voice, and turning, he beheld the old mysterious man whom he had seen in the congregation of the Nazarenes. The old man was sitting upon a fragment of stone covered with ancient mosses. Beside him were his staff and scrip. At his feet lay a small shaggy dog, the companion in how many a pilgrimage perilous and strange. The face of the old man was as balm to the excited spirit of the neophyte. He approached, and craving his blessing, sat down beside him. "Thou art provided us for a journey, father," said he. "Wilt thou leave us yet?" "My son," replied the old man, "the days in store for me on earth are few and scanty. I employ them as becomes me, travelling from place to place, comforting those whom God has gathered together in his name, and proclaiming the glory of his Son, as testified to his servant. Thou hast looked, they tell me, on the face of Christ, and the face revived me from the dead. Know, young proselyte to the true faith, that I am he of whom thou readest in the scroll of the Apostle. In the far Judea, and in the city of Nain, there dwelt a widow, humble of spirit and sad of heart. For of all the ties of life, one son alone was spared to her. And she loved him with a melancholy love, for he was the likeness of the lost. And the son died. The reed on which she leaned was broken, the oil was dried up in the widow's cruse. They bore the dead upon his bier, and near the gate of the city, where the crowd were gathered, there came a silence over the sounds of woe, for the Son of God was passing by. The mother who followed the bier wept, not noisily, but all who looked upon her saw that her heart was crushed. And the Lord pitied her, and he touched the bier, and said, I say unto thee, arise. And the dead man woke, and looked upon the face of the Lord. Oh, that calm and solemn brow, that unutterable smile, that careworn and sorrowful face, lighted up with a God's benignity. It chased away the shadows of the grave. I rose, I spoke, I was living and in my mother's arms. Yes, I am the dead revived. The people shouted, the funeral horns rung forth merrily. There was a cry, God hath visited his people. I heard them not. I felt, I saw nothing but the face of the Redeemer. The old man paused, deeply moved, and the youth felt his blood creep and his hair stir. He was in the presence of one who had known the mystery of death. Till that time, renewed the widow's son, I had been as other men, thoughtless, not abandoned, taking no heed but of the things of love and life. Nay, I had inclined to the gloomy faith of the earthly Sadducee. But raised from the dead, from awful and desert dreams that these lips never dare reveal, recalled upon earth to testify the powers of heaven, once more mortal, the witness of immortality, I drew a new being from the grave. O faded, O lost Jerusalem, him from whom came my life, I beheld adjudged to the agonized and parching death. Far in the mighty crowd I saw the light rest and glimmer over the cross. I heard the hooting mob. I cried aloud. I raved, I threatened. None heeded me. I was lost in the whirl and the roar of thousands. But even then, in my agony and his own, methought the glazing eye of the Son of Man sought me out. His lips smiled as when it conquered death. It hushed me, and I became calm. He who had defied the grave for another, what was the grave to him? The sun shone aslant the pale and powerful features, and then died away. Darkness fell over the earth. How long it endured, I know not. A loud cry came through the gloom, a sharp and bitter cry, and all was silent. But who shall tell the terrors of the night? I walked along the city, the earth reeled to and fro, and the houses trembled to their base. The living had deserted the streets, but not the dead. Through the gloom I saw them glide, the dim and ghastly shapes in the cerements of the grave, with horror and woe and warning on their unmoving lips and lightless eyes. They swept by me as I passed. They glared upon me. I had been their brother, and they bowed their heads in recognition. They had risen to tell the living that the dead can rise. Again the old man paused, and when he resumed it was in a calmer tone. From that night I resigned all earthly thought but that of serving him. A preacher and a pilgrim, I have traversed the remotest corners of the earth, proclaiming his divinity and bringing new converts to his fold. I come as the wind, and as the wind depart, sowing as the wind sows the seeds that enrich the world. Son, on earth we shall meet no more. Forget not this hour. What are the pleasures and the pomps of life? As the lamp shines, so life glitters for an hour. But the soul's light is the star that burns for ever in the heart of inimitable space. It was then that their conversation fell upon the general and sublime doctrines of immortality. It soothed and elevated the young mind of the convert, which yet clung to many of the damps and shadows of that cell of faith which he had so lately left. It was the air of heaven breathing on the prisoner released at last. There was a strong and marked distinction between the Christianity of the old man and that of Olinthus. That of the first was more soft, more gentle, more divine. The heroism of Olinthus had something in it fierce and intolerant. It was necessary to the part he was destined to play. It had in it more of the courage of the martyr than the charity of the saint. It aroused, it excited, it nerved, rather than subdued and softened. But the whole heart of that divine old man was bathed in love. The smile of the deity had burned away from it the leaven of earthlier and coarser passions, and left to the energy of the hero all the meekness of the child. "And now," said he, rising at length as the sun's last ray died in the west, "now, in the cool of twilight, I pursue my way towards the imperial Rome. There yet dwell some holy men who, like me, have beheld the face of Christ, and them would I see before I die. But the night is chill for thine age, my father, and the way is long, and the robber haunts it. Rest thee till to-morrow. Kind son, what is there in this script to tempt the robber? And the night and the solitude, these make the ladder round which angels cluster, and beneath which my spirit can dream of God. Oh, none can know what the pilgrim feels as he walks on his holy course, nursing no fear and dreading no danger. For God is with him. He hears the winds murmur glad tidings. The woods sleep in the shadow of almighty wings. The stars are the scriptures of heaven, the tokens of love, and the witnesses of immortality. Night is the pilgrim's day. With these words the old man pressed Arbaces to his breast, and taking up his staff and scrip, the dog bounded cheerily before him, and with slow steps and downcast eyes he went his way. The convert stood watching his bended form till the trees shut the last glimpse from his view, and then, as the stars broke forth, he woke from the musings with a start, reminded of his appointment with Olinthus. End of Book 4, Chapter 4. Book 4, Chapter 5 of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 4, Chapter 5. The Philtre, its Effect. When Glaucus arrived at his own home, he found Nydia seated under the portico of his garden. In fact, she had sought his house in the mere chance that he might return at an early hour. Anxious, fearful, anticipative, she resolved upon seizing the earliest opportunity of availing herself of the love-charm, while at the same time she half hoped the opportunity might be deferred. It was then in that fearful, burning mood, her heart beating, her cheek flushing, that Nydia awaited the possibility of Glaucus's return before the night. He crossed the portico just as the first stars began to rise, and the heaven above had assumed its most purple robe. "Oh, my child, wait you for me?" "Nay, I have been tending the flowers, and did but linger a little while to rest myself." "It has been warm," said Glaucus, placing himself also on one of the seats beneath the colonnade. "Very." "Wilt thou summon Davus? The wine I have drunk heats me, and I long for some cooling drink." Here at once, suddenly and unexpectedly, the very opportunity that Nydia awaited presented itself. Of himself, at his own free choice, he afforded to her that occasion. She breathed quick. "I will prepare for you myself," said she, "the summer draught that Ione loves, of honey and weak wine cooled in snow." "Thanks," said the unconscious Glaucus. "If I only love it enough, it would be grateful were it poison." Nydia frowned and then smiled. She withdrew for a few moments, and returned with the cup containing the beverage. Glaucus took it from her hand. What would not Nydia have given then for 1 hour's prerogative of sight, to have watched her hopes ripening to effect, to have seen the first dawn of the imagined love, to have worshipped with more than Persian adoration the rising of that sun which her credulous soul believed was to break upon her dreary night. Far different, as she stood then and there, were the thoughts, the emotions of the blind girl from those of the vain Pompeian under a similar suspense. In the last, what poor and frivolous passions had made up the daring whole? What petty pique, what small revenge, what expectation of a paltry triumph had swelled the attributes of that sentiment she dignified with the name of love? But in the wild heart of the Thessalian all was pure, uncontrolled, unmodified passion, erring, unwomanly, frenzied, but debased by no elements of a more sordid feeling. Filled with love as with life itself, how could she resist the occasion of winning love in return? She leaned for support against the wall, and her face, before so flushed, was now white as snow, and with her delicate hands clasped convulsively together, her lips apart, her eyes on the ground, she waited the next words Glaucus should utter. Glaucus had raised the cup to his lips. He had already drained about a fourth of its contents, when his eye suddenly glancing upon the face of Nydia, he was so forcibly struck by its alteration, by its intense and painful and strange expression, that he paused abruptly, and, still holding the cup near his lips, exclaimed, "Why, Nydia, Nydia, I say, art thou ill or in pain? Nay, thy face speaks for thee. What ails my poor child?" As he spoke, he put down the cup, and rose from his seat to approach her, when a sudden pang shot coldly to his heart, and was followed by a wild, confused, dizzy sensation at the brain. The floor seemed to glide from under him. His feet seemed to move on air. A mighty and unearthly gladness rushed upon his spirit. He felt too buoyant for the earth. He longed for wings. Nay, it seemed in the buoyancy of his new existence as if he possessed them. He burst involuntarily into a loud and thrilling laugh. He clapped his hands. He bounded aloft. He was as a pythoness inspired. Suddenly as it came, this preternatural transport passed, though only partially, away. He now felt his blood rushing loudly and rapidly through his veins. It seemed to swell, to exult, to leap along, as a stream that has burst its bounds and hurries to the ocean. It throbbed in his ear with a mighty sound. He felt it mount to his brow. He felt the veins in his temples stretch and swell, as if they could no longer contain the violent and increasing tide. Then a kind of darkness fell over his eyes. Darkness, but not entire, for through the dim shade he saw the opposite walls glow out, and the figures painted thereon seemed ghost-like, to creep and glide. What was most strange, he did not feel himself ill. He did not sink or quail beneath the dread frenzy that was gathering over him. The novelty of the feeling seemed bright and vivid. He felt as if a younger health had been infused into his frame. He was gliding on to madness, and he knew it not. Nydia had not answered his first question. She had not been able to reply. His wild and fearful laugh had roused her from her passionate suspense. She could not see his fierce gesture. She could not mark his reeling and unsteady step as he paced unconsciously to and fro, but she heard the words, broken, incoherent, insane, that gushed from his lips. She became terrified and appalled. She hastened to him, feeling with her arms until she touched his knees, and then, falling on the ground, she embraced them, weeping with terror and excitement. "Oh, speak to me, speak! You do not hate me! Speak, speak!" By the bright goddess, a beautiful land, this Cyprus! Oh, how they fill us with wine instead of blood! Now they open the veins of the fawn yonder, to show how the tide within bubbles and sparkles. Come hither, jolly old god, thou ridest on a goat, eh? What long silky hair he has! He is worth all the coursers of Parthia. But a word with thee, this wine of thine is too strong for us mortals. Oh, beautiful! The boughs are at rest. The green waves of the forest have caught the zephyr and drowned him. Not a breath stirs the leaves, and I view the dreams sleeping with folded wings upon the motionless elm. And I look beyond, and I see a blue stream sparkle in the silent noon. A fountain springing aloft. Ah, my fount, thou wilt not put out rays of my Grecian sun, though thou triest ever so hard with thy nimble and silver arms. And now, what form steals yonder through the boughs? She glides like a moonbeam. She has a garland of oak leaves on her head. In her hand is a vase upturned, from which she pours pink and tiny shells and sparkling water. Oh, look on yon face! Man never before saw its like. See, we are alone, only I and she in the wide forest. There is no smile upon her lips. She moves, grave and sweetly sad. Fly, it is a nymph. It is one of the wild Nepai. Whoever sees her becomes mad. Fly. See, she discovers me. Oh, Glaucus, Glaucus, do you not know me? Rave not so wildly, or thou wilt kill me with a word. A new change seemed now to operate upon the jarring and disordered mind of the unfortunate Athenian. He put his hand upon Nydia's silken hair. He smoothed the locks. He looked wistfully upon her face, and then, as in the broken chain of thought one or two links were yet unsevered, it seemed that her countenance brought its associations of Ione, and with that remembrance his madness became yet more powerful, and it swayed and tinged by passion as he burst forth, "I swear by Venus, by Diana, and by Juno, that though I have now the world on my shoulders, as my countryman Hercules, dull Rome, whoever was truly great was of Greece, why you would be godless if it were not for us. I say, as my countryman Hercules had before me, I would let it fall into chaos for one smile from Ione. Oh, beautiful, adored," he added, in a voice inexpressibly fond and plaintive, "thou lovest me not, thou art unkind to me, the Egyptian hath belied me to thee. Thou knowest not what hours I have spent beneath thy casement, thou knowest not how I have outwatched the stars, thinking thou, my sun, wouldst rise at last, and thou lovest me not, thou forsakest me. Oh, do not leave me now, I feel that my life will not be long. Let me gaze on thee at least until the last. I am of the bright land of thy fathers, I have trod the heights of Phyle, I have gathered the hyacinth and rose amidst the olive groves of Ilyssus. Thou shouldst not desert me, for thy fathers were brothers to my own. And they say this land is lovely, and these climes serene, but I will bear thee with me. Oh, dark form, why risest thou like a cloud between me and mine? Death sits calmly dread upon thy brow. On thy lip is the smile that slays. Thy name is Orcus, but on earth men call thee Arbaces. See, I know thee. Fly, dim shadow, thy spells avail not." "Glaucus, Glaucus!" murmured Nydia, releasing her hold, and falling, beneath the excitement of her dismay, remorse, and anguish, insensible on the floor. "Who calls?" said he in a loud voice. "Ione! It is she! They have borne her off! We will save her! Where is my stylus? Ah, I have it! I come, Ione, to thy rescue! I come! I come!" So saying, the Athenian with one bound passed the portico, he traversed the house, and rushed with swift but vacillating steps, and muttering audibly to himself, down the starlit streets. The direful potion burnt like fire in his veins, for its effect was made perhaps still more sudden from the wine he had drunk previously. Used to the excesses of nocturnal revellers, the citizens, with smiles and winks, gave way to his reeling steps. They naturally imagined him under the influence of the Bromian god, not vainly worshipped at Pompeii. But they who looked twice upon his face started in a nameless fear, and the smile withered from their lips. He passed the more populous streets, and pursuing mechanically the way to Ione's house, he traversed a more deserted quarter, and entered now the lonely grove of Cybele, in which Arbaces had held his interview with Olinthus. End of Book 4, Chapter 5.
Book 4, Chapter 6 of Last Days of Pompeii. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Book 4, Chapter 6. A reunion of different actors. Streams that flowed apparently apart rush into one gulf. Impatient to learn whether the fell drug had yet been administered by Julia to his hated rival, and with what effect, Arbaces resolved, as the evening came on, to seek her house and satisfy his suspense. It was customary, as I have before said, for men at that time to carry abroad with them the tablets and the stylus attached to their girdle, and with the girdle they were put off when at home. In fact, under the appearance of a literary instrument, the Romans carried about with them in that same stylus a very sharp and formidable weapon. It was with his stylus that Cassius stabbed Caesar in the Senate house. Taking, then, his girdle and his cloak, Arbaces left his house, supporting his steps, which were still somewhat feeble, though hope and vengeance had conspired greatly with his own medical science, which was profound, to restore his natural strength. By his long staff, Arbaces took his way to the villa of Diomed. And beautiful is the moonlight of the south. In those climes the night so quickly glides into the day, that twilight scarcely makes a bridge between them. One moment of darker purple in the sky, of 1,000 rose hues in the water, of shade half victorious over light, and then burst forth at once the countless stars. The moon is up, night has resumed her reign. Brightly then, and softly bright, fell the moonbeams over the antique grove consecrated to Cybele. The stately trees, whose date went beyond tradition, cast their long shadows over the soil, while through the openings in their boughs the stars shone, still and frequent. The whiteness of the small sacellum in the center of the grove, amidst the dark foliage, had in it something abrupt and startling. It recalled at once the purpose to which the wood was consecrated, its holiness and solemnity. With a swift and stealthy pace, Calenus, gliding under the shade of the trees, reached the chapel, and gently putting back the boughs that completely closed around its rear, settled himself in its concealment. A concealment so complete, that with the fane in front and the trees behind, that no unsuspicious passenger could possibly have detected him. Again, all was apparently solitary in the grove. Afar off you heard faintly the voices of some noisy revellers, or the music that played cheerily to the groups that then, as now in those climates, during the nights of summer, lingered in the streets, and enjoyed in the fresh air and the liquid moonlight a milder day. From the height on which the grove was placed, you saw through the intervals of the trees the broad and purple sea, rippling in the distance, the white villas of Stabiae in the curving shore, and the dim Lectiarian hills mingling with the delicious sky. Presently the tall figure of Arbaces, in his way to the house of Diomed, entered the extreme end of the grove, and at the same instant Arbaces, also bound to his appointment with Olinthus, crossed the Egyptian's path. Arbaces, said Arbaces, recognizing the priest at a glance. When last we met you were my foe. I have wished since then to see you, for I would have you still my pupil and my friend. Arbaces started at the voice of the Egyptian, and halting abruptly, gazed upon him with a countenance full of contending, bitter, and scornful emotions. "Villain and impostor," said he at length, "thou hast recovered then from the jaws of the grave. But think not again to weave around me thy guilty meshes. Retiarius, I am armed against thee." "Hush!" said Arbaces in a very low voice, but his pride, which in that descent of kings was great, betrayed the wound it received from the insulting epithets of the priest in the quiver of his lip and the flush of his tawny brow. "Hush! More low! Thou mayest be overheard, and if other ears than mine had drunk those sounds, why—" "Dost thou threaten? What if the whole city had heard me?" "The manes of my ancestors could not have suffered me to forgive thee. But behold and hear me. Thou art enraged that I would have offered violence to thy sister. Nay, peace, peace, but one instant I pray thee. Thou art right, it was the frenzy of passion and of jealousy. I have repented bitterly of my madness. Forgive me, I, who never implored pardon of living man, beseech thee now to forgive me. Nay, I will atone the insult. I ask thy sister in marriage. Start not. Consider. What is the alliance of yon holiday Greek compared to mine? Wealth unbounded, birth that in its far antiquity leaves your Greek and Roman names the things of yesterday. Science. But that thou knowest. Give me thy sister, and my whole life shall atone a moment's error." "Egyptian, were even I to consent, my sister loathes the very air thou breathest. But I have my own wrongs to forgive. I may pardon thee that thou hast made me a tool to thy deceits, but never that thou hast seduced me to become the abettor of thy vices. A polluted and a perjured man. Tremble. Even now I prepare the hour in which thou and thy false gods shall be unveiled. Thy lewd and Circean life shall be dragged to day, thy mumming oracles disclosed. The fane of the idol Isis shall be a byword and a scorn, the name of Arbaces a mark for the hisses of execration. Tremble." The flush on the Egyptian's brow was succeeded by a livid paleness. He looked behind, before, around, to feel assured that none were by, and then he fixed his dark and dilating eye on the priest, with such a gaze of wrath and menace, that one, perhaps, less supported than Arbaces by a fervent daring of a divine zeal, could not have faced with unflinching look that lowering aspect. As it was, however, the young convert met it unmoved, and returned it with an eye of proud defiance. "Arbaces," said the Egyptian in a tremulous and inward tone, "beware! What is it thou wouldst meditate? Speakest thou? Reflect, pause before thou repliest. From the hasty influences of wrath, as yet divining no unsettled purpose, or from some fixed design?" "I speak from the inspiration of the true God, whose servant I now am," answered the Christian boldly, "and in the knowledge that by his grace human courage has already fixed the date of thy hypocrisy and thy demon's worship. Ere thrice the sun has dawned, thou wilt know all. Dark sorcerer, tremble, and farewell." All the fierce and lurid passions which he inherited from his nation and his clime, at all times but ill concealed beneath the blandness of craft and the coldness of philosophy, were released in the breast of the Egyptian. Rapidly one thought chased another. He saw before him an absolute barrier to even a lawful alliance with Ione. The fellow champion of Glaucus in the struggle which had baffled his designs, the reviler of his name, the threatened desecrator of the goddess he served while he disbelieved, the avowed and approaching revealer of his own impostures and vices. His love, his repute, nay, his very life might be in danger. The day and hour seemed even to have been fixed for some design against him. He knew by the words of the convert that Arbaces had adopted the Christian faith. He knew the indomitable zeal which led on the proselytes of that creed. Such was his enemy. He grasped his stylus. That enemy was in his power. They were now before the chapel. One hasty glance once more he cast around. He saw none near. Silence and solitude alike tempted him. "Die, then, in thy rashness," he muttered. "Away, obstacle to my rushing fates!" And just as the young Christian had turned to depart, Arbaces raised his hand high over the left shoulder of Arbaces, and plunged his sharp weapon twice into his breast. Arbaces fell to the ground pierced to the heart. He fell mute, without even a groan, at the very base of the sacred chapel. Arbaces gazed upon him for a moment with a fierce animal joy of conquest over a foe. But presently the full sense of the danger to which he was exposed flashed upon him. He wiped his weapon carefully in the long grass, and with the very garments of his victim, drew his cloak around him, and was about to depart, when he saw, coming up the path right before him, the figure of a young man, whose steps reeled and vacillated strangely as he advanced. The quiet moonlight streamed full upon his face, which seemed, by the whitening ray, colorless as marble. The Egyptian recognized the face and form of Glaucus. The unfortunate and benighted Greek was chanting a disconnected and mad song, composed from snatches of hymns and sacred odes, all jarringly woven together. "Ha!" thought the Egyptian, instantaneously divining his state and its terrible cause. "So, then, the hell draught works, and destiny hath sent thee hither to crush two of my foes at once." Quickly, even ere this thought occurred to him, he had withdrawn on one side of the chapel, and concealed himself amongst the boughs. From that lurking place he watched, as a tiger in his lair, the advance of his second victim. He noted the wandering and restless fire in the bright and beautiful eyes of the Athenian, the convulsions that distorted his statue-like features, and writhed his hueless lip. He saw that the Greek was utterly deprived of reason. Nevertheless, as Glaucus came up to the dead body of Arbaces, from which the dark red stream flowed slowly over the grass, so strange and ghastly a spectacle could not fail to arrest him, benighted and erring as was his glimmering sense. He paused, placed his hand to his brow, as if to collect himself, and then saying, "What ho! Endymion, sleepest thou so soundly? What has the moon said to thee? Thou makest me jealous. It is time to wake." He stooped down with the intention of lifting up the body. Forgetting, feeling not, his own debility, the Egyptian sprung from his hiding place, and, as the Greek bent, struck him forcibly to the ground over the very body of the Christian. Then, raising his powerful voice to its highest pitch, he shouted, "Ho, citizens! Oh, help me! Run hither! Hither! A murder! A murder before your very fane! Help, or the murderer escapes!" As he spoke, he placed his foot on the breast of Glaucus, an idle and superfluous precaution; for the potion operating with the fall, the Greek lay there motionless and insensible, save that now and then his lips gave vent to some vague and raving sounds. As he there stood awaiting the coming of those his voice still continued to summons, perhaps some remorse, some compunctious visitings, for despite his crimes he was human, haunted the breast of the Egyptian. The defenseless state of Glaucus, his wandering words, his shattered reason, smote him even more than the death of Arbaces, and he said half audibly to himself, "Poor clay, poor human reason, where is the soul now? I could spare thee, O my rival, rival nevermore. But destiny must be obeyed. My safety demands thy sacrifice." With that, as if to drown compunction, he shouted yet more loudly, and drawing from the girdle of Glaucus the stylus it contained, he steeped it in the blood of the murdered man, and laid it beside the corpse. And now, fast and breathless, several of the citizens came thronging to the place, some with torches, which the moon rendered unnecessary, but which flared red and tremulously against the darkness of the trees. They surrounded the spot. "Lift up yon corpse," said the Egyptian, "and guard well the murderer." They raised the body, and great was their horror and scared indignation to discover in that lifeless clay a priest of the adored and venerable Isis. But still greater, perhaps, was their surprise when they found the accused in the brilliant and admired Athenian. "Glaucus!" cried the bystanders with one accord. "Is it even credible?" "I would sooner," whispered one man to his neighbor, "believe it to be the Egyptian himself." Here a centurion thrust himself into the gathering crowd with an air of authority. "How? Blood spilt! Who the murderer?" The bystanders pointed to Glaucus. "He? By Mars, he has rather the air of being the victim. Who accuses him?" "I," said Arbaces, drawing himself up haughtily, and the jewels which adorned his dress flashing in the eyes of the soldier instantly convinced that worthy warrior of the witness's respectability. "Pardon me, your name?" said he. "Arbaces. It is well known, methinks, in Pompeii." Passing through the grove, I beheld before me the Greek and the priest in earnest conversation. I was struck by the reeling motions of the first, his violent gestures, and the loudness of his voice. He seemed to me either drunk or mad. Suddenly I saw him raise his stylus. I darted forward, too late to arrest the blow. He had twice stabbed his victim, and was bending over him, when, in my horror and indignation, I struck the murderer to the ground. He fell without a struggle, which makes me yet more suspect that he was not altogether in his senses when the crime was perpetrated. For, recently recovered from a severe illness, my blow was comparatively feeble, and the frame of Glaucus, as you see, is strong and youthful." "His eyes are open now, his lips move," said the soldier. "Speak, prisoner, what sayest thou to the charge?" "The charge! Ha, ha! Why, it was merrily done. When the old hag set her serpent at me, and Hecate stood by laughing from ear to ear, what could I do? But I am ill, I faint, the serpent's fiery tongue hath bitten me. Bear me to bed, and send for your physician. Old Aesculapius himself will attend me if you let him know that I am Greek. Oh, mercy, mercy! I burn! Marrow in brain, I burn!" And with a thrilling and fierce groan, the Athenian fell back in the arms of the bystanders. "He raves," said the officer compassionately, "and in his delirium he has struck the priest. Hath anyone present seen him today?" "I," said one of the spectators, "beheld him in the morning. He passed my shop and accosted me. He seemed well and sane as the stoutest of us." "And I saw him half an hour ago," said another, "passing up the streets, muttering to himself with strange gestures, and just as the Egyptian has described." "A corroboration of the witnesses. It must be too true. He must at all events to the praetor. A pity, so young and so rich. But the crime is dreadful. A priest of Isis, in his very robes too, and at the base itself of our most ancient chapel." At these words the crowd were reminded more forcibly, than in their excitement and curiosity they had yet been, of the heinousness of the sacrilege. They shuddered in pious horror. "No wonder the earth has quaked," said one, "when it held such a monster." "Away with him to prison! Away!" cried they all. And one solitary voice was heard shrilly and joyously above the rest, "The beasts will not want a gladiator now! Ho, ho, for the merry, merry show!" It was the voice of the young woman whose conversation with Medon has been repeated. "True, true, it chances in season for the games," cried several, and at that thought all pity for the accused seemed vanished. His youth, his beauty, but fitted him better for the purpose of the arena. "Bring hither some planks, or if at hand a litter, to bear the dead," said Arbaces. "A priest of Isis ought scarcely to be carried to his temple by vulgar hands like a butchered gladiator." At this the bystanders reverently laid the corpse of Arbaces on the ground, with the face upwards; and some of them went in search of some contrivance to bear the body, untouched by the profane. It was just at that time that the crowd gave way to right and left as a sturdy form forced itself through, and Olinthus the Christian stood immediately confronting the Egyptian. But his eyes, at first, only rested with inexpressible grief and horror on that gory side and upturned face, on which the agony of violent death yet lingered. "Murdered!" he said. "Is it thy zeal that has brought thee to this? Have they detected thy noble purpose, and by death prevented their own shame?" He turned his head abruptly, and his eyes fell full on the solemn features of the Egyptian. As he looked, you might see in his face, and even in the slight shiver of his frame, the repugnance and aversion which the Christian felt for one whom he knew to be so dangerous and so criminal. It was indeed the gaze of the bird upon the basilisk; so silent was it, and so prolonged. But shaking off the sudden chill that had crept over him, Olinthus extended his right arm towards Arbaces and said, in a deep and loud voice, "Murder hath been done upon this corpse. Where is the murderer? Stand forth, Egyptian; for, as the Lord liveth, I believe thou art the man." An anxious and perturbed change might for one moment be detected on the dusky features of Arbaces; but it gave way to the frowning expression of indignation and scorn, as, awed and arrested by the suddenness and vehemence of the charge, the spectators pressed nearer and nearer upon the two more prominent actors. "I know," said Arbaces proudly, "who is my accuser, and I guess wherefore he thus arraigns me. Men and citizens, I know this man for the most bitter of the Nazarenes, if that or Christians be their proper name. What marvel that in his malignity he dares to accuse even an Egyptian of the murder of a priest of Egypt?" "I know him, I know the dog," shouted several voices. "It is Olinthus the Christian, or rather the atheist. He denies the gods." "Peace, brethren," said Olinthus with dignity, "and hear me. This murdered priest of Isis before his death embraced the Christian faith. He revealed to me the dark sins, the sorceries of yon Egyptian, the mummeries and delusions of the fane of Isis. He was about to declare them publicly. He, a stranger, unoffending, without enemies. Who should shed his blood but one of those who feared his witness? Who might fear that testimony the most? Arbaces the Egyptian." "You hear him," said Arbaces. "You hear him. He blasphemes. Ask him if he believes in Isis." "Do I believe in an evil demon?" returned Olinthus boldly. A groan and shudder passed through the assembly. Nothing daunted, for prepared at every time for peril, and in the present excitement losing all prudence, the Christian continued, "Back, idolaters! This clay is not for your vain and polluting rites. It is to us, to the followers of Christ, that the last offices due to a Christian belong. I claim this dust in the name of the great Creator who has recalled the spirit." With so solemn and commanding a voice and aspect the Christian spoke these words, that even the crowd forbore to utter aloud the execration of fear and hatred which in their hearts they conceived. And never perhaps, since Lucifer and the Archangel contended for the body of the mighty lawgiver, was there a more striking subject for the painter's genius than that scene exhibited. The dark trees, the stately fane, the moon full on the corpse of the deceased, the torches tossing wildly to and fro in the rear, the various faces of the motley audience, the insensible form of the Athenian, supported, in the distance and in the foreground, and above all, the forms of Arbaces and the Christian, the first drawn to its full height, far taller than the herd around, his arms folded, his brow knit, his eyes fixed, his lips slightly curled in defiance and disdain, the last bearing, on the brow worn and furrowed, the majesty of an equal command, the features stern yet frank, the aspect bold yet open, the quiet dignity of the whole form impressed with an ineffable earnestness, hushed as it were in a solemn sympathy with the awe he himself had created. His left hand pointing to the corpse, his right hand raised to heaven. The centurion pressed forward again. In the first place, hast thou, Olinthus, or whatever be thy name, any proof of the charge thou hast made against Arbaces, beyond thy vague suspicions? Olinthus remained silent. The Egyptian laughed contemptuously. Dost thou claim the body of a priest of Isis as one of the Nazarene or Christian sect? I do. Swear then by yon fane, yon statue of Cybele, by yon most ancient Sacellum in Pompeii, that the dead man embraced your faith. Vain man, I disown your idols, I abhor your temples, how can I swear by Cybele then? Away, away with the atheist! Away! The earth will swallow us if we suffer these blasphemers in a sacred grove. Away with him to death! To the beasts! Added a female voice in the center of the crowd. We shall have a one apiece now for the lion and tiger. If, O Nazarene, thou disbelievest in Cybele, which of our gods dost thou own? Resumed the soldier, unmoved by the cries around. None. Hark to him! Hark! Cried the crowd. O vain and blind! Continued the Christian, raising his voice. Can you believe in images of wood and stone? Do you imagine that they have eyes to see, or ears to hear, or hands to help ye? Is yon mute thing, carved by man's art, a goddess? Hath it made mankind? Alas, by mankind was it made. Lo, convince yourself of its nothingness, of your folly. And as he spoke, he strode across to the fane, and ere any of the bystanders were aware of his purpose, he, in his compassion or his zeal, struck the statue of wood from its pedestal. See, cried he, your goddess cannot avenge herself. Is this a thing to worship? Further words were denied to him. So gross and daring a sacrilege, of one too of the most sacred of their places of worship, filled even the most lukewarm with rage and horror. With one accord the crowd rushed upon him, seized, and but for the interference of the centurion, they would have torn him to pieces. Peace, said the soldier authoritatively. Refer we this insolent blasphemer to the proper tribunal. Time has been already wasted. Bear we both the culprits to the magistrates. Place the body of the priest on the litter. Carry it to his own home. At this moment a priest of Isis stepped forward. I claim these remains according to the custom of the priesthood. The flamen be obeyed, said the centurion. How is the murderer? Insensible or asleep. Were his crimes less, I would pity him. On! Arbaces, as he turned, met the eye of that priest of Isis. It was Calenus, and something there was in that glance, so significant and sinister, that the Egyptian muttered to himself, could he have witnessed the deed? A girl darted from the crowd, and gazed hard on the face of Olinthus. By Jupiter, a stout knave! I say, we shall have a man for the tiger now, one for each beast. Ho! shouted the mob. A man for the lion, and another for the tiger. What luck! Eopaean! End of Book 4, Chapter 6.
End of this part. Check link for next part. Thank you for listening. Check our channel for many more stories. Visit our website at www.storylinkradio.com.